disappointed in every one of you.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I kiss you on the mouth.
No, I'm not cool with that. I'm sorry.
One more time.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I mean, I'm dealing with degenerate animals.
I'm disappointed in every one of you. Disappointed in every one of you.
All right, come on.
Honestly, I can't do it, man.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
Let me tell you why.
It's gonna be all right, Nicky. Go ahead, shoot.
He just killed a little fucking man.
What are you going to do about it?
You happy because you got nothing? You don't got a thing. You happy because you got nothing? Lobito! Got nothing.
I want to get out of this rat hole. I want to get online. I need
BDA boxing.
Welcome everybody to NBD Boxing Podcast, broadcasting to you live from the True North. This is your good friend Mr. BDA, and well, alongside with me will be Mr. Bucho. But before I gotta get down to the specifics of this show, alright? It's an open Discord episode. We're gonna be discussing the Gonzalez versus Estrada rematch taking place tomorrow on the Zone. So what we're gonna be doing is, if you're part of the Discord, anybody can drop by. I'm gonna be opening up the group in a couple of minutes. Alright, before we do that, shout out to everybody in the chat room. Jim McDonald Boxing, Wayne Hennessy, Friendly Fire, Christopher Roman, One Foot Out the Door, GB Guthrie, Iceman, Lobito, aka Gonzalo, donating to the super chat. He says, God bless. Well, right back at you, Gonzalo, right back at you. Hope everything's going well with you. I remember you had a little bit of a problem there going on, but hopefully everything's resolved or everything's getting better. Again, Butch is putting the Discord group there, so I'm gonna be opening up the group in a couple of seconds. So if you're already part of the group, jump in there. All right, jump in. As soon as I open it, you should be seeing it. It's called Voice Channel. Also, the other thing is, before we get down to the fun, fellas, don't forget you can also contribute to the gravy train by wiring us a couple of shekels via the super chat feature, the Patreon page, or the PayPal page. We will be putting more content on the Patreon page. A couple of film analysis there for your enjoyment. Because now the taxman is a calling. U.S. taxes. They're gonna be deducting that from us. I don't know why they don't deduct it from somewhere else. Now they gotta go to YouTube, which means things aren't going well. But anyway, that's the thing that we're gonna be talking about later on, I suppose. But yeah, listen. I'm going to be opening up the voice channels in a couple of seconds. Voice channel, indeed. So let's see if people start dropping by. There we go. So you should be seeing me in the voice channel. All right. I'm going to I can invite people because one guy that probably doesn't know what the fuck is going on is Jimmy. So I'm going to go ahead and invite Jimmy. I've sent him the invite. There we go. Bucho, you can drop by the way. I'm in the group now. I'm in the voice channel. Actually, you know what? Before you drop in, Bucho, I'll send you the invite. See if you see it. And by the way, for some reason, I don't see King Bucho in there. What the fuck? Oh, he's there. Yeah, Bucho, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Talk a little bit just to see if...
Testing. This is King Bucho.
All right, Bucho in the house. By the way, okay, so we're waiting for the voice channel to populate here. I will be sharing a little footage from Gonzalez's last fight and from Estrada's last fight, just to get things going, analyze the fight from different angles, see what happens there. Bucho, while we're here, give us... Oh, fuck. Hold on a second. My phone's acting up. Sorry, Bucho, give us your thoughts on... we got Gonzalo on the line. Gonzalo, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Mr. BDA. How's it going?
Good, man. Good. I hear you crisp, nice and crisp here. My phone's acting up, Bucho, so I can't watch the Discord right now, what you're sending me. So anyway, Gonzalo, how excited are you for the big fight tomorrow?
I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty excited. We should all be as boxing fans. You can't force this down people's throats. I guess because they're little guys and they don't get the credit that they deserve. But in the end of the day, these guys throw a lot of punches and their fighting style is come forward. It's an exciting fight. It's something that should be appreciated, but just by the caliber of fight that it's going to prove to be. And you don't want to miss it, because if you miss it, then you say later, "Oh, I wish I would have watched it," or you missed out on part of a history in the making. Tomorrow, then you're gonna be telling yourself, "Oh man, I wish I would have saw it." Or then you're gonna be like the Monday night quarterback saying, "Oh man, this is what I thought about it," but then in the end, you didn't really enjoy and participate what was really going on to get the feeling that what makes a true boxing fan. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm very happy and excited for this.
Me too, man. I'm as fucking excited as well. Butcher, how about yourself, man?
Yeah, I'm excited about this fight. Yeah, it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be maybe fight of the year, because I think it's gonna be drama. I think both guys are gonna hit the floor.
Did you guys see the weigh-in?
Yeah, just
I'm
I didn't even see how much they weighed or anything.
114.8, I believe, both of them. So people are saying
I didn't see the weigh-in.
Okay,
but I just know that Estrada's that much bigger. I already know for a fact that he probably looked like a mini bodybuilder.
He's very wide. I think I said that in the last episode. He's a very wide guy. You can tell he does a lot of pull-ups, wide grip pull-ups. I don't know if I don't see him looking that big. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna share the screen with you guys. There we go. I don't know if you can see it. Butcher and Gonzalo, can you see that I'm sharing the screen or?
I see something that says live. Oh yeah, yeah, I see it.
Gonzalo, how about yourself?
I cannot. I'll watch it later.
Okay, well, I'm showing a couple of photographs here. This is from Boxing Scene. Again, it's not video; it's only a photo. So, but I see maybe Estrada looking a little bit taller. He's flexing, whereas Gonzalez looks like a guy that's waiting outside a Home Depot for the truck to arrive. I mean, he's not flexing. He's very relaxed. So I could understand why people say, "Oh, Estrada looks stronger." He looks more defined. I don't see him.
He's always looked like that. I mean, Estrada has always looked like that, and Chocolatito as well. I don't remember Chocolatito being ripped or anything, ever.
Yeah, he's never. Yeah.
Plus, his personality is very meek. It's very humble. He's not gonna be the guy to boast and flex and like that. But don't underestimate him. I would say, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to underestimate this fella. He's a strong. Both guys. See, that's the thing, though. People are saying, "Well, Estrada looks stronger. They're gonna give him the edge." First of all, again, I don't see him looking that stronger. Maybe it's. I mean, actually, he does look. Again, he looks more defined. He's got more definition to his body. So I understand why people.
Nothing new.
Nothing, like you said. Yeah, nothing new. He's flexing in this photo, whereas Gonzalez is just looking like, "Yeah, what do you want from me? What are you gonna do?" It's a fight. Actually, here, now that I look at it, yeah, shoulder-wise, Estrada does look a little bit bigger, upper body-wise. But I'd like to see Gonzalez's calves, see what we're dealing with. Because, I mean, again, it's the legs also are what gives you the strength in a way, especially when it's a Gonzalez-type fight where he's coming forward, dictating the pace. Before we continue, shout out to... All right, Gonzalo, thank you. By the way, Gonzalo, thank you for your contribution, man. Really appreciate it. And salute to Jaguar, who says saludos. Saludos right back at you, man. Tony Yayo in the chat room says, "Did I hear my Lucky Money song, man?" Yeah, you did. Tony Yayo. Oh, okay, Mel. But listen, fellas, before we continue, don't forget to join us on the Discord voice channel. Anybody that's part of the Discord, you can jump in and join us. It's open lines Friday. Anything goes as it pertains to the Chocolatito Estrada fight anyway. So don't be shy, guys. Jump in, man. Jump in. Let us know what you've got, what you think about this fight. I see Butcher's putting the link there. And by the way, don't forget to hit the like button, fellas. It really does help. Hit the like, and if you haven't subscribed, go ahead and do so already. All right, so we got the weigh-in. Gonzalo, do you think the strength is going to play a factor here? Because Gonzalo, we know he's going to come one way, and that's forward. Is the strength for Estrada, if he does have a strength advantage, is that going to help him in any way?
I really do, and I'm almost fairly certain of the outcome for this fight. For some reason, in the beginning, I didn't. Until I rewatched the fight, I understood a few things. That Gonzalez, at the time, he was in his prime. Like I said one time, in his full glory, firing on all cylinders, very dominant. And he was pushing the 22-year-old back against the ropes. And when he was pushing him back against the ropes, he was having his way. Now, in like back home, I remember there used to be a saying, who lands first, lands last. Basically, this is like a street fight, right? If you land first, you're going to win the fight. You're going to land last because you're gonna hit your opponent where you're going to rattle him and put him in like a bad condition that you can knock him out, or you can knock him out with one punch. But I know these guys are they're consummate professionals. They're professional fighters. So they don't always get knocked out with one shot, obviously. And, they know how to defend themselves. So this is not a street fight. This is a fight. So what I saw in that first fight, this was where I think that Gonzalez is quicker. I don't know if faster, but I would say quicker on the draw. If this were the Wild Wild West, he would kill them all. So he was getting the beat on Estrada to where he was landing first. And like I said, if you land first, you land last. But they're professional fighters. So he wasn't getting knocked out, but he had to reorganize himself. He was getting maybe rattled a little and pushed back where he had to retreat against the ropes until he got his shit together. And once he got his shit together, Estrada would pivot and he would throw a hook. And once you do that, well, if you're a guy like Gonzalez that has a lot of come forward inertia, then now you could get the beat on him. Basically, you're spinning him around and you're using his come forward movement against him. So once Estrada was able to unscramble his brain and hook and turn him where he wasn't pushing him back against the ropes, Gonzalez was able, Estrada was able to control the fight in the center of the ring. Now we're talking about two divisions higher where this guy's just a little bit bigger. And I'm not even talking about the punching power. I'm talking about the physicality of holding somebody back from pushing you against the ropes and maybe taking a punch a little better where he's not going to get his brain scrambled to where he can kind of figure things out before he's ever being pushed all the way back against the ropes.
Are you saying that Estrada has to be like a matador and Gonzalez?
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody said the last time, Caleb Plant's a matador don't run, and where, that's like the running of the bulls in Spain. A matador will spin you in the center of the ring and have you, when the bull attacks you,
he's charging
and he uses his inertia against it because the bull charges, you change the angle, then you kill him. A bull fighter is not running around the ring. Yeah.
I mean, he moves the matador, but as soon as he moves, he sticks those things. Remember, I don't know what they were called. Those looks like, I don't know what they would stick the bull with some knife type of shit. And then at the end, they would just fucking move and fucking
Banderas,
Hey, Bucho, do me a favor and lower your volume a little bit because you're crackling. I think it's because your gain is too high.
Oh.
No, but Piri, that's basically it. I know I went on because I was thinking about this fight. I do think if he holds him in the center of the ring, it's an entirely different fight. Now, I'm not saying that Gonzalez can adjust and where he's tit for tat, he's beating him in the center of the ring. But I thought it's like the saying that when you land first, you land last. And it was pushing him against the ropes. Gonzalez, Estrada wasn't getting the space because he likes to step back and counter. When you're a counter puncher, you need to have space, obviously. When Marquez fought Pacquiao, it took him 4 fights to figure it out. And when you're pushed back against the ropes, you can't really swing away, get leverage on your punches, and also I saw this on the telecast. You could get your arm caught on the ropes that you don't feel freely to operate to counter punch. That's what I'm saying. But Estrada can keep it in the center. I think he knocks him out, honestly.
Holy moly! Well, that's the thing. Okay, Estrada said. By the way, okay, let me read a couple of super chats here. We got thank you to 1 Foot Out the Door, who says push it to the limit. All right, shout out to 1 Foot Out the Door. Jason Bornsky says put me in for a Chocolatito win by majority decision and a knockdown. Holy moly! Okay, hold on. Bucho, can you keep track? Can you open a document and keep track of the predictions, please?
Okay.
Fantastic. All right, Bucho's going to open up a document, and we're going to be. Now is the episode. And by the way, Gonzalo, this is the episode to say everything. Because, I mean, it's the day before the fight. Now it's where we overanalyze the fight. Now's the time. But at the end of the day, we got to make a pick. We can't back. I mean, we still have until before the fight. But now's the time. So Jason Bornsky says Chocolatito.
I got it.
Majority decision knockdown. Shout out to Jason Bourne. Chris K says shows that hot pick of Clarissa Shields again. Come on now. Jeez. Well, I mean, he did donate. Chris K did donate with the super chat. So where is that photo, Bucho?
It's the ESPN. You know what I mean? That naked nude, whatever they called it. I don't even get the point of that.
Neither do I, man. Neither do I. All right, I'm gonna drop off the voice channel for 2 seconds, right? Because for some, hold on. All right, now we gotta jump back in. All right, I'm back. Sorry about this. I was trying something else there.
Videos of each fighter, BDA.
Was that?
Tony Yayo wants you to show the video clips analyzing both fighters.
Okay, let me do that in about 2.
Can you do it from where you are, like on the group chat?
Yeah, I can do it, but I want more people to join. But you know what? Let's do it now. We can always bring it up again afterwards, right?
Yeah.
All right, but by the way, we need Gonzalo to see if he can see the screen share, by the way.
Shit. He needs to click on something. He needs to click on your where your name is.
Yeah, Gonzalo, click where the name is and
where it says live. I don't even think Gonzalo's there.
Yeah, he's there.
I need to get on the what is it? The iPad. Let me change devices because I was able to do this last time.
Okay.
All right.
Meanwhile, Bucho.
If you can't see what the hell we're looking at, then it's.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Meanwhile, fellas, don't forget, man, we got an open Discord, open voice channel. I see a lot of people on Discord. If you want to jump in, just go on voice channel. You should see it. If you're on your computer, it's on the left-hand portion of your Discord. And if you're on the phone, let me check on the phone here. I finally got the phone open here because I usually don't use it. So, all right. So you go on the main BDA page and shit. How do you access that on the phone, Bucho? Because I can't see it.
Shit, I don't know. Let me check.
Actually, you might have to go to. Okay, yeah. So if you're on the phone, drag on the left side portion of your screen. Drag it. Put your finger on the left side of the screen and just drag it. Yeah, drag right. Drag towards your right, and you will see something that says BDA Boxing, create invite, blah, blah, blah. And there's something that says voice channel. There's text channel and voice channel. Go to voice channel. And you'll see Gonzalo, Bucho, and myself there. All right? King Frog says, I will join when I get home. First of all, you will not be joining us with that creepy-ass name of yours, King Frog. I remember when I was little, I lived in the British Isles for a while, in the middle of nowhere, and they would always talk about the King Frog, that he would come out at night from the lake, and like that if you were bad, he would kidnap. Some weird shit. So that name, King Frog. And he actually has a frog on the avatar. My goodness. All right, listen. I was going to say, how about now, Gonzalo? Can you see it?
Yeah, I'm here on the defense. Those look like old school letters.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh,
okay,
yeah,
he's watching it. All right, let's go. I'm going to switch over here. Let's go to, this is going to be for Juan Francisco Estrada, defense. This is against, by the way, we're only going to be looking at his last fight.
Well,
all right?
I think so
this is a Quadras rematch. And as you can see, he uses his legs pretty well. He parries pretty well. He rolls with the shots. And this is against a quick-handed fella, by the way. So there he's on the ropes, using his hands, using his shoulders to block and roll with shots. Doing his best James Stone imitation right there. Quadra is a bit of a slapper, but he does have one thing in common a little bit with Gonzalez, and that is the combination punching. So we know Estrada can defend from those combinations, but he can't stand in front of him too much. When it comes to, you know what, I'm just going to play through this whole thing, and if you guys have anything to comment on, just let me know. Or if you want to pause for a specific clip. This is Estrada's jab. Nice, sharp jab. Snapping Quadras' head back. Again, Quadras tends to fight with his hands down a little bit. So he's open for those shots right there. Oh, we got Senpai66. Oh my goodness, that's a satanic name. Senpai, you there?
Hey, yeah, my bad, bro.
That's okay.
Just can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Okay, so I got Estrada winning by majority decision or a knockout very late in the fight. Somewhat kind of like what happened with Quadras. And I just want to say something real quick about I think a lot of people are disrespecting Carlos Quadras because the dude can punch. The dude can punch. If you guys, I don't know if you guys remember the first Chocolatito fight. I had Chocolatito winning by 7-5 that fight, but Quadras was hurting him. He hurt him a lot of times during that fight, and I just feel like since Estrada had a good fight with Quadras, a lot of people are not giving him his credit. You know that's what I feel.
Well,
I don't
let's
know how
talk
you guys
about
feel
that. Let's talk. Okay, by the way, can you see what I'm sharing here with you? The screen.
I'm on the YouTube, but I'm on my phone on Discord though.
You don't see an option that says how to share screen?
Sorry. Let me check real quick.
All right, but meanwhile, he makes a good point, and this is listen. Let's keep looking at these clips here, and then we can always bail out from discussion on our videos, by the way. But as you can see, he was landing a lot of shots flush on Quadras. Quadras did make a bit of a comeback. Look, listen, you got to remember, people thought he was shot, but he did make a comeback in this fight. I don't necessarily think that it's all Estrada that looked bad in this fight. There you see him whacking him with those right hands. Estrada, by the way. See that he can counter with the right hand, lead with the right hand, straighten it up, shoot the overhand. By the way, the other thing I like is that he can actually throw that right hand from the middle distance. Left hook. Now we're getting to the left hook here real quick. Again, one thing I'll criticize about Estrada is he doesn't turn that left hook completely, but he can counter it. See that counter? He was catching Quadras all night with that counter. Quadras is not a good come forward fighter, and Estrada was catching him all night with that left hook. And when he led two, when he exchanged, but I don't think it's going to be a good idea for him to exchange left hooks with Gonzalez. I'll say that much. Uppercuts. Now, okay, I want to get back to that later on, but most people believe Gonzalez actually had the better uppercut, I think, when we did the last episode. Look at that beautiful uppercut, man. Anyway, if you guys want me to rewind anything, just let me know. I can't hear you. Are you trying to talk, Pucho? Oh, I thought I heard
said it looks choppy on Discord.
How choppy?
Like it's skipping a lot of frames, but on YouTube it looks fine.
Yeah.
I would say, PDA, just real quick. It's a little like I got a delay, but I think maybe that the reason Estrada don't turn his punches over that much, because since he's a counter puncher and he's trying to line up his shot to like zero in on his opponent. If you turn your shot and you miss, you're gonna get countered harder. And if you try to turn your shot, but then you can't hit the target, you're gonna miss wide. So as a counter puncher that's trying to like hone in his opponent, you're gonna maybe try to not turn it as much in the beginning to where you're lining the guy up. And the more you get confident as you're reading where your opponent is, maybe you can start turning it a little bit more. And maybe that's why he doesn't turn it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's just an observation. Maybe. I don't know.
Could be, man. Could be. Now, listen. Yeah, I was watching there the stream there, Bucho. Yeah, it's looking choppy a little bit. So we're gonna bail out of it for a little bit because Senpai made a good point, and I want to address that. And by the way, people, jump into the voice channel Discord. Voice channel Discord. If you're on the Discord, you can jump in. Anybody can jump in. Feel free to do so. Now, Senpai, you brought up a good point, and you said, well, most people aren't giving Quadras his due. I can agree with that, man. I can agree with that because the guy was in rehab not that long ago. He'd lost against Arroyo. People thought he was finished. But he really did. It's possible for a fighter to say, you know what, this might be my last shot. I'm going to put everything I've got into this type of fight. And I think also partially it had something to do with the way Estrada fought him. Would you guys agree with that?
That Quadras is a good fighter. No, he's always been a good fighter. I recall watching him and TV Azteca, Box Azteca, back in the day. He's a really good fighter. Obviously, when you're fighting against the best of the best, you know, there's guys that are gonna be better than you. Then if you were good, but then you're fighting the best, you might be looking a little bit sloppy because the other guys are more refined than you are. Doesn't mean you were never that good. I mean, obviously, you're competing against the best of the best, and you're still making it competitive. He was always a good fighter, and plus, he's a little bigger than everybody else. He's a little bigger, so yeah, he's got pop.
Well, what do you think, Senpai, about that? You brought up the point. I don't think you finished the point, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, my main argument on that was that people, not you guys, but a lot of people on other channels were not giving Cuadras the credit. And like you said, in his head, he might have thought, okay, this is my last chance, right? Because you saw in that fight, he jumped on him. Since the start, he jumped on him, right?
Now,
and Cuadras, like you guys said, he hits hard. Cuadras hits hard. Ask Chocolatito. You saw how his face was at the end of the fight they had. And in that Chocolatito Cuadras fight, Cuadras was backing up, and he was still landing, hard shots on him. Right?
Yes, fantastic.
I just, go ahead.
No, I just said fantastic point. Keep going.
Oh no, that's it. You can go ahead.
I mean, I agree with you, man. Cuadras, he's a bit of a slapper, but evidently he gets people's respect. I mean, he got Estrada's respect in the first fight. He got Chocolatito's respect in their fight. The only guy that really started disrespecting his power was Sorang Visay, but that was because Sorang Visay is just perhaps the toughest guy at super flyweight. But yeah, Cuadras brought it, man. Now, but here's my question though: why did Estrada look slower in that fight? Is it because he wanted to go for the knockout against Cuadras?
In his interviews, he said that he trained strength, that he trained power, right? So I think he was trying to go for the knockout. That's why he was like slugging it out with him, right? Because we know Estrada can box. Like, we've seen him, and I think he probably would have outboxed Cuadras if that's what he wanted to do. But I think he went for that knockout, and slugged it out. He got obviously he got hurt in that fight. You could see he got cut, and obviously he got knocked down. But at the end of the day, he did end up getting the knockout.
Absolutely, yeah, you're right. Oh, I didn't know he said that, by the way. I didn't know he'd focus on power going in, which makes you think if he's telling the truth in the build up to this fight, because he's saying I'm going for the stoppage, and he says I know I can stop him. So it's interesting, man. I don't think he's gonna switch it up. Who wants to go on that? Yeah,
that's what I was saying in this Chocolatito fight. He needs to I think Gonzalez, right? He said he needs to try to find a way to stand in the middle of the ring with him, right? And me personally, I feel like in this weight class, I mean, well, they're both strong, but in this weight class, I think Estrada is just the bigger guy. Unlike the first time when they fought, Estrada had to go down in weight. He was drained out. He never fought in 108. That was his first fight at 108.
Right.
And he still gave him a hell of a fight. But I think at 115, this is Estrada's like perfect weight. I just feel like Estrada is just gonna, what's the word? Not out muscle him, but just
out hustle him.
I guess something like that, right? Right. Hey, by the way, shout out again. Go ahead.
Well, just real quick, shout out to Chris K, who says loving those Adriana Jimenez interviews. Adriana Jimenez, I don't know who that is, but anyway, shout out to Chris K for his.
I don't know.
Oh, is it the one with the big? Okay, yeah. Okay, so shout out to Chris K. By the way, I opened up the phone lines if anybody wants to jump in. And don't forget, we got the open sub Discord, open Discord. Anybody who's on the Discord can jump in. Just click on voice channels. If you're on the phone, drag your screen right, and you should see something that says voice channel. And you'll see myself, BD Boxing, Gonzalo, King Bucho. And we got Recognize the Matrix, by the way, on the line. Recognize, are you there?
Yo, Recognize.
He's probably got a customer that decided. Oh shit! Hey, Recognize. By the way, remember when I Recognize last episode when Mark said he was gonna go take a dump, and I started playing the sound effects. Did you really think he was taking a dump? Because your reaction sounded realistic, like whoa, Mark.
I thought he was taking a dump.
I thought too, man. I seriously thought too. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, I heard Gonzalez say.
The thing about me, you'll never know. I could
Yeah,
I could be.
But Gonzalez said,
I know.
Academy Award goes to.
I like Gonzalez's reaction. Gonzalez's reaction was, he said, "Holy shit, is that real?" He thought, like he sounded half embarrassed, half terrorized by what the fuck did the guy was
I have
talking
a new entrance every time I come in. It's gonna be something like this. Hey,
now wait, he's making fun of me because I what was it?
What are you
Was it on
talking
the
about?
was it on the second Renaissance? I forget which stream it was on. Everybody was talking at the same time, and I was trying to get a word in and then for the third time, people kept talking over me. So I said, "Hey." But I apologized right away because I sounded like I was scolding them, and that's not what I wanted to. That's not how I wanted to come.
There was no need for you to apologize. It was excellent. That's what I thought.
But anyway, listen. I recognize we're talking about tomorrow's fantastic fight, the rematch, 8 years in the making. How excited are you for this matchup?
Dude, I really like this fight because I want to go with Roman Gonzalez, but something's telling me, nah. Like, it's one of those head scratches. If you saw the first fight, I thought he clearly beat Estrada in a competitive fight, not like a blowout. I thought he showed like a blueprint of how to beat him. But it's a different game. Even though, Roman looks better now, it kind of reminds me of the second win that Cotto had when he linked up with Freddie Roach. Is it more of a mirage, or is it the real deal like he used to be? So I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I don't know, man. I mean, it's. Oh, hold on a second. We got David Sparks. Oh, is it the same guy with the fucking? Yeah, there we go.
David Sparks. I'm pound for pound number one. The greatest boxer that ever lived. And I can knock out anyone that hits my tracks. I'm better than Ali, Eric Graham.
Listen, unfortunately, David, with the voice modification thing you got there, we can't really hear what you're saying. I mean, I already know what you're saying based on your other calls, but I can't fucking really understand what you're saying, man.
I'm pound for pound number one.
All right, now listen, if you want to prove it, you got to fight somebody. You can't just say you're pound for pound number one. So who do you want to fight on this panel? Go ahead.
I knocked out Muhammad Ali in sparring.
Now, who do you want to fight now is what I'm asking you. Try to pay attention, man.
After the Larry Holmes fight?
Tyson Fury.
All right, there you have it, Tyson Fury. We're gonna move, make a couple of calls, and we'll get him for you. All right?
I already knocked him out in sparring. So.
There you go. All right, listen, if anybody wants to join the Discord, go ahead, open Discord. Bucho is open to giving people instructions there. He is the maestro, the technical maestro, that is. So, maestro.
Yeah.
Maestro.
That dude sounds like the real deal, BDA. He sounds kind of creepy. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, well, he says he knocked out Muhammad Ali, man. I knocked out Layla Ali. She got a little bit too lippy with me. And guess what? I don't go for that type of stuff. So watch out, man. I'm not averse.
She was really dressed up, and I smacked her in the butt. I said, "You better calm down, lady."
You better back it up.
You better back it up, baby.
You better back it up. Go get your gun.
That's you better back it up. You better back it
up. Hey, she got some legs, right? She's got some nice legs. No, Layla Ali. She inherited that from the great, right? Those legs look great.
I don't know. We'd have to go check out the photographs.
All right, let's do it.
Ah, shit. Hold on. Yeah. So what were we saying then? Oh, here we go.
Step up, nigga. Step up, nigga. Step up.
That's me when I'm calling people out on the streets, man. Nobody steps up to BDA without them getting a bit of confrontation, man. Let me tell you. A lot of people...
Was he trying to be like Denzel Washington from Training Day? I always wondered that. Like, that was his thing.
He probably fantasizes about going to work every day.
You know the guy Sniper recognized in the movie Training Day, one of the Mexicans, they say I look like him.
Yeah.
You do. You do kind of.
You kind of do look like him, man.
You
kind of says, "Have you ever got your shit pushed in?"
I've got my shit pushed in.
I got 2 pairs, Joker. I got 2 pairs. Remember that when he thinks. And by the way, how stupid is Jake when he gives him his gun? Let me see the cuete. Let me. I mean, you got to suspend your disbelief a little bit for that scene, but I mean, come on, man. No cop surrounded by a bunch of Mexicans is going to do that.
I'd be like, no, thank you. I'll keep my
What
glove.
kind of party was that, though?
Yeah, it was a setup party, man. That was
a setup party. Yeah, it's like just make some noise.
Hey, by the way,
those Mexicans wanted to kill Denzel.
Let me. What was I gonna do here? Hold on a second.
That's a grimy dude, man. Is there really cops like that in real life? People like that?
Well,
like,
it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be about a guy named.
Wait, it's based on a real story?
Los Angeles. He was down. Yeah, he was down with. Well, he wasn't down. He was hired by Death Row Security, not Suge Knight. Death Row Security, and he was known for being a dirty dude and shit. He kind of looks like Denzel too.
All right, fellas, I'm sharing the OBS with you. So what I'm gonna do is this: I'm gonna put up the photograph of what we were looking at the other day, the comparison we did, and we're gonna review it a little bit, see if there's something that you guys disagreed with that you want to change, whatever. So there we go. So we had the first screen. We had speed. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Who donated? Jason Bourne donated the super chat. Shout out to Jason Bourne. He says, no, what the fuck? See, that's what I'm saying, Bucho. I think we're getting alerts from previous shows, man.
I don't know, man.
Because you guys are the voice.
That's crazy.
All right, Bucho, what do we do, man? I mean, we're gonna be hearing this. Can you change the alert, man?
Let's let it
push it to the limit.
BDA is possessed.
No, Bucho, change. You gotta change. I'm telling you, you gotta change. See, that's what I'm saying. It's coming up all the time.
I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it. I'm gonna log in.
But meanwhile, what do I do to? Whatever. He'll take care of it. Hopefully. By the way, we got TNN joining us on the open Discord. TNN, are you there?
TNN. Yeah, I'm here.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing good.
So what's on your mind, man?
TNN.
I just came to you guys to talk about, you know, the new boxing video game coming out?
No, I haven't heard of it.
Wow. Wow.
How have you not heard of it?
Man.
Yeah, I saw the trailer.
Dude, it's like they have a lot of guys in there. They have Jack Johnson, they have Sugar Ray Robinson.
Jack Johnson?
I don't know. You're just bullshitting now.
No. Look up Esports Boxing Club. I'm being legit. Like, you want me to send their website?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, like, it's legit. I'm surprised you have not heard of it.
I saw a trailer like a year ago, but they didn't show anything. Like, they didn't show that much.
But okay, they got Sugar Ray Robinson, Joe Frazier, Rocky Marciano, Joe Lewis, Floyd Patterson, Jack Dempsey, Jack Johnson, Josh Taylor.
Oh, wow.
Like, look at their roster.
Hey, Bucho, please get to.
Hey, they have Lou DiBella and Eddie Reynoso.
Bucho, please get to. Hold on, Bucho, please get to the fucking alert because it's really.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm there.
He was so enthralled by the. Yeah, go ahead, Gonzalez.
Oh, fuck, man.
Is that the caller? Is that caller the one that said he knocked out Tyson Fury sparring like 2 seconds ago?
Could be, man. No. Could be.
He says his voice sounds deep as fuck. Is that one guy?
Yeah, TNN, you sound like.
Hell no.
All right. He says it's not him. We got to take him on his word there. Now, meanwhile,
hey, who's the goat with the eyes, man?
Yeah, that's creepy senpai.
Right.
All right. So this is the roster that TNN just sent us. He says Sugar Ray Robinson, Joe. By the way, is this for what console is this for? For all consoles or for a specific one?
PS5, PS4, Xbox Series X, Xbox One, PC, and Nintendo Switch.
Okay, but here's the thing, though. If you're gonna choose Jack Johnson,
I fixed it supposedly.
Supposedly? Okay, we'll see, man.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you think of the roster?
Well, let me see. Let's see. Sugar Ray Robinson, Joe Frazier, Rocky Marciano, Joe Lewis, Arturo. Bocho, what's
is that a
going
subscription or a donation?
Let me see.
They're all donations. Yeah.
Fuck. Well, I turned them off, man.
What's this song you playing?
Turn it off. Just turn it off. Fuck
I know it's missing. There's one missing. Okay, I got it.
I'll try to talk over it, man. I'll scream over it if it comes up again. All right, so Josh Taylor. Mickey Ward, Alexander Povetkin, Frank Bruno, Nigel Benn, Connor Benn. Well, I guess they
Yeah,
got yeah. Oh, Madrimov's there. Ricky Hatton, Joyce. I was gonna say Joey. Tommy Morrison, Sergio. Wait. Eddie Hall. Is Eddie Hall the strong guy, the strongman contest guy?
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, they have Eddie Hall in there, surprisingly.
Check this out. They got Johnny Nelson, but you can tell it's an old. You can tell that it's not a picture of him as an active boxer. Oh no.
And he looks like a middleweight. No, he looks like a light heavyweight.
His face looks photoshopped. It's almost like they photoshopped the face, and see how his face is a little bit too. His whole head is a little bit too low. I don't know how to explain it. It's like he's got no neck. Josh Warrington, Crolla.
Holy shit.
Kid Galahad, Sonny Edwards. I don't know who the fuck that. Scott Quick.
When did
Okay,
they
come
announce
on.
all this? Wait, hold on. When did they announce the roster?
Okay, wait. They announced the roster, I think, like in June. But I think it started off with Josh Warrington, and they were adding more and more to it. Recently, they added those. They added like Floyd Patterson, Joe Louis, Rocky Marciano, Sugar Ray Robinson, Floyd Patterson, Jack Dempsey. You're still gonna add some more guys in the future.
They got Eric Morales on there.
Oh wait, do you see it? Because like the whole roster is right over there.
I'm okay. Yeah, let me share the screen with you, Fel. Sorry, I forgot to share the screen with you guys. Actually, yeah, Gonzalo, if you click on the screen I'm sharing, you should be able to see what I'm sharing with the YouTube people. Sonny Edwards. Okay, but they got Scott Quigg and Chris John. They're not exactly. First of all, both guys are retired, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And by the way, Shelton Film Production says this game should be called Stu Sports Boxing. Wait, I mean, is this a British game or because it's true?
I mean, okay, the company that made it in the UK, so yeah, it kind of makes sense.
Because I mean, look at this Ryan Rhodes.
But forget about the roster. What's important is the gameplay.
That's true.
Yeah.
They released a trailer. It's mainly just to see the movement. In the footwork, it's pretty well. Do you want to look it up?
Yeah, I saw.
Holy shit! They got Rosendo. They got Rosendo Alvarez. Hey, is Ibani Bridges? Wow. Is she the one with the British girl with the big tits?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic! I hope there's I hope it's virtual. I'll be dirty. I'll fight her dirty, man.
They better have some good titty physics.
Oh man!
Hey, they got Shane Mosley Jr., but they don't got Shane Mosley.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
That is a great ass.
That's right.
I don't expect them to get like Floyd Mayweather. Actually, Floyd has never even been in a video game. Oh yeah, he was in Knockout Kings 2000.
I mean, since they're not really that big of a company, so it is kind of hard to get the bigger guys. So they're trying their best.
Hey, by the way,
like I said, the gameplay is what matters, man. I don't want some sort of arcade like fucking boxing game like a Rocky.
Yeah, it's not gonna be arcade like. They definitely said it's gonna be simulation.
The Discord is open, fellas. Join the open channel, text voice channel on the Discord. If you're part of the Discord, just jump in, man. Jump in and give us your thoughts on whatever we're talking about here. Okay, so let's get back to this game here. So Shane Mosley Jr. All right, why not? Lerone Richards sounds made up. Lee McGregor, Jason Banana Rosario, Javier Fortuna. Okay, so the Dominicans. Was that?
Yeah, I mean they also showed a cut. Like they kind of showed how injuries will look like in the game. It's like let me see. Look. Okay, like, what do you think of it?
Yeah. Well, actually, I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna show some gameplay in a couple of seconds. Let me just finish here with the roster here. Lyndon Arthur. Hey, this guy Michael McKinson. He looks like that. What's the name of that kid that was in Inception? He was in Third Rock from the Sun as well.
Yeah, I don't know his name.
Nah, whatever, fuck him. Hopi Price. Okay, that sounds made up. That name sounds made up. Mark Reyes Jr., George Davey, Andrew Maloney, Mose. Okay, coming soon. Oh, they got more coming soon.
Yeah, they got more coming soon. That's for sure.
Okay, they got coaches. Are they real?
Yeah, they got Eddie Reynoso.
Oh, it's probably like like if it's a career mode.
Yeah.
Probably you can get him and shit like that.
Hey, but this is boxing club. I mean, is this? I mean, is that the name of the? Is that the name of the game? Boxing club.
Yeah. No, Esports Boxing Club. In shorts, ESBC.
Sounds suspect. It looks suspect, really, because the gameplay. I think Bucho said something. Are they really gonna like fine tune how the fighter fights? Because it just sounds a little fugazi, man. It actually looks like a porno site.
Okay, well, who cares about the fucking site, man? Like, no, but the movement, I like the foot movement. Like but now the way they throw the punches.
Yeah. They even said that the punches were They said that's not the final product. They said they were just trying to off the movement first. They're definitely going to improve the punches.
I'm trying to
I
look.
remember in the boxing games, they look very static, very flat-footed. The boxers.
Hey, caller, how big? Hold on. Yeah, TNN. How big of a gamer are you?
Yeah, I like games a lot. I'm a pretty big one.
Because I haven't played any video games, man, in a long time. But if this game is good, it might get me back in there, man.
I mean, you probably should. This is the first boxing game since Fight Night Champions.
Yo, when did fucking Fight Night Champions come out? 2011?
It's 10 years ago.
And it's definitely going to be more realistic. For example, on Fight Night, the way they do Joe Frazier is not correct. Joe moves around all the time. In Fight Night, he doesn't move at all. He just stands there and just walks.
Whoa.
So
Jesus, I'm reading the comments here. Can you add recognized to the game? Fuck.
Yeah. I mean, there's Create a Fighter, and it's very detailed.
You should create me, but you gotta pay me.
He's the boss. He's all roided up and shit.
You gotta pay me.
Hey, when it comes to promoters, do you have Kelly Maloney in there?
Let me see the promoters. They got.
No way.
I mean, there's a whole section for promoters.
All right, you guys take over. I gotta switch something over here. Take over, Bucho, please.
Yeah.
I like the goat with the crazy eyes, man. Who is that?
That's Senpai, man.
No, I'm saying, who's the goat with the crazy eyes?
I think it's a kangaroo.
I'm right
man.
here, bro. I'm right here.
You gotta send me that pic.
I made this account like so many years ago. I just logged back in.
Hey, there's also going to be a very, very detailed Create a Fighter. Like, very detailed. So, like, even the guys that aren't in the game can probably make them.
Have you ever played FIFA?
No.
No, not FIFA. There was a game where you could actually really change everything. Oh, fuck.
Soccer game? Football?
No, it wasn't a soccer game then. I think it was on Fight Night Champions, no? That you
back in the day, I think, yeah.
Oh, fuck, I forgot, man. Well, that's good, man. Because, you do want generic fighters. You don't want them all to look the same.
Yeah. So are you guys going to buy it?
I have to see the gameplay first, man.
No.
I mean, wait, Bucho, have you seen the gameplay?
Yeah, I just saw it. But that's the same video I saw like a year ago or something.
Yeah, like they still
movement, like you said, but they really need to like fix those punches because they like the hooks don't look real, man.
Yeah, like that was when it was in early development. They said they're gonna release a gameplay trailer soon.
It's like the beta type of thing, like
yeah.
Oh, it's beta. It's a beta game.
Released?
It's a beta game. I only do alpha, man, because I'm an alpha male. I don't play those fucking beta games, man.
Wait, I'll be back. I gotta do something. Nice talking to y'all.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, he sounds like the creepy dude that said he could knock out Tyson Fury.
Would you let that go? What if he is? Maybe he was just trying to be funny. Come on, Gonzalo. You gotta. What does the Bible say? But the Bible says you gotta be able to forgive, man. Come on.
All right.
Hey, by the way, do you think he works for a video game company or?
Yeah, he's promoting the game, man.
Sounds like it, though.
He's the one that created the game.
Wouldn't surprise me, man. I think he's going back to tell
the voice of a guy like who's used to being on TV too.
Yeah,
the guy
that's
that was talking.
He sounds like right now he's relaying the information to his bosses right now. To the okay, we gotta.
Hey, boss, I got these assholes on.
Got these
he's calling his boss and he's like, yeah, BDA liked it. Okay, that's right. Green light.
Yeah, print it.
Right, yeah. What's up?
We got recognized. He's willing to let us make a character out of him.
Talking about creepy voices or people with villainous sounds, is that the apology? not to make any
Yeah,
apologies.
we got
but
Apology on the line. Apology, are you there?
Yes.
How you doing, man? We're talking about video games here. And actually, you know what? Let me play, because I can't find, I'm on YouTube here looking for gameplay, but the only ones that show you gameplay are, they have a check mark on their name, which means you can't really play their videos live on the stream. Otherwise, you might get pulled. Maybe if I play 5 seconds, Bucho, or?
No, I don't think you. Yeah, you can show it. It's copyrighted. Like
No, but it's video from one of those checked.
I don't know, man.
Actually, okay, is it? Did you see the one with Mike Tyson? Is that real or is that?
What?
There's one that says Mike Tyson Boxing Game Esports Boxing Club Previews 2021.
Let me check it out.
Looks way too high quality to be. All right, let's go with. I'm gonna go with the teaser here.
Welcome.
Hold on a second. All right. If you guys on the Discord, you can see the video I'm sharing here.
Yeah, the graphics look decent, man.
Let me fast forward here because they're just. Yeah, they look decent, man.
Actually, they look pretty good.
But like you said, the hooks, yeah, the punches. Look at that. It's like,
yeah, but like he said, this video came out like a year ago, and I think they're gonna fix those things. I think they said that the movement is almost done. Like that, what you're seeing is what you're gonna get in terms of movement, and it looks pretty good.
Yeah, the movement's not bad. What do you guys think?
Decent. If you make me, just make me fight like Usyk. Anyway, but yeah, the movement's good.
Make me fight like Usyk. Hey, but okay, this is a newer video. I don't know if this is actual gameplay or if this is just, but this is Mike Tyson. There was this. Okay, now the punches. Maybe it's just specifically with Mike Tyson, but hold on. It says actual.
That was Mike Tyson, right?
Check this out.
This
This looks.
part of the game. That esports boxing club. What?
Hold on. Let me play you a small clip I saw, which I like. I like what I saw. Okay, this clip here.
Yo.
Hold on. Okay.
Wait.
The movement looks good. The punches, though. Oh, the impact does look better than before, though.
The punch. Well, that's not Mike. Because, well, in certain punches he looks like Mike, but
yeah, they're not gonna get it 100%, I guess. But
yeah, because you see, Mike doesn't do that, right? He kind of does the punches like coming up. He's kind of coming down, like in a
yeah.
Nice little step arounds there. Look at that. But yeah,
that's pretty good, man.
It's not bad, yeah. I mean, if they can still
he's fighting a little bit like a bodybuilder. Have you ever seen bodybuilders throw punches?
Yeah. Yeah, I've beaten up a bunch of bodybuilders in my time, and that's how they punch, man. They're like bitches, man.
I'm sure you have.
Yeah.
See, everybody agrees with me.
Yeah. Hey,
I'm not gonna complain a lot because we haven't gotten a boxing video game since 2011.
I am. If it's
oh, I can't. Apology, your volume is very low.
Yeah, super low.
Super low. Blue Collar Sports TV in the chat says spastic version of Mike Tyson.
Yeah, it does. It looks a little weird, man.
He doesn't look 100%.
Yeah, it's weird. It's not that good, but if you convince yourself because you see these big names, oh, you think it's that good, you in your mind, yeah, it's a fucking badass game, but it's really not.
Yeah, TNN, tell your bosses the game sucks, man. They need to do some major upgrades. Otherwise, we're not gonna buy that piece of shit game, right, man? It's just what it is. I mean, it's
the boxing game is the physics and the career mode.
Nah, well, I mean, yeah, you're right. Yeah, sorry, I misunderstood.
You want a good career mode, man.
Because look, the real boxing fans are gonna see that, and the punching just looks off. They're gonna be turned off. Now, you might not be marketing to boxing fans. You might be marketing to casuals, and that's who you're banking on getting to buy the bulk of the.
Well, that's what EA Sports was doing. They never really cared about the boxing fans. It was more of let's just do a boxing game. Then the developers they start watching Rocky movies to get inspiration. I mean, come on, man.
They start really watching Rocky.
Man, fuck it. I'm not even that big of a gamer, man. I sold my PlayStation, Bucho. I sold it because fucking FIFA looked the same as like the year before. I was
Gonzalo, I
bored,
stopped
man. I
playing
got rid of it.
FIFA for the last 2 years. It's a ripoff. Why you have to buy it every year just to get the updated players and shit? It's a ripoff, man.
The only reason I would buy a PlayStation again now that the 5 came out is because if they come out with a good boxing game, but it's got to be from a credible like developer, I guess. Is that the word? Like EA Sports, something like that,
Yeah,
man.
I guess. But
Seriously.
EA Sports fucks it up anyway.
EA Sport,
Yeah,
exactly.
EA Sports won't make a good boxing game.
No,
They won't.
they don't.
Have you played UFC? It's
I played one
it's
of
mid.
those.
It's not very good.
They only focus on the NFL and FIFA and NBA. No, not even NBA. Yeah, but those games that give them a lot of money.
Not even. They release the same shit every year. FIFA hasn't changed since they released the Frostbite engine in like 2016. It hasn't changed. Same thing with Madden and NBA Live.
Oh, yeah, Madden.
Hasn't
Dude, if you're
changed.
playing,
NBA Live
if you're
is the
playing a
fucking
good
same every year.
Yeah.
That I know for a fact.
if you're playing a good game in FIFA and you're playing in like a really really good game, if the computer wants to score on you, it's gonna fucking score on you regardless, dude.
Oh no, that shit has like script it's scripted, basically. Like I used to play that shit like competitively every weekend, and it's just like I would fucking rage so hard. It was just bad. The game's just really bad.
Miss that FIFA?
Is it the game or you?
A little bit of both. A little bit of both. But okay, so like in FIFA, you get 30 games a weekend, right? And then depending on how many games you win, you get a certain placement. So I would get the like 23 out of 30 games, right? But then the real sweats, they push for top 100 or top 200 now because they added 100 more places to the ranking, right? And then the top 200 is usually professionals or people that spend like $5,000 on their fucking teams. And it's just like how the fuck am I gonna compete with someone that spends 5,000 when I don't spend any money on it? You know, it's a shit game, dude. It's a shit game. Same thing with Madden.
Is BDA on the line?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, can you said sorry? You said we're gonna go back to the chart and we're gonna discuss the speed on Gonzalez. I want to mention something about that. I'm gonna keep it as concise as possible. You know, on the draw, like who gets there, the fighter that gets first gets last. As I was saying to back in the day in TJ, we had that saying in the streets. You know, you punch first, you punch last. You get the beat on your opponent, you land the punch, you might knock him out, or he might not even recover. Gonzalez, he's the light, nimble guy that in the first fight, when he landed first, he was making Estrada retreat to the ropes. Now, as the caller, like, I don't know, 3 calls ago said, I think that the size is going to make a difference. Where I think the size is going to make the difference is if Estrada can take Gonzalez's power just a little better, there where he doesn't get pushed back against the ropes. He might get hit first. Estrada might get fucking hit first by Gonzalez, who's the lighter, more nimble guy, quick on the draw, and because he's a come forward fighter. But if Estrada can keep his wits about him and he doesn't get pushed back, then he keep it on the center.
He wins.
That's where I think that
he wins the fight.
Is good. You see what I'm saying? Recognize?
Yeah,
Yep,
that's
exactly.
the point. That's the point I made. He has to if he wants to win the fight, it has to be in the center of the ring. He can't be, trying to box on the outside because he's not gonna get a decision like that. Chocolatito throws way too many punches.
Yeah, that's where the weight plays a part.
Exactly.
I know punching power. Yeah, that's all I want to say.
Yeah,
Gonzalo, you make a great point because if you look at the first fight, Choco was backing him up and he was doing it early in the fight. He kept backing him up to the ropes with the punches. If he doesn't have the same reaction to those punches, fight him more in the center of the ring, I think Estrada beats him.
I mean, I think Chocolatito was taking the punches better than Estrada.
Yeah, he was in the fight.
But in this, if that changes in this fight because of what we talked about, the weight and all that, like we're saying that Estrada is bigger, it's a completely different fight. I mean,
the first exchanges I think are going to be key because that'll show us like who is a stronger guy there, right? If they start exchanging and Estrada backs up, then we'll see. Okay, Chocolatito, he's still the same guy. He can back him up. But if Estrada, they start exchanging punches and Chocolatito's the one that backs up, then I think that's going to tell us, all we need to know about the fight.
Maybe that's it. Maybe.
Then you got
It's a
Estrada, the
50-50.
counter puncher. And if Gonzalez punches, but I mean, obviously he's still gonna get Estrada's respect. But if he's not, his brain's not scrambled to where he doesn't have to like back all the way up where he's against the ropes and he can't really punch because he doesn't have the space to do that. But correction, Estrada can still keep his wits about him. He can use his Gonzalez like come forward inertia against him because if Gonzalez comes forward, but then he turns, he pivots on his foot and he hooks to where he's having Gonzalez drive forward. Gonzalez is gonna be like the bull charging the ropes, but he's not gonna fucking be headed towards Estrada because Estrada's gonna pivot to one side and turn him. So now Estrada got the beat on Gonzalez because he's facing him from a different angle, punching at him from the side, and that's where when he was controlling the fight in the center, that's what he was doing. He was using Gonzalez's come forward momentum because he's one of the best that do that. I'm in your face, I'm punching you. But if I'm able to read you and I'm able to turn you where you're coming forward, but then you're fucking straying forward only like the bull that just got fucking you're missing, then now I got the beat on you. If Estrada could do that, that would be great.
Yeah, I think that should be the strategy. When Chocolatito comes forward, step up, give some different angles, and then immediately once he throws 3-4 punches, get out. Just keep doing that 12 rounds, right? Because if you stand with Chocolatito, if you stand with Chocolatito, unless Estrada has the power that I believe he has, then it's not the smart choice. He needs to go step in. When Chocolatito steps in, Estrada needs to step in too, move to the side, 3-4 punches, get out. Because that's how he
get out.
Extent,
get out and punch. Change the angle and punch him.
Exactly.
Where now he's the one that has to catch up with you. You were having to catch up with him, but you change the angle on you, and you're the bigger guy. Now I'm gonna post my size and the fact that I got the beat on you. You don't got the beat on me. He got the beat on you at the beginning because he's more nimble. He's quicker on the draw, and he can really bamboozle you to where, like that video that BDA put out about that one UFC fighter that when he got beat up by a security guard. The security guard hit him. The guy couldn't recover. The dude's a professional fighter. Yes, it was an old man, I think Dan Severn. But whoever hits first, man, he's the one doing the more damage. But if you can get that under control and you can move over and have the guy that hit you first, and you can hit him back, all of a sudden he's not that tough. He's not that much of a badass.
Here's the thing,
these guys are professionals. It's a different level.
I'm sharing with you guys here a couple of clips here from Estrada. Once he gets going with his combinations come from all over the place. He'll mix in uppercuts, he'll hit with the same hand, double up with the same hand, a whole bunch of things. That confuses a lot of guys. And Gonzalez's defense, as we're going to see later on if we get the chance, is mainly to stand in front of the guy, parry, block, and roll. But he stands in front of you. He will not back away. So he's going to get hit at some point there. But the thing with Estrada, though, is if he keeps going, do you guys, this is what I'm trying to get at. If he comes forward, he can't punch nonstop. So he's going to have to do a couple of things in between to not get hit by Gonzalez, because Gonzalez is just as good, if not a better combination puncher than him. So what's he going to do? What's Estrada going to do tomorrow? Is he really just going to come forward and meet him in the middle of the ring?
No, he's going to. He should. Hello?
We can barely hear you, man.
Yeah, apology. We can barely hear you, man. Okay, he dropped off. Go ahead, Gonzalo.
So if Gonzalez is coming forward, I would say that maybe you want to, because I saw that he did this in the first fight. I'm not just inventing this. I think you would pivot. You would pivot, and then you would hook as you pivot. You would pivot around and hook inside, right? Turn your body and hook as you pivot. And you want to catch the fighter if you can catch him, if you can pivot and hook and catch Gonzalez with one shot, then he is driving in one direction. But then since you pivoted and you hooked, he doesn't have the same, you change the angle on him. You're going to hurt him. And once you hurt him, then he's facing to the front and you're facing in a different direction where you can continue hitting him. And now he's got to readjust his stance to face you. Now you're facing him in the position to punch where once he charged you, you pivoted, and now you got the beat on him.
Okay,
That's
Gonzalo, can you see? Do you see what I'm sharing here?
Go ahead.
Gonzalo,
and against the ropes, you can't do that. Against the ropes, you can't do that because you're limited, right?
Gonzalo, do you see the video I'm sharing here with you?
No.
How about now?
Yeah, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it on the. Yeah.
Okay, this is what I'm talking about here, and you tell me if this back if use this to back up your point, because this is Israel Gonzalez in the last fight against Chocolatito. See, he's firing off combinations and pretty quickly. Look at Gonzalez's defense. He rolls, blocks. Like you're saying, Estrada needs to be changing angles here, right? Or what did you say?
Well, Estrada needs the space to do that, but if Gonzalez can hit you with 6-7 shots and doesn't give you time to react and to like get your offense yourself, if you can't get your offense off because Gonzalez is just on you that you can't figure it out, man, then that's the lack of experience that Estrada didn't have in the first fight. But you need the space. Yeah, so do that or completely do like a 45-degree angle where you can turn and have Gonzalez drive forward. Now you're gonna put Gonzalez on the ropes, and then you're gonna be at one side, and you can do a 90-degree turn or fucking 180, like fucking turn the guy completely, where he's driving forward, but you're turning him and hooking, connecting him while he can never catch up to your angle because you're pivoting, and punching. Right?
That's a good point. Yeah.
Israel Gonzalez was just what I say I want from Estrada is he needs to step in, right? Because it's Israel Gonzalez, what he was doing is he was standing up and throwing from just one position, right?
Well, but beat it, but not just pivoting like Lomachenko. Pivot once when you catch him with the first punch.
Yeah.
When you catch him with the first punch, his reaction time is not going to be the same. If you can hurt Gonzalez, you pivot once and punch, you're in control of the fight. Now you got the weight. Now you got the size. He's not the one punching you first with 6-7 shots. You hit him with one shot. Now you're in control. That's all you want. You want to gain control. Right?
Yeah. I'm not saying Estrada is going to, move around, throw different angles like Lomachenko, right? I'm just saying step in, 1-2, then move,
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Move and then step in. When you move and step in and you hurt him, you're in control because the guy got rocked. If you can rock Gonzalez, now you're in control. Now you can tell yourself, I'm dominating the tempo of the fight, and you can grow. If you're a good fighter, man, I got this guy hurt. You can go for the kill. Right?
No, if Chocolatito gets rocked, I feel like Estrada is gonna knock him out. I feel
something like that.
But I feel like that'll be later in the fight once Chocolatito's a little more fatigued, right? Because the punches hurt way more when you're fatigued, right? So I feel like that's gonna be like towards the end of the fight. Yeah,
it's not just turning because we gotta think that a counter punchers really wanna like set the trap so he can put him in place to land that one shot that he's going to rock him or knock him out. And if you don't knock him out, the second punch or the third punch are the ones that's really going to do the damage. And if you got a little guy in there and you got his attention, now you're in control, man. You're not going to let that opportunity go. You're going to go for the victory.
Well, let me show you a little something here, because the problem with, again, like you guys are saying, if Estrada goes for the knockout, which he says he's going to, the problem is Gonzalez's defense, and I think hold on a second. Before we do that, now I need a bit of a reminder here. By the way, we've got Johnny Blaze. Is that Johnny Boy?
Yeah, that's me, BD.
How you doing, man?
Good.
Thank you for being on, man. We're just talking about the tomorrow's big fight, and we're reviewing a little bit of footage. I don't know if you can see the screen I'm sharing there, but
yeah, let me get it pulled up here, BDA. I want to make sure I can still hear you while I'm
okay.
Yeah.
Now we said beforehand, let me just put up the comparison we did. We're looking at defense, right? So let's see, defense. Who did we say had the better defense? What the fuck, Pucho, did we do defense or didn't we? It's not in there. What the fuck?
No, it's not. And another thing, BJ, you said that Gonzalez had the better speed. I think he's quicker because he lands first. But then again, if you're a counter puncher and you're just waiting while the other guy is a volume puncher, he's throwing a lot of punches. If you're a counter puncher, obviously, when you do decide to punch, your punches are going to be fast because you're not expended as the guys that's throwing a lot of punches throughout the courses of the rounds.
Yeah,
right?
but Gonzalo, remember what we said. If you put them in front of some sort of measuring device, speed measuring device, and to see whose punch gets there first, regardless of high, reach, whatever, I still think punch for punch, Estrada is faster.
Yeah, BDA, could you pull that list back up for me? Just leave it up there for a second. I just want to look at it.
Okay.
You know.
What like a magician is a sleight of hand, right, BD? A magician is a sleight of hand. He's not really fast. He's
Right.
quick. He'll deceive you. If you're not watching, you're not paying attention to the hands, he will pick your pocket. He will do the trick. That's what I think that Gonzalez is able to reach the target first because he knows as soon as he touches you, he lands first, he lands last. Because if you can hurt somebody with the first punch, then that guy's got to re-scramble his brain to get his wits about him. And that's what Gonzalez does. He jumps on you just like Manny Pacquiao. They're the best at it. So if this were like the Wild Wild West, like I mentioned, he would kill everybody because he's quick on the draw.
But that's what I'm saying. But hold on, Gonzalo, that's what we're saying. Gonzalo, that's what we're saying. Naturally, like in terms of fast twitch muscles, whatever you want to call it, physically, who is faster? Not necessarily who has the better. Because I get what you're saying. Like, you know, I've sparred old guys and they seem quicker, but they're not really faster than I am. It's just that they don't telegraph their punches at all. It's all technique. But regardless of technique, whatever, who has the faster hands? I still think it's Estrada.
Yeah. On the machine and the stationary target, like you said, BD8, I don't know. But one thing I have to say, if Gonzalez is a volume puncher who's always throwing punches, but then you got the counter puncher in Estrada that's holding back and it's gonna hit you like a cobra, like a snake. Mm-hmm. You know, wow, then I would have to say Estrada. But let's say Gonzalez didn't throw as many shots. He would also assume the role of a counter puncher that's not wasting his energy. I don't know, right?
I was just gonna say I fucking agree with that whole list. The only thing I'd give a Chocolatito the power edge. That's just me.
Yeah, listen. First of all, let me say something. We like just because we pick one guy doesn't mean that we picked him that he's that overwhelmingly better.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, with power.
Go ahead.
No,
basically, what I'm trying to say, BD, it's hard to assess that unless you get the two guys that are fresh. Because Gonzalez, he throws a lot of punches. So you're telling me, have Gonzalez not throw a lot of punches. Have him assume the role as Estrada, a counter puncher that's fresh. That's going to throw one shot at a time, two shots at a time. Even Slate, I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
No, yeah, they're all around the board. They're pretty evenly matched. I was just saying for me.
No, in the speed department.
In the power I give the Chocolatito, the speed I give to Estrada. I was just saying they're all pretty, around the board evenly matched as they were in the first fight. But
I gave Gonzalez. I still think he hits harder. I agree with you, Johnny Boy. But we were doing it by democracy, so most people.
Yeah.
Chatting.
No. Yeah. I watched a little bit of the stream last night. Hey.
Just a little bit.
Dude, I'm fucking talking to my lawyers and shit over here.
What's the matter with you?
For Christ's sakes.
What's the matter with you? Listen.
These fucking lawyers are taking my internal organs, PDA.
yeah, they're charging you for phone calls. All right, listen. I was gonna say, so
Xerox the fucking thing.
All right, listen. If we go too deep with the Soprano references, nobody's gonna get it. We got Guerrero de la Info dropping by Guerrero. Are you there? Are you there? All right, listen. Once he sorts it out. By the way, fellas, open Discord. So we're not using StreamYard today. We're gonna go with the open Discord. So anybody that's on the Discord, you can jump in. And we're talking about Chocolatito's rematch versus Estrada. Estrada says, look, we're talking about who has the better power, blah, blah, blah. Estrada certainly seems, by everything he said, seems to think that he's the stronger guy and that he hits harder. I've been going around to other streams, listening to other YouTubers. A lot of people feel Estrada hits harder. I think he can hurt Gonzalez, but this whole thing about him going after Gonzalez, you know what? Listen, let me show you this. Another little example of how hard it is to.
It's harder or not? The real question is, does Chocolatito hit hard enough to stop or to hurt Estrada? And the answer is
kind of like that. Like that, Butch. I agree. At this point, hitting hard, not only that matters, how accurate and you can catch a guy without him. Like if he doesn't see your punch, surprising the guy. Yeah, because at this point, he hits hard. You're going to put up all your defenses. You're going to brace your body. You're going to be ready to react and to take the punch. But if you quickness and accuracy at this point is really going to count. Those are the knockout punches.
Yeah, right? Man. By the way, Bucho, can you do me a favor? Can you try the phone lines to see if they're working? Because the last time they weren't working and people said...
Hey, media.
Yeah.
I also, while I was gone, I noticed you played that Mike Tyson casino game. That isn't real. That's not a video game.
What's not a video game?
The whole Mike Tyson thing you were playing.
What is that then?
It's a casino game.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, it looks so real though. Like that would be an amazing video game though, but unfortunately, it's not.
Yeah, the impact looked a little bit too realistic. I said that can be actual gameplay. All right, by the way, I want to show you guys a little something here. If you're on the Discord, I hope you can see it. I'm sharing the screen here. This is how hard it is to hit Chocolatito. This is his last fight against Israel Gonzalez, who certainly tried his best to hit Gonzalez. So uppercut, but notice how he blocks the uppercut. I mean, it gets through a little bit. Uppercut. Okay, let me play it real time and then I'll rewind. All right, let's rewind that shit. Check this out. And he's standing in front of the guy, by the way. He's not backing up. The uppercut gets in there a little bit. Gonzalez comes back with Chocolatito comes back with a left hook. Israel comes in with that left uppercut, which gets in a little bit. Misses with the right, misses with the left hook because Gonzalez blocks it. The right slides off of Gonzalez's head because he keeps it tucked in. Chocolatito comes back with a nice little left, blocks the left hook, blocks the uppercut, rolls with the left hook, and then that's all she wrote. I mean, that's 6-7 punches, only maybe 2 half landed.
Yeah, Chocolatito is a legend.
I mean,
wow, yeah, that's great. That's because it's similar a little bit to like what Canelo. I mean, what he does, Canelo maybe learned off him because he's remaining in position to punch. He's only concerned about making the guy miss by little or by a lot. If you miss, you miss. But by retaining that position where you're only moving ever so slightly, you're concentrating. You're keeping your eye on the ball, on what you're gonna do. And the calmness. And once you can read that, you can continue doing the same thing over for the next 2-3 punches that the guy throws. The little subtle movements, I think.
Mm-hmm. We talked. Yeah, go ahead.
Chocolatito is just criminally underrated. Like it's kind of sad that he doesn't get the recognition when he's the 3rd best fighter from this generation. It's very sad.
Not by real fans though. Real fans acknowledge him, dude.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, he's acknowledged. He's acknowledged.
I would say it's like number 1 Pacquiao, number 2 Floyd, number 3 Chocolatito. Like
flip 2 and 3 around, you got a good.
Well, think about it. Look, if we go to the top 10 pound for pound list from Ring Magazine, all right, which again, it's not. Some people may disagree with it. I know ESPN has a different one. But if you go to the pound for pound list here, we've got Canelo Alvarez, Naoya Inoue, Terence Crawford, Alexander Usyk, Errol Spence Jr., Teofimo Lopez, Vasil Lomachenko, Estrada, Josh Taylor, Kazuto Ioka. They don't have Roman Chocolatito Gonzalez in there. They have Estrada, but they don't have it. But here's the thing. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of you guys out there who have Gonzalez in the top 10 pound for pound. That being said, Chocolatito won his first title, I believe, 2007 or 2008. Who else in this top 10 pound for pound list can trace back his lineage to that time? Nobody. These are almost all new generation guys. Ioka, Taylor, Lomachenko. Even
this pound for pound list isn't really. I don't agree with it too much. Like I don't agree Spence is better than Teofimo, or Spence is better than Lomachenko.
I know, but my point is that Gonzalez, a lot of people still have him in their top 10. Who else can go back all the way to the late 2000s and say that they're still on top?
No one really.
But that's what I'm saying. Now, if you go to, because Roman Gonzalez, let me see, I always confuse when he won his first title. And I'm talking of at least one of those. I'm not talking IBO, WBO, or a super title. It says here he won the WBC Association, WBA. The WBA he won it in 2008 against Nida. Yeah, that was 2008. All these other guys, Lomachenko, he really started becoming pound for pound contender in 2016. Teofimo Lopez was last year. Spence was 2017. Estrada was only about 4 years ago. Taylor was only about 3-4 years ago as well. So you see what I'm saying? The longevity that Gonzalez has. It's just amazing.
It's legendary.
And the fact that some people still don't recognize him. I mean, listen, I'm not gonna name names because I don't want to disparage anybody, but I still see some people making 50 videos on this week alone on Wilder, Fury, Spence, Crawford, and Tank Davis, but no mention of Chocolatito Estrada. And
they did the same thing with Berchelt and Valdez. They didn't start mentioning it until Shakur Stevenson started calling him out. They never talked about Berchelt Valdez.
Well, it's their loss, man. I mean, what do you want from me? Yeah. Hold on a second. Yeah, you guys take over. I gotta dip out for 20 seconds.
Yeah. Hey guys, I have a question for y'all.
Yeah, what is it?
Do you think Joe Frazier is underrated or overrated?
Boy, he's rated. I don't know if he's overrated or underrated. I mean, he was a small guy. Go ahead.
Joe, oh, sorry. I thought you said George Foreman. Never mind.
No, Joe Frazier. I don't think he's underrated. I don't think he's overrated.
I mean, like, some people do disrespect him by saying, like, he shouldn't really be in the Hall of Fame, and without Muhammad Ali, he's just a bum, or, like, he's nothing without Muhammad Ali. Like, he does get disrespect like that.
I don't know. I think a lot of people respect the guy.
Yeah, and then some people also respect him a bit too much, calling him, like, a top 5 heavyweight.
Nah. Yeah, they want to call all those heavyweights that fought Ali like top 5, top 6. It's an exaggeration.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, he could either be both under. He could be disrespected, but also be overpraised. It's like, what do you rate him?
Well, doesn't that apply to like most boxers, most great boxers?
I mean, like, it happens to more people than others. Like, do you really see that from Muhammad Ali?
Yeah, I think he's overrated.
I mean, like, majority of people will say he's the GOAT. Like, I don't really hear that many people disrespecting him.
I think it's with Muhammad Ali is they respect him more because of like what he did outside of the ring.
Yeah,
you know, that's why so many people like respect him. You know, not just because of what he did in the ring.
Well, he was spectacular in the ring too. I mean, if you look at not just the the way he moves his legs is extraordinary. Like the dexterity and it's can you see somebody? Even Manny Pacquiao tries to like imitate like the leg movement, but just look at Muhammad Ali for heavyweight. The way he moves, he shuffles his feet, man. That the way he's able to move around the ring, that's impressive.
Yeah, what was it? 216, 6'3", 216.
Oh no, Muhammad Ali is an all-time great. I'm just saying, like, people don't disrespect him as much because of like what he did, you know, outside of the ring.
Right. Or like, what about Jack Johnson? Or what about like Jack Johnson, for example?
I mean, you can't really discredit those guys because other than Jack Johnson, if you try to pick out somebody else that can look similar to what guys are doing now, that's impossible because the guys from now are more advanced. So yes, Jack Johnson looks limited compared to the guys from now, but fighting against the guys that he was back in the day, I mean, he was like better than those guys. So I can't really compare Jack Johnson to the guys of now and try to put him down because he looks limited. Nah, that's just who he was. It's like weird like that. I don't even understand it, but that's all I can say.
Exactly. It's like in soccer, right? Where people try to compare Pele to the Ronaldos and the Messis, right? You can't really compare them because the competition was just way different. The competition now is way better than the competition that Pele faced, right? It's kind of similar in that way.
Yeah, and the pitch was different back in like the 50s and stuff. Like the football soccer field was shit, man. Basically, it wasn't synthetic.
They played with like a fucking rock, dude. Those balls are hard as fuck.
Yeah, also
yeah.
So wait, this has been my dream fantasy fight. Like, I'm a huge Joe Frazier fan, but this has been my fantasy fight. Joe Frazier versus Mike Tyson. I think if them two fought, it would be an amazing fight.
I think Mike Tyson knocks him out, man.
I think in what round?
I don't know. Early top 5 rounds? I'm not even joking. I mean, Frazier was a good boxer, but he was small also. He was at 205.
I mean, so was Mike. He was pretty small.
Yeah, but Mike was a freak of nature. He's the only. Yeah, he's like one of those anomalies. You know what I mean?
I mean,
Like,
okay.
he was small, but that was why everybody praised him. But Joe Frazier, I don't know if he could, like, he didn't fight the type of fighters that Mike Tyson fought in terms of size. I think Mike did fight bigger guys. Granted, they might not have been like the best, like they weren't really skilled, but they were actually pretty big, much bigger than Mike Tyson. And on the other hand, you had Fraser, and he fought some guys that were like almost his size sometimes in terms of weight. I mean, you look at even Floyd Patterson.
Yeah, but I mean,
he was making 200 pounds though.
or it's like this. It's okay. If Joe could get Mike Tyson past the 6th round, I could see Joe winning. So really, Joe just has to survive the first 6 rounds, and I think he will win.
All right, somebody says Joe Fraser was 215. All right, so he was the same weight as Mike Tyson. You're saying if he goes to distance, he might win? I mean, maybe. But I don't think
No,
he
I'm
goes to distance. That's the thing, you know?
No, like I think if he gets him past the 6th round, I think Joe would probably stop him in the 10th.
I don't know, man. Well, if he gets, maybe I'll grant if he goes to 10 rounds, maybe, but I don't think he goes that far.
Yeah, it just depends, like if Joe uses his head movement correctly, or like is just able to make Tyson just gas out. That just has to be his key to winning.
Johnny M in the chat says Tyson's defense is heavily underrated. I mean, everybody talks about that Joe Fraser head movement, but he was pretty useless against like George Foreman. And I mean,
And
I
like,
think Mike Tyson would have done much better against George Foreman. And I'm talking about the 70s George Foreman.
I mean, like then
Head
again,
movement was much better than Mike Tyson's head movement was much better than Joe Fraser, in my opinion. He was much more
that
explosive
could be
anyways.
argued.
Also. Like he would leap off the ground and stuff. Joe Fraser, he kind of did it, but he wasn't as explosive.
Yeah, I agree.
It's like
I
Mike
would,
Tyson's like a better version of Joe Fraser.
I'm like, I don't really know. I mean, like Joe did kind of fight when heavyweights were a bit better. Like he did fight in a harder era.
I mean,
like he fought in the era when the GOAT was still there. And he was able to pull off a win against him and even drop him.
yeah, because yeah.
Wait, I can't hear you guys.
Yeah, I get it. I'm just thinking. I mean, listen, who the fuck knows? It's a fucking fantasy fight. But you're making some good points. But again,
There was
we'll
this
never
Mexican
know.
heavyweight. There was this Mexican heavyweight by the name of Pulgarcito Ramos. He rocked Joe Frazier like in the 2nd round, but Joe Frazier weathered the storm. He was a really good heavyweight. But
he won a
Joe
medal
Frazier,
in the Olympics.
yeah, I think he's a bronze medalist. But Joe Frazier knocked him out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
he was bigger, I think. So.
I'm just saying, okay, I'm not saying Tyson's era was weak. I would say he did fight in one of the weaker eras. It's not weak, like he wasn't just filled with bums, but it definitely was not as strong as the Muhammad Ali era that Joe was fighting in.
Yeah. Good point.
And he did step into the ring with arguably the hardest hitter of all time, and he got dropped so many times, and he was getting up every single time. So I think Joe would survive the past 6 rounds, since he would just keep on getting up. Like you're gonna drop him, he's gonna get up, and he's not staying down. And eventually he'll tire out Tyson.
I mean, what happened in the Foreman fight though?
Yeah, sure, yeah, but the ref did stop it. It's like, he really should have stopped it earlier.
Okay, so it was a good stoppage.
Yeah, it was a very good stoppage, but
Mike Tyson fucks him up. It's the fantasy fight. Man.
Yeah, and if it takes time, like if it's right now, that fight happens right now, the refs aren't gonna let him take that much punishment.
Yeah,
they'll stop it. Yeah, they'll stop it once. They'll stop it. They're not. It's not like back then when they nearly killed each other.
And well, won't they probably have like a 3 knockdown rule?
I don't remember.
I don't remember. Why? I don't know. I wasn't born yet, so.
No, I'm saying like now. So like if they were to fight now, they'd probably
Why would
have
they
this
have a,
three
no?
now.
You don't even. Well, I don't know. It depends which state you. I don't even. Who has the 3 knockdown rule these days, anyways?
I don't think no one has a three knockdown
I don't
rule
know,
right
maybe
now.
some shitty state. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, like for example, like I could see like Mike dropping him early in like the fourth round, but like I know Joe's gonna get up, and then he's probably gonna survive 2 more rounds, and maybe get dropped again in the sixth. But like I said, he's gonna get up. Like he's not gonna stay down, and then he will tire him out eventually, and then probably hit him with a very good left hook, and then Mike will go down.
Well, listen, I mean,
the guy.
Listen. This was fantasy fight. I tell you what, we got a great fight tomorrow.
Yeah,
I
but
know-
we're not
yeah,
talking about that
very
fight,
good fight.
man. We broke it down. Like, let's talk about something else. At this
Nah, let's not talk about something.
Because we already
else.
did a show on Wednesday and we talked about this fight.
Well, we got different people
What
though
up?
here. We got
What about
empty.
predictions, BDA?
Well, that's what I'm saying. We're gonna get to that. And by the way, we
Watch
got
the people in the chat. This
Well,
is
speaking of Chocolatito, we got someone with a Chocolatito profile picture.
Oh, we have Nicaraguan power.
That's what I was gonna say. We got MTC. We got MTC in the Discord and Nicaraguan Power, fellas. What's going on?
I think Nicaraguan power is going for Estrada.
Hi, how y'all doing today?
Doing fantastic, man.
I just wanted to say I think there will be 3 knockdowns in this fight. Just going out the Quadras fight, like I think these guys are taking Estrada's taking a lot of punches his last 2 fights, But I think I have him by mixed decision. And I just wanted to ask, what do y'all think about the other card this weekend, the Benavides Ellis one?
Benavides says he's not even doesn't care about the Ellis or whatever.
I
the guy's
wouldn't
name is.
either. He's a step over fight.
But here's the thing though. He made the weight, but that doesn't necessarily mean boxing is a mental game too. If he goes in there and it's a hard fight and he has to push, he might look bad in there. Don't be surprised if Benavides looks bad tomorrow.
Yeah, I wouldn't be
lethargic.
surprised.
The thing is that Ellis is coming up from 160, but look, there was another fight where a guy came up in a title eliminator for the WBC at super middleweight. Do y'all see Kyron Davis versus Anthony Durrell?
That was 2 weeks ago or what? No, I didn't see that one.
Yeah, it was 2 weeks ago. Well, Kyron Davis, he got beat by Patrick Day, rest in peace, at 154. And he came up to 168 for that title eliminator against Anthony Durrell, and he somehow managed to earn a draw.
Oh man,
he was a jobber at super welterweight, and he came and beat a guy who was a former champ. So it's more about Durrell than anything. But
yeah, listen, with Benavides, you just never know, man. I remember a year ago I was picking him to give Canelo a very good fight or even beat him. Now I'm not so sure, man, because I don't mentally he's not there, man. It's like
he looks. I saw his video on Instagram of him weighing in. He looks fucked up. Like it looks like he's killing himself to make that weight.
Let me see that, man. I want to see that. Hold on. By the way,
he looks like he doesn't have any muscle mass. Like he looks very soft.
Oh well, he's always looked like that, man. He's always looked like a
I know he always has a skinny fat thing going on.
He's got that. Well, actually, we don't see the tits as much. Maybe it's because he's dehydrated in the weigh-in here. By the way, the other guy looks like he's been smoking PCP or something. Look at those eyes, man. What the fuck?
You should have seen him at the press conference. He looked fucked up out of his mind.
I mean, yeah, probably by tomorrow you'll see Benavides with a D cup. Right now he's only at like an A cup. Tomorrow he'll be fleshed out. He'll be like a teenage girl that just hit puberty. I mean, not whatever the fuck.
I blame the coke.
I disagree a little bit, BDA. I think I've heard him on the Brian Custer podcast. I like the way he speaks is very honest. It's very truthful. He speaks like a fighter, and his words just resonate with me. Like I don't know if he don't got the mental discipline, but maybe he made a mistake when he did coke. And the second time around, going into the bubble where you don't have the privilege of utilizing the sauna and all those things, because he is a fat kid. So yes, he's gonna struggle a little bit more than other guys to make the weight. He didn't make the weight, okay? He didn't. But as far as like developing, like as a fighter, he trained as a sparring partner to many of these guys. Didn't have an amateur career, but he got brought up in the gym to where he developed his style to be that type of guy. That honestly speaking, the way he approaches his fights with 23 victories and 20 knockouts, and the way he's a come forward fighter, he's exciting. I think he is the goods. So mentally, like, I think he's there, but just maybe the discipline part. We'll separate that. Maybe that. And then he made a mistake with the coke. But moving forward, he's making the weight comfortably now. I think he's got time on his side. He's only 24. All these other guys, they're saying, no, you got to take a COVID test. I don't want to fight a Mexican. These guys are in their 30s. So
I don't know, Gonzalo. It sounds like you're making excuses for the guy.
Doesn't the guy speak like a fighter, though, BD?
Not really, man. He's saying he's overlooking Ellis, man.
I don't really care.
No, he said he'd give him his respect as a professional, but he's above him. Ellis is just like, he's a mover. He's not really a puncher. Benavidez is a come forward fighter. I mean, yeah, he's gonna get his way with them because he's still long. He utilizes his jab. He's gonna shorten the distance. Then once he zeroes in on him, he's gonna go to town on him. He's gonna knock him out. I mean, he's not really that good of a fighter, and he's moving up from 60 to 68. So I would overlook in Ellis. I mean, this guy was developing at the age of 14, fighting fucking what is this guy with not Coffee Gentua, but the guy that fought Tolver at 14, and at 16 he was sparring Pavlik, Golovkin, all these guys. I mean, the guy knows how to fight, man. Benavidez, he's the real deal, man.
Benavidez can say whatever he wants, but in the ring, we've seen what happens sometimes. He looks like
what
shit.
happens inside the ring? Inside the ring?
Yeah. So he's unimpressive. His last fight put me to sleep, man.
23 victories with 20 KOs?
Yeah.
Well, look, listen.
I don't know.
In the first...
record...
Go ahead, Bucho.
Yeah. And then he doesn't even make weight. So he can talk a big game. I know. I'm not saying he's not talented. I mean, he's talented. But like Mr. PDA said, he might not, because he's not taking this fight seriously, he might look like shit. No,
he took the fight seriously. He went up to Big Bear and he made the weight comfortably. He got on the scale, I think like 2 days ago. He's already weighing 168. And he said
So he's on the right path for this fight. But let's just wait and see, Gonzalo, because like there's many times, like we've been duped multiple times with this guy, right? So
I mean, the guy's half Ecuadorian, half Mexican. Gonzalo, you always rooting for the Mexican. Nah, I think this guy can fucking beat Canelo. He can beat Canelo. He can beat a lot of guys, man.
Okay.
But listen.
Hey guys, speaking of beating Canelo, you want to know someone that will beat Canelo in the future?
Go ahead.
Back to Bully.
Maybe. I don't think Beck is. Look, he's gonna go up to like 175 when he's in his prime. I don't think Canelo will be sticking around the weight that Beck will be fighting at, because Beck he's been going up in weight since he was an amateur. Started at middleweight, went up to super middleweight, and I mean he carries a lot of fat, but I think he's just built like that. I think his career future is at 175, and I don't see Canelo fighting at 175 again.
I mean, who knows? Well, if they do, I predict Beck's going to put Canelo in a wheelchair.
I think a future fight to talk about more Beck is like either like a Bivol or something.
I mean, Beck's the future of boxing.
Well, what's up, everyone?
Who's there? Is that Nicaraguan Power?
Yeah, that's me.
How are you doing, Nicaraguan? What's on your mind?
Doing good. I think I'm gonna go with Estrada this weekend, but I think it's 50-50.
Wait a minute. You named Nicaraguan Power, man. You just threw me off for a loop
I'm
here.
rooting for Chocolatito.
Are you joking?
I'm not sure.
He's most likely rooting for Chocolatito. It's in his profile picture.
Yeah, he just said he's rooting for him, but that he's picking Estrada for the win. But Nicaraguan Power. Good.
I think Chocolatito's going to start off good. I think he's going to cut the ring off, and he's going to start to land his body shots. And I think Estrada's counterpunching is going to help him in the mid to late rounds, and he's going to win on points.
All right, there you have it. All right, you know what? Let's go with it, man. Official predictions. It's time.
Okay, I got Chocolatito. I got Chocolatito stopping him in the 12th round.
All right, Bucho, can you write down? Can you pen down? TNN says Chocolatito 12th round.
Okay.
Stoppage. Right.
Okay.
Senpai with the kangaroo, or I don't know. I can't really see what animal he has there, but the Senpai, go ahead.
Decision.
Oh, okay.
I have Estrada by technical knockout 12th round.
Oh,
okay.
In like some people have Chocolatito winning, some people have Estrada winning. But I feel like it's gonna be like a like a Meldrick Taylor, Julio Cesar Chavez ending,
Oh,
and Estrada's gonna get the knockout.
All right.
all right. Nicaraguan Power said Gonzalez by decision, right? I think.
No, he
No,
said
I said
Estrada.
Estrada on point.
Oh, Estrada. Yeah, sorry. Estrada on point. Sorry. MTC, how about you, man?
Estrada by majority decision.
All right. MTC says Estrada majority decision. Bucho.
Hold on, I'm typing this shit.
Okay. By the way, Jet Cal says,
who
"What is
was this?
Discord?" Huh?
MTC? Yeah.
MTC says Estrada by majority decision.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with Estrada like 8th round stoppage. No,
Eighth
no,
ro-
make it 9. Ninth
Is
round.
that because you're Mexican?
Absolutely.
That's
No,
right.
no, I just
I'm
think Chocolatito's gonna have like flashbacks of that Rungvisai stoppage.
All right, Gonzalo, how about yourself, man?
So yes, Gonzalez, a great fighter, is gonna come out guns blazing. He's gonna come for the victory. He's gonna push Estrada back. He's gonna push him back, but not entirely against the ropes. Where Estrada's gonna still keep his wits about him, and he's gonna turn him and start connecting Gonzalez in the center of the ring, and he's gonna make it into a dogfight. But still, Gonzalez will reach the target faster, and he will land Estrada, and he's gonna start winning the rounds. But Estrada will start noticing that Gonzalez is a smaller fighter, and then he's gonna start like landing his shots, but he's not gonna go for the kill until he's prepared to do that in the middle to the latter rounds. Estrada will start getting a read, and then he's gonna start catching Gonzalez with heavy counters. But then when Gonzalez feels that he needs to even up the ante a little more and turn it up one gear, because this is one of his last performances to put cement himself as one of the greatest fighters of all time, he's gonna step it up. But then again, that's not gonna be enough. It's gonna be a great performance, but Estrada being the fresher, bigger guy is gonna catch him with an uppercut. He's gonna catch him with the uppercut to knock him out in the 9th round. In the 9th round, because I say not the 9th, not the 10th, because if you make it 10, you would rather just coast to the bell because you don't want to get too tired yourself. But that's why you want to get a read on him earlier, understand that you're the stronger guy. And then when the middle to the latter rounds, yes, he's gonna go for the knockout. Estrada will, but he's gonna do it while he's still fresh, and he can still do it. It's not gonna be the 8, but it's gonna be the 9.
So
right,
Estrada,
he's gonna turn it up.
So Estrada 9th
You
round.
don't want, you don't want to go too crazy, because if you don't get the knockout, you're gonna get tired. In the 10th, Gonzalez can hurt Estrada, because if Estrada goes for the kill, but he gets tired, no, he's got to do it until he's fresh, and he realizes that Gonzalez is not as strong as he can. But then he's gonna go for the kill, like around the 8th or the 9th round. But I'm gonna pick a 9th round knockout for Gonzalez. Correct,
right.
for Estrada. I'm sorry.
9th round stoppage for Estrada is what you're saying.
Yes, for Estrada.
Okay, well there we go, man. We got Stu on the line. Stu, are you there?
What's up, boys?
How you doing, Stu? Hey, how was your evening? What was it? Wednesday?
Oh, I feel like absolute dog shit, hanging out of my ass. I
Jeez
really
Louise.
feel terrible.
Well, do you have?
I'm just, I just like I said, lying down. I woke up and I saw you guys online, so I thought I'd pop in. But yeah, this is not going to be a 12 rounder from Stu Little today. This is going to be a fucking.
Hey, so if anybody wants to get to Stu while he's down, now's your chance, man.
Yeah,
he's not 100%.
This is a chance to get me down when I'm struggling at the weight.
He's David Benavides. As long as you don't have tits on you, man, you should be good. Stu.
No, I had a few tits on me last night.
But
yeah, this is a good one.
We're talking about the Estrada Gonzalez fight tomorrow. Estrada Gonzalez Chocolatito. What's your prediction for tomorrow's fight?
Yeah, I'm expecting a very good fight. I'm expecting 2 world-class operators. I think it could be a chess match early on. I don't see Chocolatito just flying in there in the early rounds. I think he's going to have a look, because I just think get caught cold with a big shot from a bigger guy, with long arms. You just want to have a little look and try and work your way in. It's no good going in there, lunging in head first, and walking onto us. So I see it a bit cagey earlier on, but then I think it will up the gears. It'll get exciting. But I just think Estrada's size, his youth, and like Estrada's a lot better fighter than he was when he fought Chocolatito last time. So I think 10th round stoppage.
10th round stoppage, Estrada
is what I'm thinking. Yeah.
All right. So Stu's going with the 10th round stoppage for Estrada. It's interesting. Everybody's talking about the size. Well, not everybody. Most people are saying the size. We're gonna see tomorrow, man. We're gonna see. Look, we all know how Gonzalez fights coming forward. Estrada can fight coming forward too, but if he does try to come forward and just makes it, I mean, look, if he just comes in there and tries to knock Gonzalez out, we should be getting then a great fight. Unless, like I said, unless Estrada decides to throw a monkey in the wrench and says, you know what, I told you I was going to slug it out with you. Whoopsie daisy. I'm actually going to box you. You weren't expecting that one, were you, Gonzalez?
It's a bigger ring this time around.
Imagine all the casual fans that are missing this fight, and they probably don't even know this fight's going on.
Yeah, they're going to be watching David Benavidez beat up a bum.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Like guys like Boxing Legends TV. Like, oh, that guy is so bad.
Why do you say he's bad, man?
David Benavidez fighting Ronald Ellis. Ronald Ellis is a bum.
Hey, by the way, that fight, the Benavidez fight, it's on which network?
I think Showtime.
Showtime. It's on Showbox. No pay-per-view to show regular Showtime.
Let me check that. Yeah, you're right. I think.
Wait, do you guys know Boxing Legends TV?
Yeah, yeah. You said you don't like the guy. Why?
He does not know anything about boxing. Like he's easily probably the biggest boxing channel out there, but he doesn't know anything.
What's his name?
Like Boxing Legends TV. Look, he wants me to pound for pound top 10 list video. Hey, let me link it to you.
Is that the dude that had Errol Spence #1?
No.
He had #1 Spence, #2 Wilder.
It's not LDVC, but look. This is his pound for pound top 10 list. And he once called Josh Kelly the next Roy Jones.
Oh, he's one of those guys that does the thumbnails.
So well.
In the thumbnails, he'll mix in there like Mike Tyson versus Butterbean and stuff like that.
I know, but like this one, he's easily the worst at all of them. Look at this pound for pound top 10 list. You got to see this.
What is it?
I'm looking here. Hold on.
Like he doesn't show a list? He goes one by one. Like
yeah. Can you resume who does he have #1 or?
Well, so far I see Spence, and then he has. I'll take care.
Do you want me to just say his list?
Yeah, please.
Go ahead.
Okay, #10, Javante Davis.
All right.
Okay.
Let me try to find the next one. #9, Errol Spence.
Okay.
#8, Tiafimo. #7, Anthony Joshua.
Oh.
#6, Manny Pacquiao. #5, Neu. #4, Usyk. And #3, Tyson Fury.
Whoa.
Jesus.
And #2, Terrence Crawford. #1, Canelo.
Well, listen, he's one of those guys. I mean, his videos look very polished. They're not easy to do. Is he going for the more casual audience? Sure, but I mean, I don't know. You'd have to talk to the guy to see if he really knows his boxing. This type of pound for pound list, he might just be trying to go for the bigger names. Because, like, for example, he's got Josh.
Listen, I was glad Fury beat Wilder, but come on, man. That doesn't put you in the #3 pound for pound spot.
It's worth noting, Fury has never made a title defense. He has never made a title defense.
Well, he's gonna claim that he actually. Well, he's gonna claim that he did though, because he says he's still the lineal champion. Remember, even though he disappeared for 2 years, and
they make the belt for that.
Nah, exactly.
Yeah,
you're right. Like he hasn't done shit.
Yeah, like I'm not saying like I wouldn't say attack this guy. He's probably trying to appeal to casual audiences, but like maybe he does know, and he's just trying to appeal to the casuals to get more views. I wouldn't say hate on this guy or harass this guy because he's probably just trying to make a living.
it's worth noting. A lot of people that start as casuals. You know what I mean? They come in, they hear about a guy like Tank Davis or something. They watch his highlights, and maybe that's a gateway to learning more about the sport and become more interested. Everybody starts somewhere.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, I'm not knocking the guy. I mean, look, is the pound for pound list a little bit out of whack? Yeah, sure. But again, pound for pound list to a certain degree, can be very subjective. So I'm not gonna. And the thumbnails are funny though. The thumbnails are funny. That's the name. That's the name of the game on YouTube. You gotta push the limit a little bit to get people to click on your video. So again, it's nothing to. I've seen worse videos out there, man. I mean, I do remember somebody on the Discord put the video of Mind Smash. I think it's called Mind Smash, right? And
he's at least he's not LDBC.
Who's what?
At least he's not LDBC, and at least he has respect to the sport.
I mean, the one that somebody put on the Discord was Mind Smash, and he was talking about how Josh Kelly. I think the title of the video was "Fighter with Moves Never Before Seen" or something like that. Never before seen moves. And I saw the video, and it was Josh Kelly. It was just Josh Kelly fighting with the Philly shell. And I was thinking, what? And then when he lost, I mean, actually, I saw that video after he lost. Somebody posted it on the Discord after Josh Kelly lost, and I'm thinking, yeah, that one was a little bit too clickbaity. You know what I mean? But look, listen, it's YouTube, man. Was that?
Well, I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, whoever was about to say something, go ahead.
No, I just said clickbait.
Oh, I hate Mind Smash. So his boxing, as you could tell from the video someone posted earlier, his commentary is not that good. But the thing I hate about it is he injects half-ass philosophy in it, and it's just so corny.
Some of the things I've heard, sometimes I do go, oof, yeah, it's a little bit cheesy. But I mean, it's everybody puts up something they on YouTube, and it's up to you fellas to judge it. I mean, you saying you dislike it. Some of the cheesiness, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I have seen some videos. I like the video he did on Terrence Crawford though, when he talked about the fighter without a guard. I think it was him. But yeah, you don't need to lay it on too thick. Look, at a certain point, after you watch enough boxing, essentially you're just saying the same things. Does this guy move his head? Does he judge the distance properly? Does he change angles? Does he change levels? Yes, fine, good boxer. You don't need to overcomplicate things too much and say, wow, look at the motion flows like water, and he's like a mouse going after the cheese. Was that?
Timothy Bradley, when he was in that Fury fight against Schwartz, look at the angle.
Oh yeah. They're laying it on too thick, man. Laying it on too thick. Oh, by the way, Sorong Visa is fighting tonight on the Zone, I believe.
Oh, really?
Let me check. Yeah,
I'm watching it. I like Rungvisai. He's struggled. He struggled against Ruin Wrong, who was a pretty dangerous gatekeeper for a while. But he's 40 years old in a lower weight class. I can't believe Rungvisai had so many problems with him. Some even thought he lost that fight. But the guy he's fighting isn't as good as I'm not Ruin Wrong. So I think it'll be an easy knockout win for him tonight.
Hey, by the way, it's Thailand. They're ahead. How many hours ahead of us here on Eastern time?
Okay, probably 12 from where we are.
I think it's about 12.
Yeah.
So what
It's
time
gonna
is
start
it?
at 9 in the morning over there. So
Oh, fuck that.
I have an idea.
Okay, wait.
Wait. So they're fighting over there at 9 in the morning just for the Zone viewers?
Yep. Yeah.
Yep. The Zone's doing this model where they're doing cards all over the place. They're going to do a card in Uzbekistan soon with all the Uzbek prospects. But they're fighting at awkward times in those locations because they're trying to make it more of a global platform. And that's why you've been seeing a lot of the Zone cards over in America have been starting earlier.
Good.
Like Ryan Garcia and Campbell for the British. Yeah.
They start 2 or 3 hours earlier, so you can get the British audience into it and other parts of the world, ideally.
I think Bob Arm's going to do that for Ramirez and Taylor, so he could get the British people to watch it.
Nice.
At their time.
Nice. Yeah, I'm tired of these fights at midnight. What was the one? There was a Lomachenko fight. I think it was against Marliaga. It was at 9. It's the main event started at 12:30 or something. And Canelo versus Kovalev. Remember that debacle when
they had Diaz versus who was it? Masvidal.
Yeah.
And with the Loma event, I think they skipped like 80% of the card on the Loma event because they were doing the NFL Hall of Fame induction, and Jerry Jones wouldn't shut the fuck up. He just kept going on and on and on and on.
Oh my god. Yeah, I remember here in Canada we have TSN, which is the ESPN equivalent, the Canadian equivalent of ESPN. And sometimes you would think, okay, this HBO After Dark card starts at about 10 or something, right? 10:30. So you're waiting. They're showing NASCAR, and this was in the 90s. There weren't like five versions of ESPN or TSN, and you're waiting. NASCAR. It's 12. It's 10:30. It's 11. They still haven't shown the fight. Then all of a sudden, whoops, they're not gonna show the fight. You're gonna have to wait for tomorrow or whatever other reschedule. You go, motherfucker. That's why the internet. Look, listen, streams. If your favorite network ain't showing the fight, you gotta go for streams, man. That's the only way you got to do it. What do you want from me?
My least favorite thing is on Top Rank. Whenever they'll wait forever to start a card because
90 seconds.
Squash match of a college football game on. There was a game against LSU where they were down like 30. The game was over, but they still played the entire fourth quarter out, and they had a Top Rank card waiting on it.
Yeah, that's insane, man. That's insane. They got to get their act together. That's why I like platforms like The Zone. Because look, listen, hey. You want to watch boxing? You watch boxing. At the same time, there's Bellator. Okay, you gotta, there's no set channel where we gotta wait for boxing or baseball to finish or NASCAR. Apps are the future, man. No ifs and buts about it. By the way, did I just see that Progray's fight against Ivan Redcash? That's on Triller as well.
Yeah. That's going to be on the same card as I think it's going to be on the Askren card. The Askren Paul card. I think Red Catch is coming down in weight. He fought a welter's last fight.
That's insane, man. Red Cash just ain't all that good, man. I think Progray's
yeah, it was funny as shit when he bet all that money against Lomachenko and won a bunch back.
Wait, who was that against?
He went on a tirade about how much like Lomachenko's dad sucks. He should have swam more laps. He wanted to win.
The fuck? Hey, by the way, I'm watching footage of Ben Askren, the MMA guy who's got the sideshow bob hair. This guy can't box, man.
Oh, he's a bomb. Look, Paul is
no,
like,
Ben Askren's a go. What are you talking about?
Wrestling.
And freestyle Olympic wrestler, right? I guess he's a folk wrestler, but my point stands. Look, Paul he's a YouTuber. His genetics are kind of all right, but he's been boxing. Like, I think he's been training, with the best trainers money can buy for about like 2 years. You know what I mean? And Askren has no pedigree in striking. He has no pedigree in striking. So what I'm saying is, put your money on Jake Paul.
Speaking of the Jake Paul thing, I think Teofimo is fighting on the undercard.
Yeah. That's gonna be it then. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's fighting Camboso, so he got a huge paycheck, $6 million.
I know.
He's the undercard.
No, Ben Askren. Ben Askren's the GOAT. Like, his striking ability just amazes me. I love it.
I'm sure you do, man. Here's some clips of that amazing boxing ability. I mean, look. You can tell he's got combat experience, and at least he's got the mentality because he used to be a wrestler and a good one at that. So he knows about making weight and pushing himself in training. But I mean, I think I've never seen the Jake Paul guys, his fights, but from what I understand, he's not
beautiful.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. From what I understand, he's not that bad a boxer, right? He can actually whack pretty hard. So, I mean,
yeah, he put that basketball player to sleep.
He's been training with like I said, the best trainers money can buy for about 2 to 3 years. So, and he's young too, so he's a little more malleable.
That reminds me of a guy back in the industry. He'd made some money on hedge funds or whatever. Like, he was in his 20s or late 20s, so he was pretty young. And he had the dream where he wanted to be in the industry. That was for some reason, that was his dream. So he went in there and the best money could buy, right? Like you're saying, he got the trainers for breathing exercises. He got some doping, blood doping. He bought some other substance, whatever. He went in there to film. He actually financed the film. Fucker guy couldn't get it up. And it's like, oh no, he made excuses like they all do. Like, it wasn't my day. I drank a little bit, blah, blah, blah. But he fucked it up. So sometimes doesn't matter how much money you invest. you might never even make it past mediocre status. And that's the thing with this Ben Askren. He just looks. I mean, how much? When did he start really focusing on boxing? 6 months ago? A couple of months ago?
Probably about 2. I'm talking about Jake Paul when it comes to best trainers money can buy. Ben's working with Freddie Roach, but I don't know. For like a week, Fred Roach isn't going to be in his corner.
Exactly. Listen, he could be in there. Yeah, I think so, man. He could be in there with Eddie Futch in the corner. I mean, the resurrected Eddie Futch, if you will. I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference, man. By the way, everybody who's listening, hit the like button. Don't forget, you can jump in on the Discord here. It's open Discord. So if you're part of the Discord, just click on the voice channel. And you should be able to get in here and give us your opinions on these internet fights. Look, I'm not against them, man. I'm not against them. I think they could be good for boxing and make for fun events. But
especially like one of them killed one of each other by accident, right?
That'd be fucking awesome.
Yeah, you're gonna open the phone lines again or what?
Yes.
All right, guys. Hey, I gotta go. It was good talking to you guys. But,
where you going then? I'm still young, man.
Half an hour.
We're gonna go. Nah. We're gonna go all out, man. What's that?
Hey, do me a favor, please. Send me that picture. That's great.
I'll try to find it. Like I said, dude, I created this page like 2-3 years ago. So yeah.
All right.
But yeah, if I do find out, I'll put it on Discord.
Right.
Yeah, it was good talking to you guys. And for the chat, if you have to decide between Benavides and Estrada Chocolatito, 100%. Okay. If anything, just watch the Isaac Cruz fight, then fucking switch it to Estrada. All right.
That's
it.
That's a good fighter. Yeah,
he's a beast, bro. All right, yeah, that's it, guys. Good.
All right, good talking to you.
Maybe next Friday.
Sure, or you can drop by the chat in the next the post fight episode.
I want that profile pic.
Yeah, that was scary, man. Plus, he's got 666 there on his name. Freaked me out a little bit. At first, I didn't know what to expect, man.
I changed my name to recognize the GOAT.
I didn't feel comfortable.
I'm opening up the phone lines again, just in case anybody wants to call in. Don't forget, open Discord. So if you're part of the Discord, all you got to do is drop by the voice channel text. No, wait, voice channel. Voice channel. Yeah, voice channels on the left side.
Yeah, it's just the voice channel.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
That's all it is.
Jimmy couldn't get in.
Jimmy couldn't get in?
Yeah.
That's how exclusive this group is. Even Jimmy couldn't get in.
Even Jimmy was excluded.
No, but because Jimmy can't, even when we share the screen, he can't see the screen share. So I'm assuming he can't see the voice channel either, man. Jimmy, if you're listening, man, just if you're on your phone, swipe right, swipe from left to right.
I told him. I sent him a tweet explaining.
Jeez.
What the hell was that?
I thought it was a sound bite.
No, that was a recognition.
That was a sneeze. Sorry.
That sounds like Sam Langford. That sounded like you played like an MP3 or something.
No.
It sounds like Sam Langford, to be honest.
Yeah, that was a soundboard.
It was amazing. Amazing sneeze.
You like an auditorium or something? That was a lot of echo.
That was a lot of echo. Yeah, are you in an elevator shaft right now, or what's going on?
Close to one. I'm close to it right now.
He's in an abandoned mental hospital.
Hey, the winner of Estrada Chocolatito, top 10 pound for pound.
Of course. I think Estrada already is like a pound for pound guy, like on the low end. Him or Ioka.
They're pound for pound fighters, all those guys, man.
Hey. You guys are talking about
that these lower weights are getting more exposure lately.
Yeah, 115 is awesome. Like, it's so deep. Like, you got Yoka, who looked great in his last fight. You got Chocolatito. What's left of Rungvisai? I don't know how to gauge him. I'll look more tonight. And Estrada, obviously. And I think Estrada is like 8, 9 of my pound for pound list.
If Chocolatito wins, I kind of think he's pound for pound number 1.
You know what caught my attention? He's a real meek personality, really humble. I saw him do an interview in the Mexican channel, and the guy that was doing the channel was asking him a question. Did you ever think in Nicaragua back in the day that you would paralyze the world in this fight that you're having tomorrow? And you know what Chocolatito answered? He paid no mind really to the question. He skipped the question, dismissed it, and moved on.
Yeah.
That he just wanted to give a. That shows that he's not really interested in like the hype of like what fighters are doing now, promoting themselves. He's a fighter at heart, man. That's crazy, dude.
Well, Gonzalo,
Speaking
he
of
has to be.
great, hey, speaking of great fighters, do you guys want to see, in my opinion, the greatest boxer alive?
Well, yeah, well, set it up. And meanwhile, while you set that up, I want to say something about what Gonzalo just said. Yeah, Chocolatito has that, like Mark said, because in the last episode we were doing the comparison, and we said who has the mental strength advantage. And the thing with Chocolatito is how many people wrote him off after he lost to Sorong Visa in the rematch? A lot of us, right? And the fact that he came back like nothing happened, fought a younger guy. Some people were picking at Yafai. And Gonzalez said, all right, you can pick against me, man, but I'm going to show you I still have it. Of course, he slowed down, but just to be able to stay as consistent as he did and to have so many consecutive wins against top competition, you got to be strong mentally for that. Because, I mean, all these guys already, think about it. After people knew he was a monster, how many guys trained their asses off knowing that this guy's a monster and he still beat him? That takes dedication. That takes mental fortitude.
Yeah, and if you're the little guy and people are not paying attention to you because they just don't, maybe you don't even consider if they're watching your fight or not. You're just doing what you love. You're a little guy, you're a little fighter, you're good at it. But who cares if the world is watching? That's what I understood by the comment. So who cares if the world is watching? He's still doing his job. And I don't think he's affected by the bright lights, man. This guy's just there to fight, dude. That's interesting.
He's not affected by the bright lights. I mean, look, he's fought in Japan. He's fought in New York. He's fought in Mexico, I believe, perhaps. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, he's fought all over the place. He's a road warrior through and through, man. So, yeah, nothing's going to face him too much, man. You know what I mean? And the other thing I like about both these guys, Gonzalo, like you said, no trash talking from either guy. You never actually see them trash talking. It's not like, I'm going to bust this guy's ass. Hey, no rematch clause, or otherwise I don't fight. I want an extra meal here and there. You know what I mean? It's like, nah, man, fuck. Let's find the ring and we'll prove it.
I got to set up
getting exposure, I guess, and getting these big paydays.
Yeah, but that, you know what I mean? That talking too much can backfire, because if you talk too much now and then you don't deliver too often in the ring, people turn on you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but like Nordic Warriors in the chat, he said something about the 135 pounders. These guys that have a lot of Instagram followers and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
They're in that world, they're in the social media world where there's a lot of barking, but that's pretty much where it ends,
Let me tell you something. Here in the streets of Canada, we don't talk, man. We talk. We do talk. We have a conversation, but it's with our fists. That's the only conversation that really matters. So all these people talking about. Yeah.
No, sorry, BD.
What do you mean no?
Hey, do you think Chocolatito's got his place in heaven with God? Like, he just seems like a good soul. What do you think?
I don't know, man. He could be a rapist or something. We never know.
What do you think he does shady stuff on the side that the world doesn't know? Like Chocolatito's got like a grimy side. I don't see that.
Could be, man. Remember Carlos Baldomir? He seemed like a very meek fellow and all that. And that turns out he was banging his daughter or something. Alleged. Well, he was convicted.
Hey, wait, hold on. Chocolatito, didn't he beat his wife?
Chocolatito?
Yeah, somebody said that. Remember? I'm gonna check it.
No, not Chocolatito.
Well, he got into a bit of a. There was something with his wife. You know what? While let's do a background check on that. We'll get the BDA security firm on it. Meanwhile, we got a phone call here, real quick. 786. You're on the air. 786. What's on your mind?
I'm on the air?
Yes, indeed. You're on the air. What's on your mind?
Right. Can I say something?
Go ahead. I think he's setting up his audio.
Have Wilder's BBC stuck up your fat ass.
Right. He's talking about the channel or actual black cock? I don't know.
I don't know, man. Is this Kevin, though?
He hung up. And that's the worst. Listen, you want a crank call, I'll let you talk, man. But they're the ones that hang up. I don't know what the fuck's going on. All right, anyway.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Hey, listen. I tell you what.
It's crazy how you got to use another man's cock to call in the. For one, you don't even know the dude's cock size, and you got to speak about another man's fucking private parts and utilize it to speak about that on the channel.
Hey,
Not
you know
even
what?
about
Speaking of
That's
cock,
weird, huh?
here's the thing I wanted to say. I think Chocolatito might have a big one too. That's why he's so confident, because he's a short guy, very short guy. But I think,
he's like, no matter what happens tomorrow night, get knocked out, whatever, I still have a big cock. So he's like, fuck it. He doesn't care.
Yeah, I think so, man. I think so. Oh, hold on a second. Yeah, that's the one I wanted. There you go. That's his dick on alert. Now listen, we took down predictions. Just want to review here.
Wait, you want to verify something. Gonzalo, what was your prediction? Estrada by stoppage?
By stoppage, by KO, not TKO, KO in the 9th round. I mean, I love Chocolatito, but it's not about that. Who did you pick, the Mexican? It doesn't matter. It's just, it is what it. Man, I gotta say one thing about that, man. Most of these Mexican fighters that are fighting, they're ace-siding the fuck out of these other fighters. For one, man, because it's a popular sport for the Mexican American fans who pay for the pay-per-views. So obviously, you're gonna have good Mexican fighters put in fights against fighters that they can beat. Now, Chocolatito's is a class. He's one of the best fighters of all time. But I just think in this division he's just a little bit smaller. That's the only reason. They're good fighters, man.
Anything can happen. Like I mean, Chocolatito can drop Estrada.
Absolutely,
I think both guys are gonna. Yeah, Estrada is gonna hit the canvas or get staggered for sure.
Yeah, and you know what? A caveat to that, since Chocolatito is one of my favorite fighters, if I get it wrong, I'm gonna be happy as fuck because he cements his position as one of the greatest fighters of all time. All right, regardless if he's little or not, people give him the credit. He just is.
Hey, that fight could be a draw, man.
Oh,
I'm telling you, don't
I
sleep.
looked at the odds. 16-1 for a draw.
There you go.
Not bad. I don't think well,
Butch is a betting man, so now right now he's getting a.
No, I'm not a betting man.
Oh, come on.
Then you got Rungvisai fighting right now, right now here in the Philippines. I think it's the same time as Cambodia or the Thailands. That's interesting because if he fights now, these guys fight tomorrow. They could potentially fight the next time around because they're fighting around the same time, right? So they're trying to make those matches happen.
Hey, are they fighting? Is Rungvisai fighting right now? Is he in the ring right now, or?
No, it's at 9:30 p.m. Eastern time.
No, the event starts in like an hour and a half or something like that, like 9:30 ET.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Rungvisai wins, then Chocolatito or Estrada wins. They'll face those two guys in the next 4 months.
Rungvisai is the mandatories as far as I know.
Okay, so yeah, that's why they do it.
Hey, you know what? So Rungvisai is the weird guy. I still can't figure out why he fought Orthodox in the Estrada rematch. He did so well in the first fight, Southpaw. All of a sudden, he decides to go 7, 8, 9 rounds. I mean, you think Hagler had it wrong by fighting a righty against Sugar Land the first couple of rounds. This guy did for almost throughout the whole fight. Did you guys think there was some shenanigans going on behind the scenes with that one? Or?
I don't know. I wouldn't say that, but yeah, maybe. He just fought a bad game plan. Bad game plan.
Do you think the Trani cartel got to him?
Probably.
Is there one out there?
Well, there's got to be, man. There's Trani everything nowadays.
Yeah, they could have been. Fight ready. Fight ready, asshole.
Let me put up the. Here's the thing. Okay, so you guys said speed power advantage for Estrada. Some people disagree with the speed. Almost everybody disagrees.
I disagree.
With the speed or the power?
The speed and the power.
I disagree with the power.
I go with recognize.
Well, you already spoke your piece, Gonzalo. About
I did.
So you can't complain anymore, man. Otherwise, you're out.
Speed and power. The power might be a little closer than just looking at the fucking numbers, which is stupid for people to do. But that I don't know the power thing. Damn, I say even. The speed, Choco. Like I'm talking about every body movement, hand speed, the punch getting there. It's about even. But when you talk about like just the way he moves his whole body, would combine that with his punches, I think Choco's a little faster than him.
Well, see, that's the other thing that I'm noticing. Speed could mean what? Hand speed, foot speed, overall agility, reflexes.
Hand speed. Okay, let's say a guy.
I think he's better on hand speed.
Let's say a guy has faster hands than you, but he doesn't have no body movement. That's just fast hands. I can counter that, right? But get a guy who got nice little body movement, head movement, and throws punches and he's fast with his legs, that's a better speed than somebody just being fast with their hands.
And Gonzalez is sudden. He's not gonna wait for you to do anything. He's gonna be on you like white on rice, right?
Yes, that's another thing too.
Yeah, Chocolatito is fast. Like
Hey.
fast in both aspects.
You have to be, man. The way he throws those combinations, they do flow.
There's
If Roman can't back him up the way he was with his punches in the last fight, in the first fight, the only fight they ever had, then then I would say Roman's in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
He could even be in trouble of getting stopped late. But
Hey, man. I think both guys can get stopped in this one. I think people are going to be surprised. I think one punch is going to hurt one of these guys, and people are going to go, "Whoa!" It's going to look like.
Remember, he got dropped by Cuadras, right? Like he did get dropped in that fight.
Then again, Viloria couldn't drop him, so Viloria's a one punch. You know, he hits harder than Cuadras. It was just I mean, listen, I still think both guys can hurt each other. By the way, before we continue, let's go to a phone call right now, real quick. Okay, it's taken up. Okay, 386, you're on the air. 386, what's on your mind?
Hey, this is Kevin from Palm Beach. I'd like to say hello to everybody on the panel.
Go ahead.
Kevin from Palm Beach.
Oh, we got how many Kevins do we have on this fucking?
I don't know. We got a lot of Kevins.
That 386 number is definitely not from Palm Beach, but yeah.
Well, go ahead, Palm Beach, Kevin. Go ahead. What's on your mind?
Jackson. What's up, recognize that BDA?
What's up, Jackson? I had a feeling it was him.
Yeah, I thought it was Kevin from what the fuck. All right, go ahead, Jackson. What's on your mind, man?
Kevin from Palm Beach.
Oh yeah, we got to delete this number. This we can't hold on to this. But I wanted to say, this is a really fucking a 50-50 fight when I really break it down, because if you look at the first fight, Estrada tended to start fast. When he fought Gonzalez, he started fast, and then he kind of let off the brakes a little. Now you see him in his fights, especially against Cuadras, but I think it was Cuadras, the first fight, he started to come on late. Like, he would preserve his energy, and then he would come in, and I think he dropped him in, like, the 7th round. So I would say they kind of reversed their roles a little bit, and now Estrada comes on a little bit later in the fight, and what I think it comes down to is who's going to be faster, who's going to be more in shape, and who's going to be more game, and that's probably Estrada, because I think he's a little bit younger, right?
Perhaps.
That would be my pick. Who's younger, who's fresher, has more stamina, because if you looked at their fight, they were pretty close to even, and because Roman, for his style to work, he really has to keep a real high energy stamina. He better be on the very good juice, and he better keep it up.
Well, let me tell you one thing, man. One thing I do believe we got right. Well, actually, let me double check. Stamina, we gave it to Estrada. That I think we did get right. That I did agree with.
That might be the X factor right there. That might be the X factor.
It might be, man, because here's the thing with Gonzalez. He can go 12 rounds too, but against Israel Gonzalez, he seemed to be pushing a little bit. He looked a little bit weary, a little bit disheveled by the end, like he'd been through a rough time. Estrada, he goes to war. Look, against Brian Viloria, I know it was about 7 years ago, but he laid it on strong in the late rounds. Same thing with Melindo. Same thing with Cuadras in both fights. Same thing with Sorong Visay in their first fight. He was losing, but then he swept the last round just through combinations nonstop. His conditioning is on point, and I think volume, punch. I think he's better than Gonzalez. What do you fellas think when it comes to the stamina?
Yeah, it's stamina. It seems like he starts off slow and then picks it up.
Yeah, they're both good at conserving energy. Go ahead, Jackson. What were you going to say?
Well, I was going to say, recognize is right, but the thing I see, Roman was always a start slow, build it up, kind of like a mini Triple G. But if you notice, like, the Estrada from a couple fights ago and Estrada from, like, a couple years ago, he starts slow, and then he really bangs you out once he takes you into deep waters and he drowns you, basically. That's what I saw when he fought Cuadras the first time and Soren B-side. So they've kind of reversed. If you get that Quadras that can kind of just maybe go 50-50 with Roman in the first rounds, which is going to be really hard because Roman is such an incredible fighter. So how do you go 50-50 with him? It's going to kind of be like Triple G and Canelo too, but not the same styles matchup. So you kind of just you want to conserve your energy of your Estrada and then kind of let big counter shots go at the end of the fight and try to get him out of there. And I think Estrada could probably run him into something because he's already seen him get knocked out, and that goes to fighters' heads when you see another fighter get knocked out. So I think Estrada might be going for the KO, honestly.
Well, let me ask you fellas this. Because we talked about the mental strength, but who do you think has the mental edge, if there is any? Who would it be? Estrada with the mental edge right now coming into this fight, or Gonzalez?
Yeah, we'll make
in an interview, Chocolatito said that he already proved everything he had to prove, something like that, and like anything at this point is just like
gravy. Well, extra,
gravy. Yeah, what's the expression? Whatever. Yeah,
icing on the cake.
Whatever.
Yeah.
And so
filling in the
pie. Shit gets
strawberry on top.
Yeah, filling in the pie.
The point is, if things get like if it becomes a war, he might just say, you know what, fuck it. I mean, I don't know. You know,
I think the mental strength you can give it. Okay, we'll say Chocolatito Gonzalez. Yeah, mental because he's done everything. But at the same time, I'm gonna have to separate mental strength with confidence. Confidence that you were Estrada, maybe slightly weight drained too, when 22, lack of experience, and you're still able to come out with the split decision loss to where it's still competitive. But now with all the experience gained in 8 years, fighting 2 divisions more to your natural weight, coming in the bigger guy, right? I think that will give him the confidence to know that if I did good in the first one, I can do better in this one.
Trust me, whatever mental edge because of the.
Go ahead, Rickman.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Jackson.
No,
go ahead.
I was going to say. I was just going to say. Look,
I agree
quickly.
with Gonzalez because what he was going to say is Roman. I think because didn't Estrada pretty much get dropped by what's his name, Quadras, the Mexican with all the acne on his back.
Yeah.
But the way, he got dropped. He got back up and stopped him, though.
Jackson, jump into the Discord. It's open for everybody. The open voice channel, because you sound kind of low. You sound kind of low, so I'm gonna hang up on you. But Action, John, join on the Discord panel. Go to Discord and you'll see us all there in a group. All right, man.
Now, does Estrada have like?
But I think
I think Estrada can get back up though. That's the thing. Now somebody mentioned this.
Whatever mental edge he might have because he beat him in a fight the first time 9 years ago. I think that is if there is any. I think once Estrada gets in the ring, he's gonna think about that, and he's gonna. Even if he is, I'm saying if he is, because that was so long ago. That's gonna go away fast. The question would be: does Roman Gonzalez can he have the same effect with his punches? If you look at the first 4 rounds of that fight, he's punching him and he's going back. He's going back into the ropes. If he could do that again, then yeah, more than likely Roman Gonzalez could pull it off. But if he can't, that's going to be the key. And he could keep it in the center of the ring, where he had his success. I think Estrada should win.
Estrada goes in there thinking, I'm the one that needs to change. Right? I need to implement something different. Chocolatito goes in even more confidence.
You got to go with
he was stopped by Room Visay, but he managed to get his career back on track. So, but yeah, I mean, he won the first.
You want to change or not? If you're physically stronger and you can hold off Gonzalez from pushing you back, there's nothing that he can do about that. Well, he can, but basically, Gonzalez is already firing at all cylinders, throwing a lot of punches. He would have to equal what he did in the first time, but still expect to have more result against the bigger guy, which I don't think that will happen. Because
Choco's at his best.
Estrada's more filled out.
Gonzalo, Choco's at his best against a boxer when he's able to push him back and counterpunch.
Yeah, and now with the added weight, just think Sean Porter, physical. Just say Estrada's more physical this time around. Whether Gonzalez wants to do more than he did the first time, but he cannot, that's gonna be like that's gonna pump the brakes on whatever happens, right?
That's the key for me. Yep, Gonzalo. That's what I'm gonna look for.
maybe knockdowns play a factor in this fight though, because I don't know, Gonzalo and I think that I don't know if you said that, Gonzalo, but I said that both guys are gonna hit the canvas, and
That could happen. That could definitely happen.
you know, 2 knockdowns against 1 knockdown, close fight. Could be
Look
one
out
of
for
those.
look out for the draw, man. Look out for the draw. I'm telling you.
Yeah, good point.
So wait a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Gonzalo.
Like in theory, man, like the breaking down the fights exactly to a T, what's gonna happen? I gotta say, the 9 out of 10, I get it wrong. Nine times out of 10, I get it wrong, man. So it's interesting to say all this, but what will actually transpire inside the squared circle? I don't know, man.
But where you get it 9 out of 10 wrong? I mean, I've heard you get like 7 out of 10 right.
Well, yeah,
I
maybe.
I think you meant to say you get it 9 out of 10 right, maybe. I don't remember you getting every prediction wrong.
But like exactly to a T, like as far as like saying this is how they're gonna. Yeah, the styles, man, that's kind of hard to do.
No, I mean, listen,
yeah.
it could, because anything could, right? I mean, boxing, a little element can change in the game. Gonzalez could get hurt. Estrada could get hurt. Game plan, it has to change. You know, everything got to change on the fly.
Yeah, and that just goes to like with anybody, even Teddy Atlas, even like these the experts, quote unquote, because the possibilities are limitless. You know, one punch from this guy and another different punch from the combination of those exchanges vary so much that you it's impossible for you really know how it's gonna go down to a T. But yeah.
Hey, speaking of predictions and all that, Bucho, when's the next Kumite? Do you have anything planned? And because obviously we want to do a show beforehand to sign up people for the Kumite, right?
Yeah. Well, if you want to sign up, just let me know right now in the chat. I'll be posting Kumite news in the community section of the channel, so we can get some matches going. But I don't know. We don't have a date yet.
And don't forget
by the way,
yeah.
Don't forget to like the video, guys. It's really gonna help the show. And TNN he's on Discord, right? And he wants to show a video. So whenever he's ready.
TNN?
Yeah, I'm here. So do I click the screen share button?
Well, just give me the link and I'll because I don't know if I can share what you share. Yeah.
Wait, it's
yeah, you can.
It better not be gay porn, man.
You'll be surprised. It's not. Trust me.
It better be gay porn.
Skip to the timestamp 1 and 33.
Oh yeah. I think most people have seen this one, man. Hold on.
I mean, it's legendary.
Actually, can we play that? Because we got to be very picky with what we can play. Because if it's a televised fight, YouTube they frown upon people playing live long clips.
They could copyright you on the spot.
Which minute? Which minute did you say? Which timestamp?
1 minute and 33 seconds. So get that epic style. I mean, it ends very quick though. So.
Yeah, I've seen these. Listen, I can't play this. I'm not gonna play it because you never know with fucking. I can play 5 seconds of a clip, but if it's more than that, then we're running.
PDA is shook.
Yeah, I'm shook, man. Not as shook as the guy that I'm watching on screen. Oh yeah, that's awful. By the way, okay, fellas, right on YouTube, best boxer ever, Jimmy Smith. All right, Jimmy Smith, and I think most of you have already seen this one, but
oh my god, that's terrible.
Yeah, it reminds me of remember what was the there was a dude on the second season of the the first season of the Contender, I think. Bonsante or Anthony Bonsante, something like that. He always had a cap that said "World's Best Dad" or something. Yeah, he was
my old coach won the Contender.
Hey, Jimmy Smith's amateur record is 3-0. I don't know if that's true though.
Wait, hold on.
Nice. 3-0.
First things, one thing at a time. MTC, you said the guy who won the Contender is your coach. Which Contender? Which season?
I don't remember. It was the 2006 one. He's from my hometown, Lawton. His name's Grady Brewer.
Yeah, Grady Brewer. Yeah. He was a good fighter.
Yeah, he fought a ton of world champs. Told me about how he fought Lara and stuff. I couldn't stay at his gym very long because I had to move, but he's a great guy.
I thought you were going to say because his breath stunk, but it's good to know that it wasn't that. Look, Gary Brewer was a good fight. He beat Stevie Forbes, right? In the final, I believe?
Yeah, he also beat Cornelius Bundridge.
Yes, Cornelius K9 Bondrich, man. That was a dangerous
Yeah,
fight.
he beat him. He fought guys like Pavlik, Lara, Harrison, Andrade, a lot of guys.
Hey, which gym? Where was that? Which gym did you say? Like at the location?
His gym's called. He works a full-time job, but he shows up in the evenings. It's called Bad Boys Boxing Gym in Lawton, Oklahoma.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's good to know, man. Did you ever box before? Or?
I started going to the gym when I was 18, but I had to leave after a little bit because I had to transfer schools. I had nowhere to live down here, so I moved.
Okay. That's interesting, man. That's interesting. I thought you were gonna say because you did a little time, or you were on the run, or something like that.
No, I'm a damn kid, dude. I'm 20.
Okay. By the way, TNN says he's gonna go. Have a good one. All right, TNN. Thank you for jumping in, man. And by the way, everybody else, man. The Discord, I keep posting the link there. I know everybody's got a lot to say. You want to join the Discord? Oh shit, that's not the link. Anyway, just go. If you're part of the BDA Discord, all you got to do is jump in there. If you're on your phone, swipe right, and you'll see something that says voice channels. I'm going all out, man. I'm not gonna stop. We're not gonna stop it anytime soon. All right.
We were talking about clickbait earlier, right? You know, like YouTube clickbait. You know, thumbnails and stuff. I feel like that's actually done a little bit of good for the lower weight classes. I've noticed more people getting interested in the lower weight classes because of Inoue. You know, and Inoue got really popular with their clickbait on YouTube. You know, like the hardest puncher in boxing. You know, like titles like that. You know, it drew a lot of attention to bantamweight. And now you know he signed with Top Rank and stuff. You know, so
yeah. Listen, I'm glad that these lower weight classes are getting the attention they deserve because Clarissa Shields in that pay-per-view, I mean, it's just an embarrassment. And the fact that a lot of people are talking about it just confuses me a little bit. It really does.
Well,
what she sold like 7,000 buys or something like that, right?
10,000, I think that's what Jimmy said.
10,000, surprising. I don't know if I could find 5 people who buy that shit.
I will say this, man. I will say this. I don't shit on. I mean, I don't like women's boxing. I don't like watching them. I've tried it, don't like it. But I'm not gonna say, these people are watching it. They're on drugs or whatever. Hey, maybe they are, maybe they're not. No. Yeah, but the point is, look, if that's on them. Some people, I've talked to some people. They go, "How can you like boxing? It's so brutal." And I'm thinking, okay, first of all, you're gay. And when I say gay, I'm not saying you're lame. I'm saying you probably like to suck cock. And number two, you know, there's different strokes for different folks out there, I suppose. I don't judge anymore. I got some fucked up proclivities myself, so I'm not gonna shit on other people. That's my philosophy. I don't know about you fellas.
There's some female box. There were some decent fights, I think, in women's boxing. Like I like watching highlights of Ann Wolf when she like decapitated that 6'6" lady.
That's not a lady.
Oh yeah.
I mean, see the fact that
like there was that fight between Pursoon and Taylor, and that was a good fight. Like both of them were good fights.
Yeah, I remember that Kitty Taylor was against that Belgian, the first fight.
Yeah, Delphine Pursoon. That's what I was talking about. There's another good female fighter, Amanda Serrano.
There's a fight here and there, but overall, I mean, the pool of fighters is really small.
Yeah,
and to be like praising Clarissa Shields for like becoming a 2-time undisputed champion, and then comparing that with men's boxing, because that's what they were doing. Is like she's the first female or male boxer to unify 2 divisions at the same time. Something like it's like, come on, why are you even comparing it with men?
Well, think about this: the combined amount of boxers listed on BoxRec and all the divisions that Clarissa Shields has won titles in is still lower than the smallest division in boxing, which is minimum weight. If you put all the fighters in those divisions together, you still have less than the smallest division in men's boxing. You know, it's a really small pool of fighters. She does not have competition. It's plain and simple, no competition at all.
But hold on, MTC. She's the only male or female fighter 2-time undisputed, man. Come on.
No, I'm impressed.
Come on,
but she hasn't beaten nobody, and there is nobody for her to beat except that one British lady, Savannah Marshall, who beat her in the amateurs when she was like 14. And she'll probably beat her too. But she's growing now.
Are you tripping, fool? Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I listen. 2-time undisputed. You cannot disagree with 2-time undisputed. I'm gonna buy all her pay-per-views now. I'm gonna buy all her pay-per-views now just because of that.
I could disagree.
Well, you go ahead and do that, man.
I think that some of these channels are not talking about the Chocolatito Estrada fight, but they fucking talked a lot about Shields. I mean, it's
they're bums. That's why.
Hey, by the way, if you guys jump on the Discord right now and join us in our conversations, you're gonna get much more of this naked Clarissa Shields. So that's just a little
right.
preview, fellas.
So if
That's
you
just a
don't
little.
stay on YouTube. You can stay on YouTube, but you're gonna get a lot of naked.
Take your
Clarissa.
mask off when you look. All right, you might throw up in your mask.
Only got so many. Good advice.
I'm like, if you dude, listen, if you like girls like that, you know, the muscle type chicks.
Yeah,
what's the difference between her and like a dude?
Perfectly said, man. That's what I always said. Like you're borderline. They're almost there, man.
Now you guys are you guys can
You're
handle
a
a
step
strong.
away from being gay.
Now you guys can handle a strong, confident woman. That's your problem.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Facts. I can't. I don't even argue about that.
Yeah,
you know, like there's I like a woman that's in shape, right? I think everybody does. But when the abs are too
When
prominent,
the abs are like compared to when you start looking
Man.
at your abs and you're looking at hers and saying, "Man, she might have better abs than me," you got a problem.
yeah.
Big problem, man. Big old problem.
She has harder skin than you. I mean, who's the fucking man there? You or her?
I remember her taking a picture of her Valentine's Day, and she was like 5 inches taller.
Than
On Instagram, go look that shit up.
What she dates? But she dates girls, right? Like she don't date dudes.
No, there's a dude, whole ass dude, 5'4" or something. I don't know. He did not look that tall.
Hey, I want to do a second renaissance or whether or not Michelle Obama is actually Michael Obama.
No, we're
'Cause
gonna
I
get
got
shot
tons
now.
of evidence
Nah,
to
she's
do.
lady.
No, oh, okay,
I
sure.
heard she's strapped.
Jump on the
I heard
second
she's
renaissance,
strapped.
man. You'll see.
I heard
It's
she's
a
strapped.
She what?
Strapped.
I heard she's strapped.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Hey, listen, one last note on this whole Chocolatito Gonzalez thing. If you go to ringtv.com, they have a compilation of all the picks, and it's 13-9 for Estrada. So 13 people picked Estrada, 9 people picked Gonzalez. It's not as wide as Burchelt Valdez. Remember, most people had Valdez in that poll. They had Burchelt, rather. They had him winning. Pretty confident, most people, myself included. So this one, I think people recognize how, no pun intended, how close it is. So that's an indication of how good it could be. All right. So, hey, my prediction, by the way, Bucho. My prediction.
Oh yeah, I got it.
I'm going with Gonzalez unanimous decision.
What?
Oh, nice.
How dare you, man? Wait.
He said, "How dare you?"
I worry that it's going to be one of those fights where both guys are so good that
Wait.
you know it might just be like a narrow draw, like Gennady Golovkin or Canelo, or
No, if it goes to the scorecards, Gonzalez should win because
You
he's
think
going to
so?
throw more punches. Yeah. If it goes to the scorecards, Gonzalez is the more all-around skilled fighter.
yeah.
But the counterpuncher, he throws less punches, and the power's kind of even. All right, yeah, Estrada's a little bigger. His shots might look more eye-catching. But at the end of the day,
Yeah.
Estrada will
will
come
land more.
forward at any point
Yeah,
in the
but I
fight.
think he just gets knocked out. I think he gets knocked out. But that's a good
Yeah.
pick for
Well,
me.
Gonzalo, who was winning the exchanges in the first fight? I think it was Chocolatito who was winning the
Yeah,
exchanges.
he was
right?
winning.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
sure. What
the
weight was
only
that fight at?
So what Estrada has to like hope for is that he's harder and he actually starts hurting Chocolatito this time around, because the first time around, it looked to me like Chocolatito was the one that was actually taking the shots better.
Yeah, he
was
was.
never backing up. Yeah,
In that fight, yeah, he was. He was taking the punches better.
yeah. But now, because we're talking about like how Estrada is much bigger, blah blah blah, and it's gonna be different. But
Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. Do not be
I watched that fight
surprised.
yesterday.
What's his name? Gonzalez is gonna get the better of the exchanges. I think the better of the action. He's gonna get
Yeah.
the best of the action in the ring. But don't be surprised if you give it to Estrada, because it could be that type. Because I'm picking sticking with Gonzalez, and I'm not gonna take credit if Estrada wins, because I think Gonzalez is still the better
yeah,
fighter.
it's close.
But what I'm saying is, don't be surprised if it's close and they decide to give it to Estrada and it becomes this big controversy and all the
Trophy.
others. Yeah.
trilogy.
Yeah, I said I picked Estrada by stoppage, but even if if it happens, I'm not gonna be like, oh, I told you guys, because I'm not even sure, man. Like
it makes sense. It makes sense if Estrada beats him, right? And it's a close fight. It's a close fight that even if you thought it could have went Chocolatito's way, you got a close fight. It's competitive. They give it to Estrada, so it's 1-1. Estrada fights Rungvisai, and then maybe later on down the road you could fight Chocolatito again.
Yeah, man. Yeah, they have it all planned out, man. Those are the real fighters. So Rungvisai, Chocolatito, Estrada. They might get Ioka in there. You never know. Donny Nietes. That's the other guy.
Ioka deserves being that.
not Inoue. Inoue, he ran away from 115 though.
Oh, come on, Jesus. We just on
True,
the
no, it's true. He didn't even stay there that long. He just
he did run away from 115. He didn't fight nobody there.
Hey, he had bigger fish to fry. What do you want from him?
Oh yeah, that's a good.
By the way, we got Guerrero de la Info on StreamYard. Guerrero, why don't you jump back on Discord? It's better.
Ioka actually said he wanted to fight anyway. I think I read in the boxing saying.
Hold on. MTC, give me 2 seconds here. Guerrero, are you there?
Guerrero always jumps in.
Hey, I'm here.
Jump back on the
Okay.
Discord. It's easier to follow everybody. Otherwise, I got two screens here.
The problem with Discord, I can't, for some reason, I can't get any audio. I can't hear the show. I have to have YouTube open or
All right,
something
all right.
to hear it.
I'll make an exception for you, even though you're making me work extra hard here. I'm sitting here now. I got to get some coffee. You know what I mean? So, but I'll do it just for you, Guerrero. What do you think about that?
I'll try it one more time, but
No.
if
I'm
not,
kidding.
then I'll
I'm kidding.
jump back
I'm
on
kidding.
the StreamYard.
I'm kidding around. Listen, you can stay here. So, Guerrero, what are your thoughts on the fight? Did we get your prediction or
no?
No, you didn't get it yet. I got Estrada and I got Estrada stopping Gonzalez because I think Estrada is just like he's more like in his prime right now. So
okay, but I keep hearing. Let's join in, fellas. Everybody, let's
yeah,
put
no,
our
there's
brains.
a lot of background noise, but
All right, hold on.
yeah,
Let's
I got Estrada probably.
Oh my God.
Gonzalez to
Jesus.
say,
All right, Guerrero, you're cutting off real bad, man. You're cutting off real bad, Guerrero.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Guerrero,
All right.
Geez, every time it's the same thing, man.
Yeah, I don't know where he is.
Can you
Sound
hear us,
wrong.
Guerrero? Just say it as fast as you can.
Yeah.
Like, just say United position. Just go ahead.
yeah, 9th round stoppage in favor of Estrada.
Oh, okay. Now listen, you guys tell me. Let's put our heads together. I'm sure we can come to a conclusion here, or we can see the
Pause.
future. We can see the future here. What is it like? Okay, let's say Estrada's fresher. Is he gonna hit harder? Do you guys think? Is he just gonna throw more shots? Is he going to be able to do to Gonzalez?
Did he look fresher in his last fight? You think?
He looked
the same, I guess.
He looked the same, right?
He looked like Chaco.
I think they're both.
This is the key.
fresh.
This is the key for me. If Estrada's just a little bit bigger because he's got a little bit more weight on his body and he can deal with Chocolatito Gonzalez's offense a little better, that means that he's gonna find the space to land his counters more effectively, because when Gonzalez was landing those shots in the beginning, he was flustered with the activity that Gonzalez was giving him. But if you can able to deal with that onslaught a little better, you could do a lot, because you can find the spacing to land that key punch. That's what I think is going to be the difference.
All right. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I guess who knows what's going to happen, right? I think it's going to be a sensational fight. I'm gonna go back to the evidence here. I'm gonna go back to the video evidence later. Right now, I want to switch subjects a little bit, and we'll see if we go back to Estrada Gonzalez, because as we go on, new things pop into my mind. All right. But I wanted to say something. I heard a rumor, and I hope it's BS, man. I hope it's BS. It was on Twitter. Terence Crawford's next fight might be against Josecito Lopez.
I don't believe it.
I think it's bullshit.
Actually, I do.
That Ranger Rollins guy on Twitter, the guy who brought that rumor up, he said bullshit before. I don't buy it for a minute.
Listen,
Would you be
I truly believe that Terrence Crawford is the greatest welterweight of all time. He fought stiffer competition than Ray Leonard and Tito Trinidad. I mean, I Josecito Lopez, I love the guy, but I think Crawford might just have a little bit too much for him. I'm just going to go off on a limb and say that.
The thing is, I don't know if it's a rumor. I don't. Yeah, but I don't know if it's a rumor, but I wouldn't be surprised.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the thing, though.
Yeah. The other day, I forget which news I was watching, and I thought it was something out of what's that satirical newspaper? That B, and then there's the other one, the The Onion. Yeah, I thought it was The Onion, and I said it wasn't, and I said that's when reality is going awry, when the thing that you think is satire is actually reality, and that's the same thing with this story. When I read it, and they said, Terrence Crawford wants to fight Josecito Lopez, I said, yeah, I can see it. I can see him wanting that fight and not fight. Because, I mean, come on. I mean, this guy the last guy he fought was Kell Brook. That's the best they could fight. I mean, I know Kell Brook was a good fighter and blah, 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 but I mean, he looked like a refugee, man, at the weigh-in. Come on. I mean, that's the best they could dig up. What's next?
What was the fucking Cuban boats in the 80s? What were they called? In Miami?
Yeah, I forget what that was called, man. But I mean,
what was the name for it? I can't remember the name for it.
I can't remember either, man. So that's all you're gonna get out of me.
He jumped off the boat on one of them. He floated over here on a fucking 4x4. Kell Brook, that guy. He fucking he looked like a dude.
Oh, like the Mario boat lift
for 2 weeks. I'm saying.
What was I gonna say?
One of Crawford's wins at welterweight's looking all right. It's still not a defining win, but Kavaliauskas, he knocked the shit out of David Avanesian. Like he fucked him up, and
he beat the shit out of David Avanesian.
I think Mean Machine. I don't think he's one of the best boxers at welterweight, but I definitely think he's one of the hardest punchers.
Yeah. I think you threw him in there with Porter and he'd get his fucking clock cleaned again.
Yeah, probably.
Or Keith's on, like I say, Keith's on the hilltop playing the flute and smoking ganj, so we don't know what the fuck's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keith has bone spurs. If Keith walked naked through a fucking, he's had so much surgery. If he walked naked through like a metal detector, it'd go off.
He went to that retreat on that fucking weirdo film, Midsommar. That's where he's at right now.
Terrence Crawford is one of the weirdest stories I've seen in boxing in the last 15 years. I mean, I remember 3 years ago, 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was defending him and saying, yeah, him and Spence could be a great fight, blah, blah, blah. And then what happened? He just started regressing, getting hit more, fighting guys that on paper couldn't beat him, give him a good fight, which they did, but not beat him. And I'm sitting here now, I'm thinking, man, this guy, I just don't think. And I like Jay, but I think was it Jay or a panelist that he was saying that, well, he's got the real heart because his mother used to pit him in against the other kids in the neighborhood, and he never lost. And I'm thinking that sounds like something a mother.
Sounds like an abusive mother.
But actually, that sounds like the type of made up story a mother who makes her son fight everybody in the neighborhood would say. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. It's like you fight enough times in the streets, you're gonna lose.
And he won every single fight, huh?
Even if that was true, BD.
Yeah, that
doesn't make sense.
That's why it's a story and not what actually happened, BDA.
It's like the Bernard Hopkins. It's like the Bernard Hopkins when I came out of the the Pennsylvania penitentiary. The warden said, "You'll be back here, asshole. You'll be back."
Yeah, even if it was true, that doesn't mean he's gonna be world class fighters because your mom used to give you $10. Hey, my dad used to make me sell chiclets in TJ, fucking back in the day, so I can learn how to work.
Hey,
does that
Gonzalo,
mean
I knew guys that will fucking clean out a bar like by themselves.
Yeah,
but can't box for shit.
That's right. That doesn't mean I'm gonna be a world class fighter.
But they'll clear. They will. I guarantee you, they're going into a bar fight. They're knocking out 3 dudes, at least 3 guys.
Right.
No, but you know what, man? I get what Jay was trying to say in terms of that the guy's got heart and he's got the fighting spirit, but it doesn't seem like it lately.
No,
That's
Jay's 100% right. Like Jay knows his boxing. Like the kid is exciting as a boxer. He's a warrior. It's just that when it comes to like his path in his career and all that stuff is suspect like a motherfucker.
Hey, by the way, fellas, sorry to interrupt, man, but we got a special guest on the line. I think it is. Hold on a second. Yeah, 323, you're on the line. 323.
Gentlemen, how are you? It's the infamous Steve Kim.
Oh,
How are you guys?
Steve, thank you for calling in. Man.
Hey, Mr. Kim, how you doing, sir?
I am doing
That
well.
really
It's a big fight eve. A lot of boxing going on. I'm here at the office. You guys gave me the invite. I'm certainly honored to be here with you, gentlemen.
Well, thank you for being here, man. Really appreciate it. Listen, like you said, the boxing bug, the big fight bug, tomorrow, 8 years in the making, Chocolatito versus Estrada. I listened to the last episode you did of the 3 knockdown rule, and you mentioned that Chocolatito is looking pretty good compared to some of his past fights. What do you expect for tomorrow's fight?
Look, I may be thinking with my heart more than my brain, but I was in I would say the slight minority last year. I really liked him against Caliafai, and I visited him about 2 weeks before that fight that took place in Frisco, Texas, and it was noticeable that his physical conditioning leading into that fight was vastly different than when I would see him spitting into a cup 2 or 3 days before the weigh-in as he fought at the Garden. And, last Friday, I'm watching Chocolatito work the heavy bag, and I'm with his manager, Carlos Blandon, who's basically his right-hand man. I said, Carlos, after the Secret Sorungasai knockout, did you give up? Was there a sense that this was the end? And, Carlos said no. He said, actually, when we were at the hospital, Roman said, look, we can rebuild this. This was not a real fight for me. So many things went wrong. Trust me, I'll be back. The biggest difference is that, according to Carlos, the one thing that Roman really thrives on is structure and having a team. And when his original trainer died, before that second fight with Sorungasai, they made a mistake. They thought they could just go to Japan and basically do it by themselves. And Carlos admitted we made a mistake by thinking this could just go on automatic pilot. The other issue is that Roman, in his own mind, I think understood one thing. The things that he could get away with at age 23, 24, and 25 were going to be much more difficult to get away with as he entered to his mid-30s. And when I saw him last week at the Lee Espinosa Coachella Boxing Club, he had a nice short haircut. He looked noticeably fit and trim. He probably could have made weight if he wanted to that week. And so I think that's been the biggest change from when I saw him and from when we all kind of wrote him off about 3-4 years ago, that he's changed his lifestyle, and he's certainly gelled very well with Marcos Caballero, who's the father of Randy Caballero, who held a short title. So, look, he's the underdog. He is a little bit older. There could come a point where it unplugs, but I'll be honest with you guys. I don't know how you guys feel, but be honest. I want to hear from each of you guys. If you did not know the age or the history of either fighter when they fought in Mexico City about 3-4 months ago, who actually looked better that night? Roman Gonzalez or Juan Francisco Estrada?
Chocolatito did.
Chocolatito, yeah.
Yep, I agree.
Choco.
The one thing about Cuadras, he's very, very active. He throws a lot of punches. He's a plucky guy. But he also has never turned over a punch in his life. Doesn't lock him out that well. It seems to me like a lot of his punches don't even land on the knuckle area. I just kept watching that fight thinking, if Roman Gonzalez is still the guy that I think he is, or 85 to 90% of his absolute peak, if those punches land on Estrada from Chocolatito, this could be a very long night. And I'll say this, guys, watching Chocolatito work out for a couple of hours last Friday, it really is an education on boxing, on how to punch with balance, leverage, and how if you throw one punch properly and you shift your weight correctly, how it will lead to another punch and then another punch and another punch if you so choose. It really is a clinic, guys. I felt honored to be there.
Well, Here's the question, man, because a lot of people are saying that, Estrada is that's the one thing I'm hearing from people on the internet. Estrada is the bigger guy, which could or could not play a factor. I mean, he said now to the build up to this fight, he's saying he wants to go at Gonzalez, which I don't know how smart a strategy that would be. But Steve, does anyone have the mental edge coming to this fight?
I'm not sure about that. To me, Estrada wants revenge. So that's something that you could say, hey, he has the mental advantage there. But at the same time, Roman Gonzalez is a rejuvenated guy, both physically and psychologically. Now, let's go back to your original comment, how there's a perception that Estrada's the bigger guy. I'm not really sure about that. When they met in the mid-November of 2012, a fight that I was very lucky to be at in person at the LA Sports Arena, they both were at junior flyweight. And so in my view, while Estrada looks more muscular, at least from the pictures that I saw at the weigh-in earlier today, they essentially took the same path. They both started off, I believe Roman won his first title at 105. Then he hit his peak at 108 and 112, as did Estrada, because Estrada, the next fight, beat Brian Valoria for 2 of the flyweight belts. In terms of natural size, this is not like Roberto Duran, a 135-pounder, moving up to face a Marvin Hagler at 160. I just don't see one guy really having a size advantage.
Well, that's the thing I wanted to ask you, man, because coming into this fight, Estrada's saying, I know I can knock him out. I'm going for it. If he boxes, the momentum goes to Gonzalez because he's always going to come forward. And if he meets Gonzalez in the middle of the ring, he's going to eat some punches. So is it fair to say that no one is really going to have that much of an easy fight going in there, no matter which game plan they go with?
From a fan's perspective, and also I think that if you're Marcos Caballero, who messaged me earlier, and he said, Steve, we are ready. So they seem very confident. If I'm Chocolatito's camp, I would pay money to Estrada to have him come right at me. That means I don't have to move. I don't have to chase him. I don't have to find him because Estrada has a little bit of length. He has range. He has reach. Look, I was also there ringside in Frisco, Texas last year when Calify went right into the Lion's Den with the suit of steaks all over his body. And I remember watching the first round or two saying, wow, Cal's not going to even try to box or establish the jab or move. And he got cut up and ground up. And it was obvious by the 4th round that was the wrong strategy. He's going to get shredded, and that's exactly what happened. In my view, the way Estrada wins this fight is creating a little bit of airspace and distance between the two and then creating angles. Estrada's a guy that switch hits, but he does fight a lot at southpaw. Look, when you're in close and you're chest-to-chest with the guy, your left-handedness, as I like to say, goes away. And you give Roman Gonzalez a lot of opportunities just to touch you all over the place. If I'm Gonzalez's corner, I would not mind at all if Estrada's going to stick right inside the pocket and come right to him.
So what do you expect? If they stand and trade, do you think Gonzalez still has the advantage even now, despite people thinking that he's a little bit shop-worn?
He's certainly a little bit shop-worn, but I can make the argument so is Estrada. Both of these guys have a pretty good number of fights. And if you go back to Estrada's fight against Willie Beeman, he got touched there either. So we're not talking about a slick boxer. This is not a reincarnation of Miguel Canto here. Mm-hmm. Estrada is there to be hit. He's an exciting fighter. He got out-hustled by Secretset Sorongvasai in the original fight. I remember being there. And also, go back, guys, a little bit. Go back about 2-3 years ago. Carlos Cuadras may have clipped him in their first fight at the StubHub Center. I was there that fight. I had that fight 6 rounds apiece, and I think Estrada had a knockdown in the second half. So I had him winning by 1 point. So as good as Estrada has been, it's not like he's just absolutely blowing out these guys at that elite level. And look, again, I may be clouded in my judgment because I really like Chocolatito. I think he's one of the best small fighters I've ever seen. For me, it's basically him and Mark Too Sharp Johnson. Out of all the guys that I've seen below 118, I would say that those are my top 2 draft choices if I had to pick a team. Roman, to me, I think is on a mission his last 2-3 fights to make history because Carlos Blandon told me, Steve, we win this fight, We want Secret Sorungbasai. We have no issues taking on that challenge again. And then we would like to face the winner of whoever has the belt currently held by Germanan Cajas and Kazuto Ioka. And if he does that, I don't think there's any doubt. If he accomplishes that mission, as much as I like Too Sharp Johnson, it would be Roman Gonzalez, clearly the best small fighter of the past, 50 years or so.
Yeah, absolutely, man. The guy went on a tear. Might as well have been Mongolian because he went on that tear, reminiscent of Genghis Khan. Now, so you don't expect Estrada to be roosting tomorrow by Sunday morning. So, are you willing to make an official prediction?
Oh yeah, look, I went on my and look, I don't gamble. Okay, I'm already an Asian driver, as I like to joke. But anyway, in my view, and I said this on Twitter and I put it up on Instagram. I like Chocolatito. I think it's going to be a very close fight. I think it'll be back and forth. Both men are going to have their moments. Punch resistance is going to be key, though. And if you were to ask me, okay, who's got a better chin? I would actually favor Estrada. So Chocolatito is going to have to be the busier, more active guy in terms of landed punches. It just can't be activity. It has to be some real effectiveness. And another key is that once he lands 3-4 punches, he's going to have to get out of there. And I know that's one of the things they worked on is punching and shifting and pivoting. And there's a certain angle that they believe that is going to be very difficult for Estrada to find him. So that's going to be a fascinating thing, that there's going to be a lot of violence, but I also think, gentlemen, there's going to be a lot of strategy within this warfare.
Well, that's interesting right there, man. By the way, I forgot to ask you, where can we, I know you're no longer with ESPN, but where are you right now? Where can we check out your work?
Well, right now, guys, I'm taking a hiatus after I decided to basically leave ESPN. You know, guys, I'll be honest with you. I haven't really told a lot of people. I don't know if I'm going to write again. I'm doing a lot of things on social media, having fun. Obviously, I'm doing the 3 knockdown rule with Mario. We have some plans for that show to take it to different, bigger platforms. And I'm working on some other projects right now. And I'll be honest with you guys. I don't know how you feel about it. Right now, the modern day of boxing, it's not a lot of fun to cover. For every Gonzalez Estrada rematch we get, we get a lot of weeks and months of stuff that is not interesting. And this is my biggest problem with the game. And tell me if I've just become the old man telling the kids to get off the lawn, or if you guys are the exact same guy. We don't.
I'm 20. I'm 29, Mr. Kim, and I agree.
Thank you. So I'm not crazy. I'm not just a bitter old guy. I'm just old, but not bitter. Okay, good. So, guys, right now, do me a favor. Whenever you guys keep doing this show, and you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
Go to the top 10 pound-for-pound list on Ring Magazine and actually look at and try to figure out when are they fighting again.
That's a good point.
Most of them don't have fight schedules. And then ask yourself this. People go a little bit deeper. How many more times are they going to fight after that? Are we going to see any of our top guys, not named Canelo, who, by the way, is carrying the sport? No matter what you think of him, what he's doing right now is incredible for the game. He's keeping it relevant, and he's building his brand. Meanwhile, everyone else might get 1 or 2 fights. I mean, look, I get it. The guys are not going to fight once a month anymore. I'm long past that. I get it. Can we just get a guy to fight at least 3 times a year at the world-class level? So that's one problem I have with the game, is the quantity of content among the elite fighters.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing I don't like is, so if you're not going to give me a volume of fights, can you ramp up the quality on a more consistent basis? That's not happening either. I'm actually kind of very angry in my own way that Spence Crawford is not going to happen. And I happened to be at Buddy McGirt's gym on Thursday morning, and I happened to run into James Toney, my favorite fighter of the 90s, who fought a lot during his time. And he is actually insulted and almost downright angered by the fact that Crawford, who's currently his favorite fighter, I believe, out of all the guys that fight today, and Spence are not fighting. He thinks that is an absolute insult to the sport of boxing and its fans and everyone that came before it. And I cannot disagree. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but that's my piece. And that's why right now I'm not in a rush to just write about what is a bunch of slop.
I wanted to bring this up because you mentioned you might be stepping away from boxing, and again, people that might not have been following you as long as I have, you've been covering boxing since I believe the late 90s. At least that's when I started reading you. You might have been going
1996.
96.
When I first started. Now, I want to state for the record, I'm not going to leave boxing, but doing the day-to-day grind of covering boxing and watching every single fight from 3:30 in the afternoon to 11 like I was, I'm over it. I put in my time. I'm gonna always be in boxing. It's in my blood. But me being an advocate to try to make this game better, it's irretrievable. It's so broken, this system. I don't want to be Debbie Downer, but the whole business needs a reset. Look, fighters should get paid as much as possible. But nowadays, when they are so bold in talking about their financial portfolios and making up reasons not to fight, that to me is, I'm thinking to myself, what am I doing? So I'm still going to be in boxing. I'll talk about boxing. I'll cover boxing. But that whole ESPN experience to a certain degree kind of burnt me out. And I'm at an age now, like, you know what? I want to get paid better and I want to have fun.
That's the thing, Steve, because ESPN, I mean, that's a Disney-owned company. Were they keeping you a little bit censored? Were they censoring you a little bit?
Yeah, I feel as though it became suppression of thought when you couldn't say the blunt truth and you were told not to write about certain things. I had to fight to cover certain non-ESPN shows. I thought that was very political. I thought that was a corporate agenda. And I've always said, and I have no issue saying it, the best stuff that I wrote at ESPN, the most entertaining stuff, the stuff that people really kind of knew me for, it was always the stuff that I turned in, but unfortunately the public never really got to read that version of the story. And so that became old. And also, look, when you work at Disney, there are certain rules, there's a certain thought process, and certain philosophies that you have to follow. And I just made a decision over the summer. I said, you know what? I'm not having fun. I don't want to do this any longer than I have to. And at the end of September, I just said, hey, guys, come October 31st, I'm out of here. So do what you need to. And I haven't really looked back. I'm having a lot of fun doing some other things I can't really talk about now. I think soon enough all of you guys will know. But I'm happy. I'm very, very satisfied with my career because I just could not imagine doing what I had to at certain times and not being told or being told that, oh, no, we don't want to say that or this. And it's just like, good, give me a break. There comes a time that you have to let writers write. And I think what they wanted at ESPN is a very soft, sanitized, safe version of boxing coverage.
Man,
I get it. It is a corporation. I made the agreement to go there. I lived up to my end of the agreement for the time allotted on the contract, and I decided, you know what? I'm at an age now where I need to make some decisions. Look, no one likes a whiner. I hate that. So you better be a man. You better make a decision, put your balls on the line, and risk it. And so over the summer, it's the first time ever, guys, I decided when I had a secure job that I didn't want this job anymore. I said, you know what? So I'm going to try to get out, and I think I have some great options. And no matter how I feel about the current state of the business, guys, I'm going to let you know right now, I still love the sport of boxing. I just don't love what the business has become. And I'm very thankful I don't have to cover it the way I did before.
Well, listen, you started out at Max. Well, I think you started out another website, right? Before Max Boxing, was it Doghouse Boxing, or where were you at before that?
Well, it was. Here's what happened. I first did a radio show called The Main Event on an AM station where the owners of the show, Tim Abrams, Oscar Valdez, not the boxer, but a good friend of mine, bought time. And so it was on 8:70 AM on Saturday night. It was on from like 11 or 12 at midnight on Sunday to like 1:30. So we must have had about 5 people listening if you take away my mom and my relatives. So then I was writing for Boxing Online, and then Doug Fisher, who I met at the LA Boxing Club along with Gary Randall, were doing this thing called the Internet. I had no idea what this was. I was like, wow, you guys have these computers that you can like take with you. They're called laptops. I never seen, and they were there, and they're showing people this website, and I go, "What the hell is this?" And they were doing a thing called House of Boxing, and then I ended up teaming up with them, and that kind of went sideways, and we went 2001 to Max Boxing, and as you say, or as they say, the rest is history.
Yeah, well, epic time, man. At Max Boxing, one of my fondest memories. When I used to have a break over in school, and I would print your.
That.
Yeah, I would print your article. I think I told you this the last time you were here. I used to print your articles, you and Dougie's mailbag as well, and I would just read that, and it would get me through the breaks. Of course, I was supposed to be studying, so I guess I have to blame you for some poor grades there. But but you know what? You were on the internet before. Like it must have been a bit of a hassle too when you would go to events and all these other writers were like, "Oh, so what do you write for?" "Oh, maxboxing.com." "Oh, a website?" Like, so you were a pioneer in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
So well, nobody's really. I don't think
it's
any.
interesting.
Yeah.
You know, when me and Doug would first have credential requests for the bigger fights, and this is from about 2000 to about 2003, a lot of the established newspaper writers, they would look down on us. They actually thought, what's this internet thing? It's not going to last. And we actually saw the metamorphosis from where we would be stuck either in the press box or in auxiliary media, and they would basically deride us by saying, you guys are only the internet. Well, within 6 years, it only became only the internet is really covering boxing, and next thing you know, we were getting pretty solid treatment. I've seen it, and now there is no newspaper business, unfortunately, for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I've been through different stages of this, and the way I look at it, guys, in terms of what I want to do, look, I put in my time, I put in my work. Now I want to do things like Sinatra. I want to do it my way, want to have fun. Although I'm not always, like, out there writing, or you don't see my bio. Guys, trust me, I am working in boxing on different things. I can tell you about it soon, but not now. I feel very, very excited about my future. I'll be honest, guys, when the ESPN thing was going on, I don't say depressed, because I'm sorry, you have a good job, you still count your blessings, but I said, I don't really want to do this. If this is the way the last chapter of my career is going to go, doing this cookie cutter, sanitized, stale coverage, no, not me. I'm not doing that. Forget about it.
Were they?
You know,
were they telling you what you couldn't say on the 3 knockdown rule?
Basically, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I kept a lot of my stories and the way they came out, and they didn't want to really ruffle feathers and stuff like that. And you know, look, my writing became boring. Honestly, if that wasn't my byline on there, a lot of those stories I'd be like, oh God, that is vanilla. Seriously, but that's what they wanted. You know, and I really, really enjoy doing the 3 knockdown rule because I could cut loose and I could be myself. And they, you know, even the ESPN Plus version of 3 knockdown rule, that wasn't my show. That's a show that they engineered, that they produced. They wanted it. I'd be like, that's not my vision of the show. You know, and I thought it was real interesting. Like, I would want to go to cards that were not on Top Rank's umbrella or not on ESPN, but were really good cards. And I was told, well, you know, just we're not covering. It's not worth it. And there'd be like 3 championship fights on it. And to me, there came a point. I'm like, you know what? The money's good. It's great to be with this brand, but I'm not really satisfied here, and it's not a lot of fun. And so, look, like I told you before, you could whine, bitch, or moan, or you could go out there and make some decisions and bet on yourself.
Absolutely,
I chose the
man.
latter.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, yeah, because I mean, you've always been an open book when it comes to your opinions, and you always made it entertaining and funny. So for somebody to be telling you what to do and what not to do, it's like those old school radio jocks, and the producers are always trying to tell them what to do. It's like that the product would go down, and it's the same thing with you. I mean, nobody likes somebody that's leashed. I mean, come on.
And some of it, I don't even think it wasn't. I don't want this to be a complete indictment on the editors. I think it was real corporate philosophy. I'll give you an example, guys. Of something where I was like, God, this place may not be for me. I wrote a story last summer about Oscar De La Hoya's 1997, about how he fought 5 times and how like he did what Canelo's going to try to do this year, and how it was great for his career and great for boxing. So I interviewed Bob Arum, obviously, who promoted all 5 of those events, and I talked to Oscar De La Hoya, who was really great with me, gave me about 45 minutes of his time. So we went through every event, from Pernell Whitaker, Miguel Angel Gonzalez, David Kamau, Hector Camacho. So we finally get to Wilfredo Rivera, which was the last fight of that year. And you know what? I think he just said, you know what? I'm going to give Kim something that I've never told anyone. Let's have some fun with this. He told a story, not about the fight, not about the aftermath, not about the victory, but he said, you know, Steve, the one thing I remember most about that whole fight was, and he explained this story about how there was this really attractive Latin reporter, and she had been interviewing him, and she had been to a couple of his events the last year or so, and you could tell that there was some sparks between them. So Oscar said after the weigh-in, she came to my room to do an interview, and he did a little bit more than the interview, if you know what I mean. And they got it on. And he was panicked, and he called Gil Clancy, and he said, oh, my God, what do I do? I've lost my legs. And Gil says, no, kid, don't worry about it. It's the chase that leaves you tired. If you just did it with her, you're fine. Just have 5 eggs in the morning. You'll be fine. So I put that story in there, verbatim. I was told I could not have that in the story. And to me, that was the best part of the story.
Oh. Well, that's
working at Disney in a nutshell. There
My
goes my
goodness.
Pulitzer Prize, guys. I had it right there. God.
Hey, that's breaking news right there, man. Jeez Louise. Oh, okay, so, yeah, so they're I mean, they had you on that leash, man. That's insane. That's insane. So now you're planning on doing a good job and having fun. That's the main thing. And by the way, Steve, I know you're a busy guy. We don't want to keep you on too long, so you let us know when you got to hop off.
No, I'm good. I mean, look, I want to make this clear. I'm not ruling out writing because I have gotten offers, but the days of me chasing down every news story, I don't really want to do that. I actually kind of just want to do commentaries and special features or things that I want to say. But the days of me, like, look, do I want to write about this Fury-Joshua negotiation every 3 days as this thing twists? And no, I have no interest in that. Let someone else do it. Or if, you know, a championship fight is made, I don't want to be told to just rush out and do it. Another thing that I thought was real interesting was that every time Conor McGregor said the word boxing, boy, I was told to get on that story immediately. It was amazing to me. Yeah, exactly, because it got hits. So I want to do commentaries, and I want to do special features, and I want to do it when it's appropriate. I just want to say what's on my mind. So writing is still something I still love to do. I still believe that there is something very powerful and lasting about the written word, and there's something very, very satisfying about having your byline on top of a feature. Like, there's a sense of accomplishment as a writer. But look, I want to do some broadcasting. I want to do the podcast and make that into a bigger franchise. And there's some other things that I want to do behind the scenes. But, you know, there's a new generation of writers. It's their turn to carry the sport on a day-to-day basis. And look, I have no problems with it. I still plan on going to fights. And in fact, guys, you talk about me in my relationship with boxing. Well, look, last Friday I drove about 2 hours to Coachella, California from Los Angeles to spend a day with Chocolatito. And then I had dinner with the co-manager of Dmitry Bivol, Oleg Frolov. This Tuesday, I went to a gym in the San Fernando Valley to see an old trainer friend of mine, Shadi Chaluki, who has a very bright young Armenian fighter that's making his pro debut. Want to go visit him. Thursday, I spent the morning at Buddy McGirt's gym working out and also talking to Buddy and just hanging out a little bit. So boxing's in my DNA. I'm not going to leave it, but I think my role within the media landscape has certainly changed.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, but that's life, right? You like the Marines, adapt, improvise, and overcome, and it sounds like that's what you're doing. I wanted to ask you, because I mean, I could talk to you all night, man. So you tell me when you gotta go. And I also want to get some people to ask you questions here. But I wanted to ask you real quick, the Teofimo Lopez situation with Bob Arum. I don't understand the whole specifics of it. Maybe you can break it down for us. But did he essentially throw Top Rank under the bus?
To a certain certain degree, look, obviously, they if this was a marriage, someone would be sleeping at the Motel 6. Okay, so they've gone beyond just sleeping on the couch. That thing is bad. To me, what the real big story is gonna be is that after the Kambosos fight, which is a mandatory, and they have two differing viewpoints of this relationship. Teofimo Lopez believes that, hey, we're suing to get out of the contract. We're going to sue for breach of contract and collusion because Todd DeBuff wrote an email basically saying, hey, no one else bid on this fight. Top Rank will obviously contest that. And then they believe that they still have 3.5 years left on the contract where the new minimum is 1.25. I saw an interview where Teofimo Lopez's manager, David McWater, basically stated that the market has spoken. $4 million is what we are worth.
Whoa.
Top Rank's not going to agree with that. So now you have a situation is moving forward. Should Teofimo be stuck with Top Rank, how are they going to coexist? And if Taylor beats Ramirez on May 22nd, and I think he's the strong favorite in that fight, all due respect, I love Jose Ramirez. I don't think he's versatile or athletic enough to deal with Josh Taylor's multifaceted skill set. I get the sense Taylor's going to move up. That leaves 4 major belts at 140. So now, instead of getting Taylor, Teofimo may have to fight for a vacant belt. Okay, so you could say, well, they could do a purse bid again. Right, but do you think Triller is going to bid another $6 million for him to fight Jack Catterall?
I would.
So the mess. So I don't know where this is going to go, but it is ugly.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, you hate to see a top talent like Teofimo Lopez. You hate to see a top talent like him get sidelined or essentially keep fighting a bunch of nobodies. When did this start? When did the Teofimo Lopez versus Top Rank rift begin? Was it pre-Lomachenko?
No, I think it was after. Look, before the Lomachenko fight, they were at a loggerheads for money. Obviously, not having a live audience during the pandemic certainly changed the economics of that deal. But they were able to figure it out, both sides. And one of the amendments that they made was that Teofimo Lopez's contracted minimum on his current existing contract went from $150,000 to $1.25 million. Now, keep this in mind. A minimum means that, hey, we're going to start the negotiations at 1.25, but we could certainly negotiate more money. The real issue became when Teofimo beat Lomachenko. Now you have a kid in his camp who believes, wow, we are an absolute superstar. Look, I've been on record as saying I think he's got the highest upside. I believe he is going to be one of the best fighters in the world for a very long time. But we have to look at this reality, guys. That victory came in front of no studio, in front of no real live audience, played to a really good television ratings, but it's not like it generated $10 to $12 million. So that became something really interesting, is that this young man, precocious and talented, felt like I have conquered the world, while he really, if you think about it, he's just beginning his star run, and the company still believes, hey, we're in the process of building you into a star, while the opposite side, Team Lopez, says, no, we are a star and we want to be compensated for it. So that's the problem. I don't know what's going to happen here. I keep hearing that Teofimo believes that, hey, he's making statements about it. I'm not going to be with Top Rank. Top Rank believes, no, we didn't do anything wrong. Go ahead. After your Triller excursion, you're still our fighter. So I can't really tell you what's going to happen here, but I think that those two sides are really at opposite ends of the spectrum.
That's awful to hear, man, because again, Teofimo Lopez is a real talent, and like you said, he does seem to have some upside. The fact that he seems to think, I mean, is this normal nowadays for most of these young fighters, especially the lightweights, with all the, so sometimes listening to the conversations, it sounds like we're watching CNBC or something. They're talking about money, this, money, that. I mean, do these guys have who's talking to them? Who's got their ear that they think they're worth $6 million?
Guys, I've said this. The whole I don't want to call them the four kings. What an insult to Hagler, Duran, Leonard Hearns. I'm not going to do it. Those four guys.
Yeah.
Okay?
Thank you,
I'm
Mr.
kind of
Kim.
over it all. They're never going to fight. Yeah, they're never going to fight. I mean, look,
Yes!
Hagler, Duran, Leonard, Burns gave us 9 fights. And if you include Benitez, I think they gave us 12. Now, as it relates to the 4 guys, be honest, guys, do you even see 5 fights happening within that quartet in the next 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? Be honest.
Not with the way they're talking.
No, because they're being very well compensated on various platforms. No one wants to work with one another. There's a huge divide within the sport of boxing, and there's no economic impetus for them to actually have to fight one another as long as they are getting guaranteed money. And when I hear Devin Haney, who's a very talented boxer, I've had a very good relationship with him, but when his counterpoint to a lot of these arguments with other fighters is, well, I made more money than you. Oh, God. I don't even, at that point, I'm thinking, I'm glad I don't have to cover this.
You mentioned something in the last episode of the 3 knockdown rule. What was Ryan Garcia asking for his next fight?
Okay. Contrary to what people are saying, there were negotiations for that Pacquiao fight, okay? What I was told, and I've had this told to me by a couple people, is that he wanted non-refundable deposit money. In other words, he wanted a certain amount of money up front, and I heard it was an 8-figure sum, that even if the fight didn't happen, he would still keep the money. I've heard that from several sources, and I heard that was one of the real breaking points of that negotiation.
So he wanted to get paid either way, whether it happened or not. Hey, give me some money.
Yeah, right.
That's what the homeless people in front of my building do, man.
Ryan Garcia is very popular, and he seems to be very ambitious. But I have a problem with him saying, well, if it's not Tank or Manny, I don't want to fight anybody. Tell that to Golden Boy. Well, you're painting your own promoter into a real corner, and realistically, the Pacquiao fight, I don't know what the odds were that you're really going to get it. You know Tank was not going to fight you because the PBC is not going to work with the zone or vice versa in any fashion. So tell me, guys, doesn't that come off as grandstanding?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Can't see it any other way.
And so now, okay, so Ryan Garcia, we don't know when he's going to fight. Tank Davis is going to, play hopscotch, and he's going to try to be the low-rent, modern-day version of Henry Armstrong by winning a title at 140. Okay? Talking about the cheapening of historical achievements there, right? Teal's going to fight Kambosos, and then he's going through the ugliest divorce this side of Britney Spears. and then Devin Haney, look, at least I kind of like the Linares fight. I've always had a soft spot for Linares, so I can't even really be too critical of that fight. But tell me what evidence there is of these guys actually mixing it up.
Oh boy! Well, let me tell you, man. It looks bleak. Let's just put it that way, man. It's by the way, listen. Let me get a couple of questions here from the people here because I've been asking too much. People are gonna kill me tomorrow morning. By the way, somebody in the chat says somebody says Floyd killed the game. Oof. Well, maybe, man. Maybe.
Okay, that's a strong statement. I've heard that a lot. But let me defend Floyd. Okay, and at the end of the day, at least the money he earned, there was something tangible. People bought tickets, and they bought pay-per-view. So no matter how many millions he got, there was tangible evidence that he was worth it. What evidence is there that these young guys who are earning $3-4 million are actually worth it? They're actually disrupting the market worse than Floyd. Now, did Floyd judiciously matchmake? Did he spearhead a couple of trends that I think are not healthy for the sport? Yeah, absolutely. But, when Teofimo Lopez beat Lomachenko, I remember him distinctly saying at the press conference, well, before anyone becomes money Mayweather, you got to be pretty boy Floyd Mayweather. And I was like, good. Well, he skipped right over that too.
Jeez.
So it's easy to scapegoat Mayweather, but look, guys, and I'm a big Pacquiao fan. The way he's handling this upcoming fight, it's just like, oh God, I'm glad I don't have to cover that.
Yeah, you got your that's a blessing right there, man. All right, let's get some questions here from the panel. Gonzalo, you want to ask something?
Yeah.
You're breaking up.
You're breaking up, Gonzalo.
You're breaking up.
All right, let's go to Johnny Boy. Johnny Boy, you want to ask something?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, well, Mr. Yeah,
Hold on,
Mr.
Gonzalo.
Kim. Well, I always said you don't even have to go all the way back to Duran and Hearns and Hagler and Leonard. You can just look at what was going on 15 years ago with Pacquiao and Marquez and Barrera and them guys. They had a dozen some odd fights in between each other too, you know, and fucking excuse me. but yeah, man, like
Johnny Boy.
Yes, sir.
That's a great point. And Johnny, that is an excellent point, and I should punish myself for overlooking it because I was basically at every single one of those fights except Barrera against Pacquiao in 2003. That was in San Antonio. And Johnny brings up a great point. Look, when you have a position like this in boxing, I believe that there is a responsibility to carry the sport. And look, no one is saying we don't want you to make money. We want you to make fights. At the end of the day, there's too many fans. They act like these fighters stockbrokers or financial analysts. I call those guys managers. My God, you're not getting a piece of the action. If you want to invest in something, go to Bitcoin. But the money that your favorite fighter makes, you're not getting a piece of it. And that was a great stretch, though, Johnny. I look at that era, and I have all my credentials on my wall of credentials in my office. I feel very, very lucky I was able to go to most of those fights.
Yeah, well, and real quickly, I know we got a couple people up here, but I just, and then, you know, even, like I say, even when I was a kid watching back then, or 11, 12, 13, you know, Pacquiao got like $300,000 for fighting Barrera, who was like, third on the pound for pound list at the time? Something like that. And he didn't cry
Johnny,
about the money. He didn't tweet anybody any derogatory shit. He just went to another country and fought the top 3 pound for pounder in the world for $300,000. You know, so
yeah. I mean, look, Manny had some issues with Murad Muhammad, his original promoter that brought him to the States. And look, that became a lawsuit. In fact, one of my stories was brought up in court against Murad Muhammad. That's a funny story for another day. But you're right. Look, if you go back to the historic nature of boxing and you look at the greatest fights, and then I guess ESPN just did the 50th anniversary of Ali Frazier, I don't really know what either guy made. And quite frankly, I don't give a damn. And so one of the best things to happen to the sport of boxing and the fighters are the multiple platforms like the Zone and Triller getting involved and boosting the money. But there's a downside to it. Because it has become an arms race, Johnny, and every platform wants to sign their franchise fighters, like the Zone did with Demetrius Andrade, Devin Haney, Danny Roman, and obviously Canelo. The problem is then the divided sport even becomes more fractured because the Zone expects those guys' biggest fights to be on their network, so they're not going to cross the street. So it's easy to blame the PBC because I do think they are the biggest offender, but that everyone is guilty of that to a certain degree. They want to protect their platform, their contracts with their fighters on their airwaves. And I've said this, it's not popular, but I think this is absolutely true. Sanctioning bodies are bad. They're not as bad as exclusive network contracts in terms of keeping fights from happening.
Yeah, I've said it before. I
was just going to say thank you for responding to my question, Mr. Kim. Thank you.
Oh, anytime, Johnny. Appreciate it.
Johnny on his best behavior. Yeah, I've said it before. I loathe the alphabet organizations, but like I remember you always saying that some fighters need those alphabet belts. You know, they make the on the marquee it looks good, champion, and most people don't know the difference, so they go, oh, champion. They think it's a real lineal champ, but yeah, it's a give and take affair. It's a symbiotic relationship, in other words. Anybody else got a question?
I have one.
Go ahead, MTC.
Do you think Teofimo is going to lose lots of years in his career in court? I mean, I've seen Matchroom like basically grooming him on their broadcast on the zone, to be a Matchroom fighter. But how much time do you think he could get like caught up in court? Like if he tries to go through that ugly divorce you mentioned.
That's a great question. That is a great question. I hadn't really thought about it, but I certainly hope this is not Mikey Garcia 2.0, who lost $2.5 million and I believe about $15 million. I estimated that a couple of years ago for a couple stories that I did on Mikey. But I think there's a difference here. Mikey Garcia, I give him credit, and I know some of you may not like what you're going to hear, but he's the one guy that admitted, I box for money. I'm good at this, and I can earn a lot of money, and that's why I do it. So he was the ultimate mercenary. Teofimo's a little bit different. I think him and his father really love boxing, and they believe that they're destined for greatness. But you're right. This could get bogged down in court. What really alarms me, and this dovetails into your question about losing years off the career and obviously the development of a fighter. Right now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Teofimo is 23 years old. It looks to me like he's headed to already being the twice-a-year fighter.
Oof.
I am a firm believer in this. You should not be a twice-a-year fighter till at least your 26th, 27th birthday, because you still get better and can develop those tools in real fights. And me and Buddy Bagert, every time I'm at his gym, we talk about it. Look at Buddy's record. He didn't get a title shot till about his 45th fight. And he said, Steve, my guys, my era were much more seasoned. And one of the reasons, guys, a lot of these big fights are duds and nothing happens for at least 4 or 5 rounds. The inactivity is causing ring rust. So by the time these guys finally face each other, they haven't been hit in like 7-8 months in real battle. They're actually afraid to get in there. That Joe Goosen talks about that a lot. And me and Joe had a conversation about that about 10 days ago. So a lot of these things affect the game on so many layers. But going back to the original question, yes, I think there's a concern that if Teofimo is absolutely dug in his heels, and I'm not going back to Top Rank, and Top Rank saying, oh, no. We got 3.5 years left. You're right. This could absolutely become a stalemate.
It's a shame because he went from he basically like got fast tracked from Magdaleno to I forgot who next, then Comey and then Loma in like what, 2 years? A year and a half?
Yeah, I mean, look.
I mean, it was a meteoric rise in sport.
There's no doubt. Look, I'll give myself some credit. I got this one right. I knew by a second, third pro fight, I knew this kid was going to go somewhere. I remember telling Todd DeBuff, that's your guy. I go, he goes, what? I'm telling you. Shakur Stevenson's very good. Michael Conlan's very popular. But I said, that's your guy. He just had it. And look, his last 3 fights are Nakatani, Richard Comey, Lomachenko. That's why I give him a little bit more of a pass compared to those other 3 guys, his colleagues at 130 and 135. But I am concerned about his future, and it always becomes a little bit bothersome. And I think you guys can appreciate this because we're all probably at the same age. We all probably enjoyed the same era of boxing. When it came to guys like Hagler, Hearns, Duran, Michael McCallum, even James Toney and Bernard Hopkins going a little bit later, I'm sure the money was important. Everyone loves money. This is what they do. This is their job. This is their profession. But it was never first and foremost on their mind. They cared about being boxers. And sometimes I just don't get that sense. And then that's fine. That's certainly their prerogative. But me as a fan, doesn't mean I have to support it either.
It's a great point. That's a great point. I keep telling people, look, listen, yeah, these guys are making money. They want to be secure for the future. They want to secure the future. But at the same time, we're paying too, and we're not getting paid $2 million per fight over here. We're not making $4 or $6 million a year. We got to pay for the zone. We got to pay for ESPN. We got to pay for Showtime. Now, on top of that, you're asking us for pay-per-view on Fiverr or Spreaker, whatever it's called. I mean, it's a little ridiculous, man.
I make $4 or $5 million a year.
I'm sure you do, man. I'm sure you do. Monopoly money. Hey, Gonzalo, you want to ask a question?
Great. You sound good.
Gonzalo, we can't hear you, man. Your audio's fucked up, man.
Can't hear me? You serious?
Yeah, I can't hear him. Can you guys hear him?
Yeah,
I hear
you
fine.
muted him, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
he's
okay,
coming
sorry,
through. That's
sorry.
clear for me.
Fine, yeah. Recognize made the $4 million off of Vig after this football season. You
That's right.
understand? Yeah.
All right, Gonzalo, I got you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I got 2% battery. I'm driving around here in the Philippines. Hell is hot as hell. One question, Mr. Kim. Your thoughts on David Benavidez? I know he's 24. He got time on his side. He was a fat kid. He made a mistake. He fucked up. He did cocaine. And with the COVID thing, him being fat, he kind of struggled to get the last days of training that he needed to drop the weight. Well, that's in the past. He lost the strap 2 times on the scales. Moving forward, a lot of these fighters like Charlo, you need to take a COVID test. Canelo, I don't want to fight Mexicans. He's a young dude at 24. Like I said, he got time on his side. Is he being treated a little unfairly, where they're judging him based on what happened on the scales? They're judging the ability of a fighter he is, because I think he's a good fighter. He's an exciting fighter. And I see that he's being maybe talked a little bit down on. What do you think, Mr. Kim?
Gonzalez, I think you make some very valid points. Look, when a Mexican fighter says, "Well, I don't want to fight another Mexican," and then another fighter says, "Well, if you don't get a vaccination, I'm not going to fight you." Again, reason number 843 that I'm glad I'm not covering this daily. I mean, good Lord, what are we doing? But putting all that aside, David Benavidez, in my view, is one of the 5 best offensive fighters in the sport. And I still remember when I would work out at Wild Card. I still do, but it hasn't been open in a year. But I remember distinctly in 2009, 2010, when his brother, Jose Benavidez, was a very highly regarded prospect. I'd be working out there. And I still remember that David Benavidez and Andy Ruiz would be at the gym. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I thought they were 2 fat kids trying to lose weight. I never actually thought they were really good boxers.
That's fucking hilarious, huh? Because he said he was 14 and he was fighting Latif Coyote, a dude that was all scarred up in the face. This guy's just a teenager and he's getting all that experience. And I like how he talks.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. That's the last thing.
Yeah. You know, it was funny. Like, those guys would be shadow boxing, and I'd be like, man, for 2 fat kids, they have like good hand speed. And so sometimes you don't judge a book by its cover. But look, with Benavidez, he fights tomorrow. He's got to get Ronald Ellis out of there. Don't do a Caleb Plant and let a lesser guy stick around and bore the audience. Because in my view, if he blows out Ronald Ellis early and has a spectacular knockout, I'm going to ask all you guys right now, who would you rather see in September versus Canelo? Caleb Plant or Benavidez? Let's go one by one. Let's take a poll.
Benavidez.
Benavidez.
Yeah, come on.
Benavidez. Yeah.
It's a unanimous decision, and at that point, belts don't matter. So I'm with you guys. I think Benavidez is a highly, highly skilled guy. He's got a mean streak on him. And look, he's made some mistakes from cocaine to, not understanding what bubble life is. But I think he showed today he could still make 68. And I have a hard time believing that a Canelo-Benavidez fight is not going to happen. That's the perfect fight for Mexican Independence Day weekend one of these years.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
I agree with that.
Even though Benavidez is what, Guatemalan, half Guatemalan or something? Honduran?
Nah, come on, man.
That's what Gonzalo said.
He is. He said,
I know he is, but I'm saying
Guatemalan, I think.
Ecuadorian.
I think it's
Ecuadorian.
Ecuadorian. Yeah.
It's Mexican Ecuadorian.
Well, you know me. Once you go past Guatemala, it's all the same to me. But listen,
Well, I have a question for Steve Kim. I always wanted to ask him this. Kim, it's a fantasy fight. At 154. Yeah. At 154, Mike McCallum, Tommy Hearns.
Ooh, am I in on this?
McCallum too. I'm with you there. Yep.
That ever lived. He's one of the most underrated fighters ever, Mike McCallum. And unfortunately, he was not a popular guy. He was Jamaican, had a lot of issues with Emmanuel Stewart, who basically bypassed him for the Duran fight in favor of Tommy Hearns. That ended up in a lawsuit. But Mike McCallum, at his best, was a pure technician and a great body puncher, had a really high boxing IQ. And this is a guy that beat Milton McCrory. He iced Donald Curry in one of the most memorable fights. Had a fight of the year that ended up as a draw with a very young, talented James Toney, that ended up winning titles all the way up to 75. So every time I see Mike McCallum, he doesn't really remember me or know who I am. I always remind him of the Curry knockout, summer of '87. It brings a smile to his face. And one of those guys, every generation has a guy that's avoided by everybody and that was really, really talented. I think in that era, that guy is the body snatcher.
Hey, that's an interesting thing there. Who would you say is the Mike McCallum of this era? The guy that's good but hasn't yet gotten that big shot at the big time.
You know, that's a great question. You know, a lot of people would say Demetrius Andre, but he doesn't even have the resume of a McCallum. You know, and I like Demetrius, but God, he's such a weird guy. He really is, but he's talented. But I don't like the way his career's been handled. Who is that guy? You'd have to give me.
Couldn't be Terrence Crawford. Couldn't be Terrence Crawford.
Put me on the spot there.
Hey, by the way, Steve, we got a Jay here on the line. He's a Terrence Crawford super fan. He's saying Terrence Crawford.
That could be the guy. You know what? I think Crawford is a lot like Gennady Golovkin when he first came to America. Before Gennady Golovkin started getting some of the bigger fights, every champion was avoiding him. He was also a victim of the PBC divide because guys like Jacobs wouldn't fight him for a couple of years. Peter Quillen flat out said, "Nah, we don't need him." And to me, Terrence Crawford and Golovkin are in the same boat. And this is what I hate, that there is no nuance to a lot of these arguments online because everyone takes this political position based on what promoter or advisor a fighter's with. Terrence Crawford has flat out been avoided. Look, you can say that both Golovkin and Crawford have relatively weak resumes, but then you can also say they've been avoided. And that's the God's honest truth. And when a guy like James Toney, when I ask him, "Hey, who do you like today?" He says, "Not a lot of guys, but I like Terrence Crawford, though." That to me says a lot. James Toney, who has the old saying, he throws out compliments like manhole covers. That to me is telling. And I'm disturbed when Errol Spence, who I really like personally, starts making videos saying, "Well, maybe now it's 80-20. You know, look, it's bad enough we're not getting the fight, Errol. It's even worse when you seem to be enjoying it. That's where I think boxing is losing a lot of appeal to me. That stuff right there.
Well, you mentioned Demetrius Andrade being a weird fella. It seems to me like Errol Spence is right there with Joey Gamache and Hector Camacho in terms of weirdness. I mean, I see his videos on the internet. He's driving around in a motorcycle in the woods, shooting beavers or something. I mean, I don't know what's going on with the fella, but he does seem a little bit strange.
Really?
Yeah, man. I mean, he's a little bit he's a bit out there. Let's just put it that way. Let me ask something precise. Are you there? Precise?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You got a question for the Kimster?
Sure. Any scoop, info, or opinion on AJ Fury? Will it happen? And do you think the winner of Joyce Usyk gets the winner of that fight?
You know, that's a great question. I called a pretty good source yesterday, and I said, "Look, is this thing breaking apart, Fury Wilder?" And they said, no, it's going to happen. They still believe it's going to happen. They still got to work out the venue. It's still an issue because of the COVID. And I said, well, where does Deontay Wilder stand in this? And my source said, look, it really is about how much money Wilder's going to get in the interim to just kind of like lay down or back down. And look, he's still going to be in the mix, no matter what we think of Deontay Wilder or his host of excuses. He's still a relatively highly ranked heavyweight. He's still one of the top 4 or 5 heavyweights in the world. The question is, because I was told this by Eddie and Bob Arum for months, and I don't know if this has changed. Originally, when Fury Wilder was being negotiated, it was a 2-fight deal. So for a whole year, every other heavyweight was going to be shut out. But they have an issue here, and I've talked to the representatives of Usyk. He's the WBO mandatory. They're sick of waiting. And I would not be surprised if Usyk just says, you know what, I played the ball game, I've taken the step aside, and I've been told he hasn't gotten his money from that. I'm not waiting anymore. It would not surprise me if Usyk and his representatives basically say, you get to do it one time, and then I'm going to enforce my WBO mandatory. And I don't know what happens at that point. But, you know, Eddie Hearn is in Dallas. I didn't make the trip out. Eddie Hearn's telling people the deal is basically done. but they still have to figure out a date and secure a venue. You know, who knows? But the further and further they go along in this fight, I don't know if you fellows agree with me, I'm kind of losing interest in that fight. Get on with it, or don't do it. But let's move on here, please.
You know,
well, I was just. Can I just say one more thing, BDA, real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, John.
I was just gonna say, when I've been saying, Mr. Kim, like Usyk, here's this guy. He's had 2 fights in 2 years. He was just cruiserweight undisputed 2 years ago, and he's sitting in here line waiting for his frickin' shot. Like, well, what the hell's going on? What are you guys doing over there? Either you know, sign up and fight each other, or give me my shot.
Exactly. I couldn't agree with you more. Look, if you look at Golovkin, his career since he went into the zone, there's nothing there. It's not even fun anymore. I don't like now the Munguia fight's not going to happen. My understanding is that they're actually working on the Murata fight in late December, and I'm thinking, hey guys, how about the fight in the spring or summer? That career to me, I never thought would be uninteresting or boring. I'm officially bored now by Golovkin. I never thought I'd say that. Look, it's great for him. He's getting paid a lot, but I want to see him fight either often or against somebody. I'm not getting either. As it relates to Usyk, you're right. He's had 2 uninspiring performances at heavyweight. Hasn't had a chance to really develop into one. And the scary part is there's about 20 fighters we could say that about. It's not just Usyk.
Absolutely. That's a good point, and that's a good point you brought up, Johnny Boy. I mean that Fury Joshua. It's not on my top. It's on my top 10, but I think it's not going to be that fun a fight if they ever get in there in the ring. Jay, you got a question for Steve Kim?
Well, it sounds like you and I read each other's minds because you're saying a lot of the same stuff I've been saying since before Mr. BDA was nice enough to let me into this whole this panel and everything. Not as much a question, but if we have time for a small debate between Hearns and
no, we don't have time. We don't have time right now.
Okay, sorry.
That. Jay, that's okay. That's all right.
I'm late to the show, so anyway,
that's all right.
I saw the video on McCallum saying that he was avoided by a lot of people. Do you really buy the fact that he was avoided by Hagler?
No, not
That's basically
Hagler.
my question.
Not really.
Because I really don't buy that one.
I
really don't buy that one. Go ahead.
There. That one, I don't. Hagler was a clear 160, and McCallum really, where he's really bitter is the Duran fight. And I knew Emmanuel Stewart very well. God rest his soul, one of the great men I ever met. And he made it clear to me, he goes, Steve, even though Mike McCallum was the WBA mandatory to Duran, he was told in no certain terms by, I think his name was Louis Spada of the WBA, who was very closely tied. I think he was one of the guys that probably had a piece of Duran off the record. They said, we're not fighting McCallum. The risk-reward is just too bad. But we'll fight Hearns. That's a big money fight. And so Emmanuel Stewart said, look, I had a choice to make. If I enforced the WBA mandatory with McCallum, Duran was just going to vacate and do something else. And that's the reality. But unfortunately, McCallum was so angered by that, he left Emmanuel Stewart. And when he fought Milton McCrory, who was still at Kronk, that was a really big grudge match, I remember, when he ended up stopping, I think, McCrory in rounds 9 or 10 on ABC.
Yeah.
But no, I don't think Hagler was really in that realm.
Yeah, he was still, there's always those fights that never happen. I mean, we never got to see Vernon Forrest against De La Hoya or Winky Wright De La Hoya, Floyd Mayweather Margarito. There's always fights that slip through the
Trinidad,
wayside.
Shane Mosley.
Yeah, Trinidad, Shane Mosley. Steve, again, you tell us, man, when you got to go. So we don't want to keep you.
I can go about 10 more minutes. I'm enjoying this conversation. Guys, I would say one thing, and this is what I've done. That in terms of being a boxing fan, to keep yourself interested in the sport and to keep yourself from being burnt out, just watch what you want to. You don't have to watch everything. And be a discerning fan. I've said this. When you go to a movie and they show about, 15 minutes worth of previews, there are movies that I look at, the preview, I'm like, oh, I'll watch that. There's other ones I'm like, oh, you're going to have to pay me to watch that shit. Other ones you're like, I'll think about it. That one, I'll watch it on cable. That one I'll never watch. Mm-hmm. That's the way I am with boxing. I'm not watching everything nowadays. I'm really not. I used to. As of recently, when I still was working at ESPN, I guess I had to. But the days of me watching absolutely everything, nah.
Yeah.
Can't. We can think about it, guys. I
Them
love the
days are over
NFL. I
for
love
myself,
football.
yeah.
I'm a huge college football fan. I love the Miami Hurricanes. We only watch the games we
South
want,
Florida.
right? I only watch, we don't watch everything. We watch what we want and enjoy.
Exactly, man. Hey, listen, that's great advice because I didn't see the Yildirim Canelo fight. I didn't stay up for that. I was doing something else and I went to bed. And listen, best what was it? 9 minutes of my life saved, man. I didn't want to watch that crap, and especially now where everything's a la carte. You know, you a la carte. You watch the zone. You can rewatch it whenever you want. The ESPN as well. So that's great advice, man. That is
Hey,
it's
BDA,
true.
I want to ask Kim one more question, if he can answer this. If he can answer it. Who are the hardest promotion team, if you can answer this, to deal with when it comes to like cross promotion and negotiating?
Oh, PBC.
I don't believe
By far.
that.
That's
PBC.
not even a
I
question
knew, yeah.
to me. It is the PBC, and then that's pretty much a universal answer throughout the industry. And look, they have some very good people there, like Tom Brown, men like that. And it's really not about them, though. You know who it's about. Al Heyman wanted to monopolize boxing. People have to understand. In 2015, when the PBC began, they were not trying to bring boxing to the masses or make it a big. No, they weren't. That was a bunch of media-fed bullshit. That was an agenda that was pushed, and that was a party line that certain people bought hook, line, and sinker. Their goal was to do a scorched earth policy and basically try to eventually monopolize the sport of boxing. That's what that was all about. Because the same people that talked about free boxing for all are now giving you a host of pay-per-views in the upcoming months. Just wait for the announcement. So tell me, was that about advancing the sport, or was it about driving everybody out?
Driving everybody out. That's what it sounds like, yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. BDA, I love this guy.
It's Steve Kim, Jay. He's still. We already told him on the.
No, I know, but I mean, he's saying everything I've been saying on the air for a long time, and I don't even have the resources he has.
Well, listen, hey, great minds think alike, man. Now, Steve, I want to clarify something. On Twitter, you said recently, I think, that the best fight you ever saw live was Castillo Corrales, or maybe I'm wrong. Was it you or was it Doug? Yeah.
That was me. May 7th, 2005. It was during the weekend of the Boxing Writers Association dinner, and it was interesting, guys. Even though 300,000 people claimed to have been there, they only had about 3,200 people there at the Mandalay Bay. Mm-hmm. And, I actually have something in my office, Boxing News, to the top 100 fights of all time. It's right here on my desk. I don't want to get it because it's under a lot of other magazines. I think they ranked it in the top 5 of all time. So it's right up there with Hagler Hearns and other ones. So, look, I've told people I will never go to a fight that vicious, that brutal, that dramatic ever again. And I'm good with it because I was lucky to be at that one.
Listen, but I thought it was Barrera Morales won. Maybe I'm confusing you with Doug Fisher's pick.
Well, Barrera Morales won is in my Mount Rushmore. And I was very lucky because I was actually literally on the ring apron calling the action for the Top Rank International. My partner was the late, great Gennaro Hernandez. So I was literally about 15 feet away from Jim Lampley and Larry Merchant. That right there is on my Mount Rushmore. My Mount Rushmore of fights that I've been to live, obviously Castillo Corrales won, Barrera Morales won, Bradley Provodnikov, and I would say Israel Vasquez against Rafael Marquez 3.
Yeah, that was a badass fight.
Damn, there, you were lucky.
I thought he was robbed on that one.
Man, you were lucky. You were at all those fights. That's amazing, man. That is amazing. Yeah. By the way, I remember the day after. Oh no, not the day. I think a week after. I showed my father the Castillo Corrales fight, and he'd been watching boxing for a while too. Even there was a point. I think it was a 6th round. He said, "All right, this is getting to be too much. Like the violence was too much for him." I said, "All right, that's how you know it was a good fight, man." Because fuck, they went.
You know what's interesting, guys? And this would be something that I'd like to write. And I know every time I brought it up, ESPN always tried to back it up, or they would just kind of ignore it. I really think the result of that fight, the controversial nature of the way Diego Corrales spit out his mouthpiece and did a great job of strategically keeping himself in there, and I give him a lot of credit for it, I think Jose Luis Castillo belongs in the Hall of Fame. And I don't know why he doesn't get more support. If you look at his record from 2000 to about 2004, he had an unbelievable run. And to this day, I will still say he beat Mayweather in that first fight. I mean, every time I watch it, it gets wider. There's
It's
no
like
way
either
you can give
7-5
Mayweather
or
7 rounds in that
8-4.
fight.
I mean,
Right.
you might as well be making me interviewing me saying the same thing. This guy's saying everything I've been saying for years.
But you know what, man? With Castillo,
He gets paid to say it, and people listen to him more. But I respect everything he's saying.
Hey,
Not
Steve
just because
Kim.
you agree with me, but
I'm not so
I
sure how many
respect it
people
all.
listen to me
Do
either.
you remember, Steve Kim? Do you remember George Foreman? They asked him on the HBO broadcast, so what do you think? He's like, nah, he lost this fight, talking about Mayweather before they announced it.
Yeah.
Because George
I
Foreman
think
was real
Letterman had it
honest, right? Like he was just,
111.
yeah, I could see that.
Excuse
Yeah.
me? If you look at Jose Luis
agree with you.
Castillo, I think he was the first person to beat a very good fighter by the name of Stevie Johnston.
Mm-hmm.
He beat Joel. He beat Joel
He was the
Diaz,
second.
or his brother. He beat his brother, who at the time had a title, then they vacated, but he beat him. He beat Cesar Bazan, knocked him out. He beat Joel Casamayor in a really, really good fight. He battled Floyd Mayweather twice. I even thought the rematch was pretty close. Floyd Mayweather just ran around the ring that night. That was one of the boringest fights ever. But really examine what Jose Luis Castillo did from about 2000 to about 2004. I personally, probably next year, I'm going to start voting for him in the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely. Hey, don't forget Lascano too. He beat the crap out of Lascano at that point for the
and Julio Diaz
18-fight winning streak.
in a unification fight.
Julio Diaz, that's the guy. Julio Diaz.
Yeah, Antonio was his brother that lost to Margarito, and Shane Mosley.
Right. So
yeah.
I don't. It's really a shame.
90
by the way,
seconds.
look, and I know it's tainted. He didn't make weight, but he did beat Corrales in the second fight. But also, Jose Luis Castillo, a lot of fans have never forgiven him for not making weight and ruining the third fight. And look, I was out there that weekend. Me and Doug Fisher had just arrived in Las Vegas. We had taken our bags out of the trunk, and we were basically told, guys, I think the fight's off. We're like, what do you mean? They said Castillo blew the
60
way.
seconds.
One of the most depressing weekends we have ever spent in Las Vegas, because Showtime ended up going with the card that night, and I think it was like Vic Darchinyan fighting Louis Maldonado, and there was like 3 people inside the arena. What a buzzkill. Jeez.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's like hearing you're gonna bang a prime Jenna Jameson and fucking an old bag shows up. I mean, I can understand that. In terms of the actual, Hall of Fame, now that they've changed it to about 3 years after retirement, where they can be considered, that's gonna make it all that much harder for him to get in, right? Castillo, that is.
Yeah, I didn't like that. I thought it really affected a guy like Tim Bradley, unfortunately, who I believe certainly had a great run. He would get my vote next year. I don't understand why.
10
I think
seconds.
Personally, they did it because they want more of the big names to get in there, because they want people to show up to the parade, to the weekend. Because look, they're also a business too. But I didn't realize that there was such a need to speed this process up. Like, I had a severe disagreement with the people that didn't vote James Toney in, not because you think he's not a great fighter. James Toney was my favorite fighter of the early 90s, and I showed him my Hall of Fame ballot, which had a black check mark next to his name. And here's what I don't understand about the James Toney exclusion. The guy was literally in 2 fights of the year, 12 years apart, from Mike McCallum 1 to Vasily Zhirov in 2003. He was the last real active American champion that would regularly take non-title fights. So he truly was a throwback from 1991 to 1994 when he faced Roy Jones, and he kind of blew that fight in a training camp where for some reason he didn't train very hard, but he fought like 23, 24 times. That's unbelievable for this era. And then he becomes a cruiserweight champion. And then obviously there was the steroid bust against John Ruiz. And I think there's a lot of evidence that was there because he was rehabbing a bicep injury. But again, so he broke the rules. It is what it is. I get it. But the biggest issue I have is when people say, well, I could never vote for a drug abuser or someone that got busted for PEDs. And I say, okay, if that is your standard, let's be consistent with it, because in 10 to 15 years, are these same people not going to vote for Canelo Alvarez?
Very good point.
That's a great point.
Amen.
Steve Kim, they do this in baseball too. Like in Barry Bonds, for instance, probably the best player of all time, one of the best players of all time. He's not in it. And I'm sure there's a lot of guys that took and they're in the Hall of Fame. They were nowhere near as good as him.
Look,
Steve Kim.
In my view, Barry Bonds is a Hall of Famer. Roger Clemens is a Hall of Famer. There's a few other guys. You got to have some nuance here. And James Toney, if you just cut off his career for his middleweight and super middleweight run, and then maybe stretch it out to the Girard fight, tell me that's not a Hall of Fame career.
Absolutely.
Right there.
Oh, he's a Hall of Famer for sure. He's great. Like, he was great on the eye, and his resume was really good. Shit.
Hey, by the way, Jose Suleiman is in the International Boxing Hall of Fame. So wrap your brain around
James
that.
Toney should be in the Hall of Fame. All right?
Yeah.
If Suleiman is in the Hall of Fame.
I'm leading to one other fighter that needs to be voted in, Mr. Kim. If you can listen to me, I'm pleading his case. Wilfredo Vasquez has been overlooked for years. 3-time world champ, 9 defenses, all on the road. He's not getting voted in. Since you do sit on the board, can you help me campaign for him, please?
Well, I'm not really on the board. I'm a voter. I'm one of those guys that turns in a ballot. I don't really have any pull or power. Vasquez, I remember, was a very solid guy. I think what hurts him is that despite being Puerto Rican, he didn't really have that great popularity. Like, I've always thought Camacho Sr. was a little bit overrated because the last 15 years of his career, he was unwatchable after Edwin Rosario cracked him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, to me, there's actually people that think that Camacho was better or had a better career than Miguel Cotto, which I don't understand. A guy like Vasquez, you're right. You got to have people that have the ability to vote, that are really take this seriously, and leave personal biases aside. Look, when Andre Ward was a fighter, I did not get along with him. I was not a fan of him. But you know what? I voted for him. He earned it. And I do wonder if a lot of these guys who aren't the hardcore everyday boxing fans that have a vote, just not trying to throw anyone under the bus, I wonder if they even remember Wilfredo Vasquez.
I would doubt it, man.
Well, your counterpart, Dan Raphael, wasn't overly excited to hear about it when I tried to reach out to him through a friend. So it was kind of like he's way towards the bottom, and he's got priorities over this man who's been eligible for over 7 years now. So I just wanted to throw it out there for someone who does vote.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting? And look, I happen to like Dan, believe it or not. He really pushes for Ivan Calderon, and you know what? I think Vasquez makes a stronger case than Calderon.
Whoa.
That's just my opinion.
That's not an opinion. That's a fact.
Ivan Calderon.
I don't know.
Three weight classes. He beat Orlando Canizales, who's a Hall of Famer.
I don't think he beat Canizales, by the way.
Calderon had done that.
I gave the fight to Canizales, man.
That was a tough fight to score. You know, Ivan Calderon, I respected him, but I always called him Bone Thugs and Harmony because, like, Bone Thugs and Harmony, one of his songs, they're all the same. Like, you couldn't tell one from the other. When Calderon fought on pay-per-view cards, I would always make sure to watch the first 3-4 rounds. I was like, okay, they're all the same. Then you go to the bathroom, hang out a little bit, and you come back by the 10th, and it's the same fight.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. That's a fantastic point. It's like a Clarissa Shields fight. Listen, Steve, you said 5 to 10 minutes. I don't want to keep you. So if you want to hop off, get a cup of coffee or whatever, that's fine. But really enjoyed talking to you. You let us know, man.
No, how about this? I'll answer one more question. I got to get inside the dinner here, guys. I got people waiting for me.
All right. Yeah. Who wants to ask the last question?
I got a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Steve, this is more about the future of boxing, but I've been looking over at middleweight, and 3 of the champions are in their 30s, and I think the future of the division is very dire. There's no real prospects of note at middleweight, and it's what happens after, Charlo gets his retirement fight, Golovkin retires, because I don't think it has a bright future, even compared to like super middleweight. Like, where do you see middleweight going?
Well, I actually think, and I'd have to examine this a little further, but off the top of my head, the 2 guys that I like that I think eventually will be at middleweight, because there's going to be a migration, you're right, either through retirement or guys moving up in weight, and then there'll be a new wave of fighters. From an American perspective, I like Charles Conwell. He's a blue-collar worker. Not spectacular, but he's
You think he'll move up?
I think eventually he'll be a 160 one day. I think right now he's really a true junior middleweight. The other guy that
There's
I
one
like,
prospect I do like, Amilcar Vidal.
Yeah.
He had PBC Fight Night.
Right, and the other guy that I liked, I think eventually is going to move up, is very talented, but I wish he'd fight more, is Israel Madrimov. And look, they put him on this fast track where he's fighting these 10, 12 rounders in his 5th pro fight. Look, there's an issue with that. You're not going to get a lot of seasoning. And I think there's very few Vasily Lomachenkos that are well equipped to do that. And Madrimov has a lot of ability, though, guys. He really does. And also,
did you see that punch he landed on Eric Walker?
All right, hold on. MTC, you gotta let him answer the question, man.
And there's a guy, there's a junior middleweight. I forgot his name, but he fights for Camille Estefan, Eye of the Tiger. Camille is very high on. I've seen some clips on him. But you're right, the middleweight, I don't know. Look, in 5 years, we'll be talking about Troy Isley, who just made his debut for Top Rank. Who knows? He doesn't seem like much of a puncher, but he's a good athlete. It's funny. When I was at Buddy McGirt's gym, there was these guys from Kazakhstan who brought a fighter to Buddy McGirt. He's like number 1 in 160. Outfit called Suleiman, not Mauricio, but Suleiman Promotions, and they were showing me clips of some of their fighters. I'm not gonna tell you, they may not be Golovkin, but they're pretty damn good. Maybe one of those guys develops. I have to kind of think about it. Who is that young middleweight that I would stake my future in? That's an interesting question. But we shall see. There's always a new fighter, though. That's the bottom line. There's always going to be a new generation. We may not like what's going on in the business, but gentlemen, we can't help ourselves. We'll continue to watch.
Exactly. Yeah, we're a bunch of junkies, man. We're a bunch of junkies. And like you said, you never know. That's the great thing about boxing and any combat sport. There's always somebody coming up next, and you never know who it's going to be, but there's always somebody willing to fill in the gap there, the talent gap. Steve, can't thank you enough for being on the show, man. Really appreciate it. You answered questions, enlightened us, and we're excited to see what you're going to do next, man. Keep us updated on Twitter, and we'll be sure to follow.
Absolutely, guys. Hey, you guys have a great weekend. Enjoy the fights tomorrow night.
Thank you, man. Same here. Same
Thank
to you,
guys.
man.
You have a great night.
You too, man. Take it easy.
Peace, Steve. Man.
Well, that's a great call, man. And great questions for everybody.
It was all right.
What do you mean it was all right?
It was nice.
No.
Nice? What do you mean nice?
Awesome. I've never talked to a journalist before. Sorry for that second call. I have a little bit of issues with socializing. I'm autistic, so.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. We'll teach you.
I got Tourette's.
Okay.
I got Tourette's.
What do y'all think about? What do y'all think about middleweight? Because I'm just looking over like on BoxRec and stuff, and I just don't see a name at 160 right now who's an up and coming prospect who really jumps out to me. I think if Madrimov moves up, it's very interesting. But like you have Munguia, whatever he is, his defense is terrible still. I think.
He's not a rising star.
No, he already has fought for a title. He robbed a guy in Dennis Hogan.
Did you hear what he said about Triple G fighting Murata?
What did he say?
Thinking about in December? Damn, bro.
Yeah, I just wish GGG would just fight 2 times a year, man. Like you're not 43, you're 38. You probably have some. You still have something in the tank.
He's gonna be 39. He's gonna be 39 in a couple.
In September, right? He'd be 39.
No. Couple of weeks.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
Let's rewind and look at the fact that he was fighting 3 times a year for like 5 years straight.
Yeah.
He's had over 400 amateur fights. He's had over 40 professional fights. Twice a year is about as much as you can ask of a man from that point on.
Yeah, well, I just said I wish he was fighting twice a year. I don't expect any more because he is, there's some wear on him.
Well, the other part's his promotional company that's not keeping him busy.
Yeah, they give him a lot of money though.
Well, that is a dangerous fight. I think I still give Golovkin.
Murata's no joke. I saw he's really good at rematches.
That overhand straight right of his is a problem. But
Murata's only truly lost like one fight because I think Indom robbed him.
They
He won both those fights. Brandt beat his ass though in the first fight.
Yeah,
I think they're trying to keep Golovkin nice and rusty for Canelo in 2025.
That's funny. Yeah, that's gonna be the fight.
I don't see him coming back down. I think Canelo's probably gonna fight at 168.
Oh no, they're gonna have Golovkin move up to wherever Canelo is, of course.
Yeah,
that makes more sense.
Precise is right.
There is one prospect I do like. Where I mentioned when I was talking to Steve Kim, Amilcar Vidal. He had a PBC fight night, kind of like that Lithuanian kid they had on PBC. He has some pop. He's from Uruguay. He can really punch.
Uruguay? He's from Uruguay? I've never heard of a boxer coming out.
No. The country has less people in Oklahoma. It's a tiny country, mostly only known for soccer. But go watch Vidal's highlights. And I see something in him. I think he's pretty good.
El Jacal? What was his name? The guy who Barrios, the guy who fought Freitas. He was from Uruguay originally, I think, not from Argentina.
Who's this?
Barrios. Remember the guy that fought Freitas?
Oh, Barrios. Oh, he was from Argentina. No?
La Llena Barrios.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he was from Argentina, I thought.
He was from Argentina.
Oh, you mean he originally came from Uruguay?
They all talk funny down there, man.
Yeah.
I don't speak Spanish.
He got in some shit, though. He got in trouble.
What happened?
No, you're right. It says BoxRec says that he's from Argentina, so he's not Latino. He wouldn't consider himself Hispanic. He's probably
Sergio Martino did.
Italian.
Martinez did.
Are most people there like Italian descent?
He's a Nazi.
Yeah.
That's what he is. Anybody that's now listen. Listen. This conversation with Steve Kim was very enlightening. He said, unfortunately, he believes this. He doesn't see how this Top Rank and Teofimo Lopez telenovela plays out. He says he doesn't see it playing out well or ending well for any other fighter. Terence Crawford, well, he told us what he thought about that as well. He thinks it's the PBC's fault. And again, we've heard different versions of it, but I mean, if anybody's equipped to comment on this as well, it's Steve Kim. So now I'm starting to think here, what's going on with that situation? And I can understand why he would take a little bit of a hiatus from the boxing. I mean, could you imagine that you're over at ESPN, you're a boxing writer, you've been doing this for 20 years, and all of a sudden ESPN, hey, listen, don't write about this, don't write about that. You gotta talk about this. You gotta talk about that.
I'm happy he said that.
Conor McGregor, just because he mentioned the word boxing. That's pathetic, man.
That's the way
I'm happy he said it because we all know already that it's just good to have somebody that's in the industry say, they censor us. There's certain things we're not allowed to talk about.
Compared to some of us on the show, I mean, Steve Kim is relatively mild. Real,
Oh yeah.
That's a good point, man.
That's for sure.
That's a good point.
I feel like they're changing sports journalism to be more oriented towards clicks, and they have ways to gauge that pretty easily. And especially with Disney, they break everything down in some sort of algorithm to make it as marketable as possible. So you put Conor McGregor and boxing together, that's a fuck ton of clicks.
Absolutely,
like kind of ad revenue.
Well, so Steve Kim gonna be replaced by the new media.
Yeah, because they're brainwashed.
Imagine.
I mean, listen, the new media is brainwashed. They're not.
This happened all the way back in the 90s, though, to Wally Matthews when he was writing a story, and I forget who it was for, but they told him not to. So the internet wasn't a new thing, but to post something on the internet outside of your source was a brand new thing. And when it hit the press, they're like, "We told you not to print this." He says, "I'm a writer. This is what I do. Freedom of speech," and they fired him.
Yeah,
jeez,
that's what they do.
Hey, could you imagine, man? The new media on ESPN, man. That would fly over real well, man, with mainstream America, man.
Bitch ass nigga.
Yeah, that's the type of stuff we'd be hearing there, man.
Hey, don't do that.
Fuck with this nigga.
Was that Gonzalo?
PO Press and everybody funds us. All big corporations funds us.
Go ahead, Gonzalo. What were you gonna say?
No, nothing. I'm driving. But that's just funny. Don't do that.
Don't do that. Well, listen.
Hey, BDA. Hey, BDA.
Yeah.
We are oppressed. At the same time, we have every single big corporation funding millions to us. Isn't that
Well,
life
listen.
great? Isn't
Hey,
like a
yeah.
great life to
Yeah,
be a part
MasterCard
of
is
that?
with us. MasterCard is with us. All these financial companies, giants are with us, but we're not the oppressed. Yeah, that's the way it works, right?
Yes.
Hey, by the way, I wanted to say
Okay,
something
that's right.
because we were talking. I mean, we talked ad nauseum about the Gonzalo Estrada fight. I still think no matter when they fight, it's always going to be a close fight, and I still maintain the same thing with Golovkin Canelo. People think because of the Davidenchenko fight, Canelo stops Golovkin. Let me tell you something. Canelo's. I've said it before. He's not going to go in there and shoot 600 shots. I mean, or 800, whatever it might be. He's not a volume puncher. He's a one shot at a time
Here's the
type of
problem
guy.
with that, though, BDA. This is the problem that I have with that, right? Look,
Go ahead.
I do believe if the fight happens this year, right, or maybe even early 2022, I give Golovkin. I still give him a great shot. But you see, you're taking a chance when you're doing that, right? Because let's say he goes and fights Murata, and Murata turns out to be, because he's a big kid. He's like fucking 6'1" or something like that, and he looks like he can fill out really good. Golovkin wins. Let's say Golovkin wins, but he takes something out of Golovkin. Going into the Canelo fight, is it gonna be, is it gonna be on the up and up? Is it everything's gonna be straight up, or is it gonna be I'm taking Canelo, Golovkin up in weight. I'm gonna test him 17 times like I did in the second fight. I mean, like shit like that. Like, is that gonna happen with an older Golovkin? He probably won't have a shot.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
He might be dead at the weight, or just who knows.
Well, if they do a 168, I think it would be rejuvenating for Triple G.
Maybe.
Yeah, I can see.
If I was him, I would go in at I will go in at 165.
Not if he takes Golovkin's power pellets away from him. It
Oh.
won't matter what weight it's at.
Well, yeah, but Golovkin's going to be not Golovkin. Canelo's going to be the one in charge of the testing and everything else like that, and dictating. And I guarantee you, he'll pass this time.
But on the up and up, if the fight is, fantasy fight, I guess, if it were to be that, you have to consider the fact that Canelo is not being challenged by any of these guys that just bend over backwards and take it up the ass with no Vaseline. And Golovkin is actually being challenged. So if anybody's getting better, and I do think Golovkin is showing signs of improving a little bit, even at this late stage of his career, it is Golovkin. Canelo, if anything, he's not showing any improvement because he doesn't have to. So, if the fight were on the up and up, I think it's another close one that Golovkin's job did, basically.
I agree with Precise in this because you go back to Whitaker Chavez, as much as it pains me to say that Whitaker should have won that fight. Whitaker was being challenged by Buddy McGirt, who some people thought he almost lost that fight, and a couple other fights where Chavez was taking on Terrence Ali and guys to walk through, and everything was going through the motions, beating people out. And then when they stepped in the ring against each other, look what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes.
I thought Chavez got robbed. Actually, I thought he won 7-5, but they gave him a draw.
Exactly. Okay, that's
that fight was close. I
It
know
was
a lot of
closer
people-
than they think, but I thought Whitaker won, and it's taken me 20 years to say that. So just respect it for what it is.
It was Whitaker. Whitaker, he was such a negative fighter that I could see why they score rounds against him. Especially
when
in
that
his
fight
later
changed? But when that fight changed? In the 6th round, after he threw 2 consecutive low blows with no point deduction. And all of a sudden, Chavez's legs got stiff, and Whitaker started moving all over the ring and was catching angles. First 5 rounds, very close.
Yeah,
Chavez may have been up. He may have even been up by 2 rounds. They were kind of trading back and forth. 6th round, Whitaker almost goes down to a knee to throw a low blow, and then does it again, and pushes Joe Cortez after Joe Cortez warns him. No point deduction.
Remember Joe Cortez? He gets in his face, and then Whitaker tries to apologize, and Cortez pushes him again. It's like, what the fuck's the matter with you, man? He wanted to fight.
You put your hands on a referee. That should be an automatic point deduction.
My thing with these old fights is that unless you're watching it remastered in HD, most people saw that shit in like 240p, man. Like I can't even. Some of these old fights that you see on YouTube, that the quality is so horrible, like you can't even tell what lands cleanly and what doesn't. You know, think about how spoiled we are with HD and everything, how everything's so crisp. But regular, terrestrial TV back in the day, the quality was garbage. You can see
Think about
shit.
how big and heavy those TVs used to be. Remember how big and heavy a fucking TV
Yeah.
used to be? It'd take like
And
you and
you could see the individual dots or whatever they were, the pixels, the color, the red, blue, and green, was it? You could see, if you look close enough to the TV, you could see those individual dots. The quality was horrible. So I
yeah.
don't know, man.
Some of these fights need to be on HD, man. That's what I was trying
I'm
to
with
do. That's what I
I'm
was
with
trying to
Fight
do.
Scout. I'm not gonna say anybody was robbed in that fight, but I don't think it was as clear cut as people make it out to be.
Well,
I thought the draw was decent.
yeah, it's boxing chief because I think he's got the same. It's Jay. It's not.
Yeah.
It's you get the same picture. I
He
think
was
as
like
boxing.
88-0. That's why. So he was always beating the shit
I
out
was-
of everybody. That
Go
anybody who
ahead.
gave him a decent fight, I guess they were like, he lost. He just lost that fight.
So first of
I
all,
went, I went back and watched some Tony Lopez
Hold on,
fights.
Gonzalo, hold on.
When he
hold
fought
on,
Rocky Lodridge.
Gonzalo.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Jay was
That's
gonna.
okay. Well, let me say this
Don't
before.
crash.
Whitaker
Don't
shot
crash,
real quick.
dude.
I think the Duvas protected
All right.
Whitaker from that because they were instead of going after Chavez when Chavez had won the WBA belt off Edwin Rosario, they went after Jose Luis Ramirez instead.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, most people thought that was a robbery. My take on that is this: whether Whitaker should have won or not, Chavez, Camacho, and Ray Mancini all fought Jose Luis Ramirez also, and all looked better doing it than Whitaker did in the first fight. So that's my take on who should have won that one. But they went there instead.
Fight, like this is the thing I want to say. If any particular fight is a draw and you get to keep your belt, were you really robbed of anything? Can we really push this word robbery that hard? I don't know. I think it's
that's true. It was Whitaker's belt, and he got to keep it.
Well, I will say this. I understand the robbery aspect because I do think he deserved to win that fight, and that would have been his best win. That would have been the apex of his career. The pinnacle of his career, rather. But yeah, look, listen. There's somebody Hands Flow Boxing Review in the chat says, "Are we going to pretend that Whitaker's jab wasn't landing all night?" No, of course we're not. That's not what Jay said. He said it's not the biggest. The biggest. The mainstream media seems to make it out to be as if it was the biggest robbery ever. And look, it was bad, but it wasn't. I think Ramirez Whitaker was worse. The first one.
I got to watch that fight again. I got to watch it again. Yeah.
See, every time I watch it, I get to the sixth round, and I see where Whitaker purposely went low because that was a strategy of Georgie Benton. Hit them low into the hip because they.
And let me tell you something, Jay. Fucking Whitaker had underestimated power too. He could hit hard.
Mm-hmm.
He would catch dudes with these little thud shots when they were coming in. It was heavy. You could see them. Like they'll have this reaction, like, "Oh shit, where'd that punch come from?"
Right. When did he start hitting?
He dropped Trinidad. You know that, right? He dropped Trinidad.
He stepped on his foot.
Now Trinidad washed him. Don't get me wrong, he did. But
he stepped on his foot when he went down. That's what caused him to go down.
Yeah. It's boxing,
Hey, but he did to that point. He did hurt Trinidad with an uppercut, I believe, or a left. I forget. Which.
Yeah, man. Yeah, like a little sneaky power. So the reason I bring it up, so when he hits you, like in your leg area by your balls, he's hitting you with a lot of power. He's doing that purposely to fuck you up. I always noticed that about him.
That also, he knocked out Jeremy Williams, but I can blow Jeremy Williams a kiss and knock him out. That's not an impressive.
Come on, man. Jeremy Williams was
fun to watch. He was fun to watch, but his chin was not there.
And I don't
crazy
know
motherfucker too.
If I got this correct, but I actually think somewhere in the rule book that judges could actually override if they think that the referee made a mistake, like called a knockdown that wasn't. I think they're actually allowed to override the referee's call and score it at like 10-9 when they don't.
Yeah, they do. No, you're right. And it's for instance, let's say if they take a point away from you. I think that's the only one that sticks, but I might be wrong about that. They don't have to. They don't have to take that point away.
I don't know about the point away, but they did it to Evander Holyfield against Michael Moore when he knocked him down. Somebody scored a draw 10-10. One scored a 10-9 for Holyfield, and one scored it 10-8 like it was supposed to, and that's what cost Holyfield the fight. So they obviously don't have to score it 10-8 if someone goes down because that's not what they did.
Yeah.
Talking about the
Which
first fight,
leaves a
right?
lot of room for corruption.
Yeah, the
too,
first fight.
So,
The first
so
fight. Yeah.
it's a
Yeah, it
good,
leaves a
it's
lot of
good
room
and
for
a bad
corruption.
thing.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, look, man. You have Steve Kim telling you that ESPN, when it comes to boxing, right? They, and I'm sure it's other sports even more so, but there's certain things you're not allowed to talk about. That's corruption, bro. That's what that is.
No, that's listen. That's what that is the corporations knowing better than you. They're doing this for your own good. Recognize that they're
Right.
limiting information,
I
and
know.
that's
I
what
know. Sometimes I'm like a kid. You need to, you got no. Don't play with that.
you need a
That's fire.
spanking. You need a spanking because you've been a bad boy. Hey, by the way, before we continue, shout out to because we dropped off the air for about 2 minutes, man. Gosh darn internet, but we're back. Refresh if you can't see anything. By the way, salute to GB Guthrie who says salute to the best boxing podcast out there. Well, shout out to you, GB Guthrie. Thank you for the contribution. What were you guys talking about? Jeremy Williams having a awful chin.
No, Jerry.
We moved on from that, but I did make that statement. Yes.
He was a little dude. He was a little guy for heavyweight at the time. Even back then.
Yeah. Hey, I know I'm late to the party and all, but I just want to put it out there to everybody. Chocolatito is gonna tax that ass. You heard it first.
Oh shit! I
Well,
was,
I
I've been.
I hate to
I wanted
interject.
to watch
There's
the video,
a great
man.
fight on his own right now.
Rung Visai? Is he fighting now? Oh no, that's not on this.
There's
Yeah, it's on the zone.
on that Thai card zone. There's a good fight right now.
It's on the zone. Yeah, it's on the zone.
Yeah, really good fight.
Right, precise. You said Gonzalez is gonna tax that ass. I don't understand why so many people are not underrating him because most people say it's gonna be close. But I am surprised about the amount of people that are picking Estrada. That was surprising to me.
Remember how they wrote off Pacquiao after he got knocked out? You know what I mean? It's like it's boxing. You get caught with the punch. When you look at Chocolatito, even in both the Rung Visai fights, like he whooped his ass in the first fight. Okay, he was the smaller guy, not as hard hitting, but he put so much hurt on that dude. He should have gotten that fight. And in the second fight, he just got caught. Like anyone could get caught and knocked out, and it was a stylistic nightmare for him. He was fighting the fucking puncher.
They fought
And
4
Estrada
times. Yeah.
didn't. I think people look at their performances against the same guys, and they don't take styles into account. I think that's the problem. Because he did on paper perform better, but did he really? I don't think. Estrada, that is.
Yeah. I mean, look, Estrada's gonna make it difficult because he's a highly skilled operator with great combinations, stamina, the whole package. Well, other power, that's the thing, though. Okay, I understand if you want to say Estrada wins it, but a lot of people are picking him by stoppage. That's where I'm going. Whoa! But look, at this point, you never know. It is boxing, man. Who knows what's?
It's like when
Gonzalez hits harder, man.
I'm sorry.
In my view, Gonzalez hits harder, and he takes a better punch. Just look at the Cuadras fights, for example, and even look at the Rung Visai fights. Estrada didn't want to be anywhere close to Rung Visai. Gonzalez went to war with that fucking guy. How many punches did it take to finally knock him out? Like, he takes a better punch, and I think he hits harder. People are going to be surprised how they compare strength-wise. When you look at Gonzalez, I think he's finally grown into the weight, and look at what he's doing to look. I know Yafai isn't great, but like he punched through the guard and fucking almost slept it.
He fucking taxed. Now you want to talk about taxing? That was a taxing right there.
Yeah. So
Sometimes
in my view,
go ahead, precise.
No, real quick. In my view, he doesn't throw as many punches. I think he's gone through a very similar transformation to Pacquiao after getting knocked out. He's more judicious, puts more on his shots. He picks his shots better. He rolls punches better. His defense, like Kim was saying, he's gone back to the fucking drawing board and he's improved. And Estrada never really had to do that because he was a little bit gifted. I mean, that first Cuadras fight, okay, the knockdown made a difference, fine. But the second Cuadras fight, they stopped one of the rounds 30 seconds too early. It looked like he was on his way out of there. And then he had a lot of close fights where, like, the second Rung Visai fight, what the fuck was the Thai fighter doing in there? Like, it's a mystery what the fuck. But he basically gave the fight to him. So, to me, Gonzalez has had a lot more motivation to get better, and that's what I see. Versus Estrada, even though both of them slowed down physically, I think technically Estrada has remained the same guy, and Chocolatito has gotten better.
Everybody's got their Ryan Barkley. and I can't pronounce his name, but we all know it's the Thailand fighter might just be the one that had Gonzalez's number, and Chocolatito may be the one that has Estrada's number. I mean, everyone's got their guy you can't beat, even though you're better than him some of the time. I do
Vernon
think
Forrest
Chocolatito.
and Mayorga.
Yeah.
Son Steve Kim
Forrest
said,
and Shea Mosley.
Son Steve Kim said when he was talking about this fight, he said if you look at, and he's not making excuses for Gonzalez, if you look at that fight going up to the Rungvi side, the rematch when he got knocked out, he wasn't right. He had tough fights with Quadras. He had the Rungvi side fight, the first one.
Trainer died.
Yeah, so he had a lot of, he hit a wall, and
Yeah.
I'm not gonna pat myself on the back, but I made a video saying, look, I can't really call it. It just looks like the man hit a wall. He finally just hit the wall. We'll see if he comes back. And
show the video or it didn't happen. Show the video.
Listen,
or
I'm
it didn't
telling
happen.
you. Listen. It's in. I'm more than sure that it's in my on my channel. I said it. I think Usyk fought that night too, so I might have done a Usyk Rungvi side Chocolatito video, some shit like
All
that.
right, I'll choose to believe you. That's what my mother always used to
I
say.
just
It's
think
not like
he hit
passive.
a wall, man. He hit a wall, but the guy kept, he's one of those guys that, like Pacquiao, where that shit don't bother them. They could come back for him. I'm not saying he's going to beat Estrada because of that, but don't be surprised if he can still beat Estrada, more or less the same way.
Well, I always go back to.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, BDA. I'm sorry.
I always go back to the real quick to the Sarong Visai fight. We know Sarong Visai is a psycho. I mean, usually when guys get hit, even if they have a good chin or whatever, they blink. This guy was getting walloped over the head and he wasn't blinking. I remember seeing that fight live on the undercard of Golovkin Jacobs. I'm thinking this guy's a psycho. I would not want to get into a fist fight with him in the back alley of Thailand. And Gonzalez was backing him up in that last round, making him clinch. When you make Sarong Visai clinch, that means you're doing something right. That means you're ferocious. And Gonzalez has that type of intensity. He might not be as intense now, perhaps, but I don't see anyone having an easy time with him anytime soon.
Yeah, it's all right to have a good chin, man. That's great, but I don't think the brain is designed to take punches anyways. If you got a good chin, I mean, I don't know what to say. It's just the way it works.
Well, listen,
and one more thing for boxing fans, man, that they got to understand. We've seen this in the past. Like, think of Timothy Bradley, Manny Pacquiao, the third fight. Remember Pacquiao he had lost to Mayweather. He didn't fight for like almost a year. There was the whole talk about whether he really did have surgery or not. He did, obviously, right?
Mm-hmm.
And people were talking a lot of mess that Bradley was going to win the fight. And I love Bradley. I think Bradley's a good fighter, and I give him a good chance, right? Going into that fight. And he was fucking ripped and everything, and people were even accusing Pacquiao of being on steroids for that fight. I'm like, well, look at his opponent. I mean, his fucking opponent looks like he's on steroids, but whatever. And we saw what happened in that fight. The same thing happened. The same thing happened more or less, but this time even in dramatic fashion with the 3 knockdowns. Pacquiao beat him the same way. So, just a little food for thought when it comes to boxing that, don't count a man out when he's, and I think that Chocolatito is an all-time great. Don't count a guy out like that.
Yeah.
Is this the biggest fight in the lower weight classes since Carbajal, Chiquita Gonzalez, in y'all's opinion? Especially since this is a unification rematch?
It has to be.
Yeah.
South of the featherweight, yeah. I think it's one of the biggest fights.
8 years in the making.
Yeah, and I do wonder how many more people there would have been had the whole COVID thing, the pandemic wouldn't have taken place, because it's taking place in Texas and there will be a crowd. But they put a cap on it because apparently they didn't know.
Shout out to Texas, man.
Shout out to Texas, man. There's still
people.
They're gonna end up separating from the rest of the United States, man. Just you watch, man.
If they do, I'll be a resident and I won't bring that northeast.
I got a bunch of exes that live in
ideology.
Texas.
No, we got Gonzalez.
It's just soft tyranny. That's all it is. They all getting vaccinated down there too. It's
boy.
just soft tyranny. That's all.
Precise.
There
You're
ain't
getting
no place to run.
Well, come on. There's got to be somewhere.
If there is, don't say it.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
I want to go there and just like
Hollow Earth. Yeah, that's where you go.
Yeah, why
Texas
not?
Independence and kind of shaky after that electrical grid failure. I'm just going to say that.
Well,
You know,
there
it's
were
kind
some.
of fall north, but Alaska. I'm sorry, BDA. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jay.
Well, we're talking about states to live in. It said ammo's cheap, guns are legal, and a lot of things go up in Alaska.
Yeah, there you go, man. I mean, look, the whole thing that happened.
They're not
with
going to
Texas,
come knocking on doors all the way up in Alaska to take your guns. It's too far away. So I mean,
listen, the whole thing that happened in Texas. There was
BDA, I
some
just
shit. You go ahead, Gonzalo.
sorry. I just went through the drive-through McDonald's here in the Philippines and I ate a quarter pounder, but it doesn't taste like a quarter pounder. It's salty as fuck.
Well, yeah, man. I mean, they're
That's
giving
just
you.
dog meat.
I was gonna say cat, but you beat me to the punch, man. Fuck.
It could be cat, yeah.
Or maybe a snake or something. Snake meat. You never know. Over there in the
That might
Philippines,
be fine.
might be fine. Hey,
I swear. Speaking of South America, man, in Chile one time, swear to God, they served me a dog burger, man. I'm not even playing. That shit did
How
not
do you
look
know?
and taste like beef. Cause Chile, there's a
I'm
lot
pretty
of like.
sure that-
Hold on. Go ahead, Princess.
No. In Chile, they got these quiltros, which are just like street dogs, and they're everywhere, man. And the urban legend is, like, the word on the street is that sometimes when these restaurants run low on meat, they grab one of them dogs off the street and
man.
make burgers from them, basically.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
disgusting, bro. Almost
Yeah,
threw up. Just thinking
in-
about that.
In Mexico, that's what. Mexico, that's what happened about 8 years ago. I think that some dude was running a restaurant, a couple, I believe, and they were serving the local strays, right there, man. It's like
Man, the best steaks, the best beef comes from Argentina, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
Holy shit.
It's not Texas barbecue,
all,
man.
all I can say is it doesn't come from Panama. I'm sure they sold me.
You know what?
horse
I'm actually dreaming about that shit. I went to Argentina twice. And lately, I've been dreaming about the steaks that I was having out there. Like,
They recognize
the same one.
They accepted you.
They got
because-
they got one of the worst lockdowns on planet Earth in Argentina right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't go there.
Fuck.
Not
recognize. Did they accept you because of your high concentration of European blood, or?
Yeah. They looked at me and they said, yeah.
You passed the
Ustedes
comb test.
parecen como
You
nosotros.
passed the comb test. No hair. That's why you shave your fucking hair.
when I shave it down, they're like, yeah. He's good enough.
Hey, but Jay, I'm
He
glad.
looks like Miguel Cotto. No, when Miguel Cotto
Well,
started
let
his
that shit
career, he
grow.
looked black, but then later on, he looked
fucking
white.
tight.
Hey, Jay, I'm glad you brought up the Whitaker Chavez fight because that's one that I had
I have
been meaning
good
to.
hair, goddammit.
I'd been meaning to bring that up, the Chavez Whitaker, and how it's a little bit overrated when it comes to robberies. I mean, it was a bad decision, but people make it out to be as if it was 12-0. It wasn't that type of fight.
I think the reason it made it so big was because they were the two best pound for pound fighters in the world at the time. And sometimes when you have 1 and 2, they're nowhere near the same weight class. But this time they were, and they were actually able to sit in the same ring. And I think that's what made it so that this was a chance to see who is the best fighter of this era. And it came to a draw that most people didn't agree with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's the thing, though. It's interesting.
Chavez was overrated at times. He was, but here's the thing. He was not as good as fucking Jesus Christ of boxing, right?
No, wait a minute.
And he wasn't. I'm just saying, look, and he wasn't as bad of a hype job as they try to make him out to be. That he'd fought nothing but bumps or anything like that. Now, in his 120 something fucking fights that he had, yeah, he fought about like 15 really good fighters.
He
That's
fought,
all
yeah.
you can ask.
That's all you can ask, yeah.
That's all you. Yeah, but listen, I mean, people make it out to be as if he like you're right. As if he fought all bunch of cab drivers. The truth lies somewhere in between. But like Steve Kim used to say as well, Mexicans, you can't ask us a proper opinion on Chavez because we got 3 pictures of people in our homes, man. The Virgin of Guadalupe, right? We got Vicente Fernandez and we got Chavez. So you gotta be careful which Mexican you ask, man. But
Salvador Sanchez would have been his rival for sure.
yeah, absolutely, yeah. They would have fought at some point. I also wanted to mention something that okay, we got the fights tomorrow. Fuck, what was it?
Pelea, brother, la pelea.
La pelea, chico. ¿Cómo que tú
Pelea,
que la
chico.
pelea? Va a estar sabrosa
No
la pelea. Va a
pelearon.
estar sabrosa. That's what they always say, sabroso.
Yo,
Listen, yeah, man. So listen, I don't know what else to say, man. I think we're all done here. Oh, by the way, Precise. The other day I told you, stay on the line. I want to talk to you. And boom, you leave.
Oh.
You got to stop disrespecting me like that, especially live on the show in front of all these people.
We want
There's
some disciplinary. We need to talk to you about that.
a lot of people around here.
Oh,
There's
When
a
the
lot of
teacher
people.
wants to talk to you after class, you have to stay.
Yeah, they make it. Well, the last time when I said, hey, people thought I sounded like the teacher, man, for Pete's sakes.
Hey! Yo, you didn't hear that, Precise?
I don't think I heard it.
Hey!
No, that way you weren't there.
I
Yeah,
heard it.
you weren't there. And then anyway, last episode, I was playing some sound effects because Mark said I gotta go take a shit, and I started playing the shit sound effects as I always do. And recognize, I think he's a good actor, man, because he said, whoa, Mark. He actually sounded as if he was surprised, but he was acting, I think. So recognize you got some acting chops there, man. You're a regular Marlon Brando, man.
Well, that's what they say. Yeah, that's the rumor about me.
I don't know who's they, but all right, listen, fellas.
Got natural.
I thought he was for real.
You know, the
I
rumor
thought-
was
I
that
thought
guy's
it-
got a lot of natural talent. That's the rumor about me.
All right, well, listen, fellas, we got to go. Thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it. Stay tuned.
Shout
for
out
tomorrow's-
to Steve Kim.
Shout out to Steve Kim
Big
again.
up to Steve Kim.
Hopefully,
Shout out Steve Kim.
A great mind of boxing, let me tell you.
Because he agrees with you, huh?
Well, I mean, he's a famous writer and he agrees with what I say. Well, I mean, I can't fault the guy, you know?
I hope. Yeah,
Aren't we all tyrants in our own way?
Of course we are.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Gentlemen,
to
good
see-
night. BDA, thank you for having me on. Good to talk to everybody. We'll talk to you after the fights.
Absolutely, yeah.
Peace, everybody.
Yeah, we'll
I've
probably.
never been on here before. It's pretty awesome.
Gonzalo.
Y'all have a lot to say. I like it.
Well, thank you, MTC. Thank you for being on, man.
Excellent show, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you, Galero. Yeah, I'll see what I can do about the chat. I didn't even know you were blocked there, Galero. See what we can do about
Yeah,
that.
hey, and somehow Discord's working for me now, so hopefully it stays that way.
Yeah, hopefully, man. Hopefully. All right, listen, fellas. Thank you for joining us. Let's catch the fights tomorrow. I don't know who's gonna win. I don't know how it's gonna go down, but hopefully we do a post-fight show afterwards, depending on what happens. If it's a boring fight, no way am I spending my night talking about that fight. But we'll probably do a post-fight show on the on Sunday if it's a boring fight. If it's not, I'm showing up, man, at night. Transpire BDA. Anyway, listen, fellas, enough talking. Get some sleep. Get rested for tomorrow's fight. Shout out to everybody that donated the super chat. Unfortunately, because the stream ended in the middle of it, I can't go back to thank everybody that donated. But you guys know who you are. Really appreciate it. Thank you for that. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Thunderdome. Check out Thunderdome's channel if you haven't done so already. I don't know what's wrong with you. John Gonzalez, Nordic Warrior, Triple JJJ, Cerny Banders, The Fight Scout, John Gonzalez, Jonathan Morrison, Action Jackson, The Fight Scout, T-Tone Toledo. Thank you guys for joining us. Too many people to name. Check out Precise's channel, Fight Film. Precise, are you still doing the Carnival videos?
Yeah, here and there.
I haven't been there in a while. All right, I got to check those out. I've been checking out Fight Film more than any other. Shout out to Recognize for joining us, King Bucho, Gonzalo, MTC, everybody that dropped by the Discord. Thank you, fellas, for joining us. We'll catch you on the next